Check. Cool. Okay. Okay. All right. We've got a interesting one today, gang. Very interesting one. Okay. All right, everybody. It's not usually more than like a dozen of you, so 5 sounds like enough to get started. Notsoerudite was on Tim Pool for 3 hours. So, guess what we're gonna do tonight? We're gonna see what this was all about. Ugh. Apologies for missing yesterday, but a really long day at work. So, I don't know yet. We're gonna find out. I don't know. Um, I don't know yet. I haven't watched it yet. As you know, we go into these videos unbiased. Well, we try. Some of them are a little biased. But as far as left-leaning commentators go, I do like Kyla, I think. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. The title of the video is Why Men Are Leaving the Left: Society's Attack on Masculinity. So it's definitely going to be interesting. Regardless. But all right, we got 6 of you here. I got one more thing to check and then we're going to get started. All right. Here we go. I brought my Darth Vader mug today. All right, we have Notsoerudite on Tim Pool. Why are men leaving the left? Society's attack on masculinity. Interesting use of capitalization as always. All right.
Z's, Vox claims, because young men, actually I talked about it quite a bit this morning, there
All
are
right.
2 Gen Z's, Vox claims, because
2.
young men are shifting rightward. Older Gen Z still lean a little bit more progressive, but young men are largely moving to Donald Trump, moving to the right. They're happy to do so. You're also seeing the rise of prominent personalities like Andrew Tate. Despite the fact that many people are critical of his career and how he made his money, young men still seem to like the guy. So, what is the phenomenon driving people, younger men particularly, away from the left and into the hands of conservatives? We're going to have that debate. So we got a couple of guests joining us tonight to have that. It's not tonight, it's the morning. Joining us this morning to talk about it. Ma'am, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Kyla. You can find me everywhere at Notsoerudite. I do streaming and stuff. I typically talk about gender, so it's a good topic for me,
Oh, gender.
and kind of like socio-cultural commentary.
All right, sir, who are you?
I'm American Nacho. I'm a Christian, conservative, husband, father. I work full time supporting my beautiful stay at home wife in our two recent additions. And I stream video games and politics as more of like a hobby. You could say like a mover and shaker in some of the political communities,
So,
tangential to like Andrew Wilson or something like that.
right on. To start, I think we're in agreement that young men are moving to the right.
I think if you're denying that, you're just denying data.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vox at Washington Post, like everybody's bringing it up. I think the question is why, but you agree young men are going rightward. So I guess
Absolutely.
is there a disagreement on why it's happening, or do we actually agree why it's happening? I mean, what's your view on why young men are basically moving over?
I think as a liberal, I'll be very clear, I am liberal, and I spent the last several months being asked this question by liberals and Democrats. I think the answer is that the left kind of hates and fears masculinity broadly. I think it doesn't like it, and I think you can see that in the fact, I don't know if you know this, the APA, it's American Psychiatric Association. This year they came out with rules and guides about how to treat men in therapy differently than women, and like tricks and stuff that they need to be aware of, right? And it's like, shouldn't be like 2025 where we're coming out with this stuff. I think the left has just broadly neglected the male issue because it's been what's the word? Not politically correct to talk about.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And what say you, sir? Would you agree with that?
Some to some degree, yeah. I think men are moving to the right because men are more rational than women. You know, young men are shifting away because left-wing ideologies are kind of disconnected. They feel kind of disconnected from reality. We're living in a society where we're having economic stresses, we're having geopolitical stress.
All right, Godspeed. I'm going to read this out loud. You are at your local 7-Eleven, and as you were getting back on your bike, 3 cars got into a big wreck. Didn't see it, just heard it. So, you're watching a car wreck in real life. All right. Well, I hope this isn't as bad as the car wreck in real life. This is a good time to give my thoughts. I tend to agree with Kyla so far. The left side of politics has done a really good job of turning off young men, just in general. I don't think it has anything to do with us being, what did he say, more rational? He said something like that. I think it has a lot to do with what Kyla said, which is just that the left makes absolutely no attempt at any kind of outreach to men at all. I don't know how relevant the little therapy statistic she threw in there was, but we'll see. Not much to say yet as we're just getting started. So
Stresses, and men are seeking pragmatic solutions to like economic and social changes, valuing like free expression and preferring like empowerment over this like collective guilt that seems to be like following us around like a cloud. So
Indeed. What would you say to that before I jump in? He said yeah,
Men are more rational than women.
yeah, and liberal ideologies are, how did you describe it? Not rational or not?
yeah, it seems like young men are experiencing sort of like a disconnect from like left-wing political narratives. Like it's not like they don't make sense to especially young men and even older men like myself, like starting a family. um, I'm looking at what world my young men are going to have to grow up in, what world my children are going to have to grow up in.
Yeah, when I look at young men and young women especially, I think most people are not very rational. I don't really give rational points to most people or most voters in general. I think
yeah, don't men like I mean, we like to say that on the internet. Um, don't we like punch holes in walls and do crimes and all kinds of irrational stuff? Like, I don't really, I don't really think rationality is a male or female trait specifically. That just doesn't really make sense to me.
Women are like influenced a lot, whether they like it or not, by things like hormones, right? I think women's like hormonal fluctuation is daily, men's are like monthly. But at the same time, you'll point to like women like crying maybe over something that they shouldn't cry about, or being soft and maybe enabling in an area that they shouldn't be. But then you'll see men like punching holes in walls and like doing crime. And so this argument that like men are just more rational than women. It's like, well, no, like different emotional systems and different arguments appeal to each of these groups because each of these groups are fundamentally self-interested. And I think what's failed on the left is to make any appeal to anything for young men. The left hasn't offered young men anything. There's nothing that would be appealing to a young man when you look at left policy. But there's lots of things that are appealing to young women. And so I think if Democrats want to talk to young men, they have to talk to young men. But I don't think it falls as simply down to like rational versus irrational. I think that's like a flattening of the nuance.
I think that
Well, they have to have something to offer them. I mean, she just kind of said the problem without really giving like a, and then the answer was kind of like nonsense. So what she just said was men are leaving because the left has nothing to offer them, whereas it does have a lot to offer young women. And so if the left wants the men back, they need to talk to them. Why? About what? They don't want to talk. They want to know, like, that getting invested or involved in the left side of politics is going to be helpful for them and society. And they don't feel that way right now. So, what is your answer, Kyla?
that modern liberal orthodoxy is antithetical to masculinity, and that uh, the men who remain on the liberal side are largely what we call, and I quote, this is a biological term, sneaky fuckers. Are y'all familiar with that term?
Yep.
Are you familiar with sneaky fucker?
Lay it out for me.
So in biology, there are some species. There's an example of one fish where there's two different types of males, large and small. The large male earns favor with the females by being strong and powerful.
Oh yeah,
The sneaky fucker goes in the middle of the night and inseminates the eggs and flees.
yeah.
And so largely, I see what you're saying. And my view is, and obviously not absolute. There's a lot of men who actually are into leftist liberal ideology. I'm just saying I think it's a generality that an ideology that the orthodoxy focuses on oppressors, who has the power, is going to be antithetical to a man who is seeking to empower himself and become strong. And then what you end up with is among millennials, the data in 2018 was that 70% of millennial women were Democrat, 30% were conservative, and 55% of millennial men were conservative and 45% were Democrat. The data probably changed, but I think you get a large portion of weaker.
Hey, Wi-Fi, I'm assuming you put a bicep because you're at the gym. That's what's up, bro. Keep it up. I don't know if it's like, I feel like there is certainly a loud element of like the left that is very anti-masculinity. I don't think that just the general sort of center left Democratic Party type left is actually like anti-masculinity. I think it's more of like a marketing problem. But we'll see if Tim elaborates on that a little more.
Males who find their path towards, I guess, sexual marketplace success in being the male feminist pandering to women, telling them what they want to hear so that they can earn favor, whereas the other guys are defiant dude bros chest bumping. And that's an exaggeration, but that's, you get the idea.
Yeah, I think there's something. So like the sneaky fucker is very fun. In Evo human psych, there's not like a ton of evidence for this as like a mating strategy. It's more like birds that do this. But this idea that I think is actually more true, that I think is more grounded on reality that we're talking about, is this idea that essentially for you to perform well as a man in the liberal space, there has to be a certain level of like
I definitely go to Tim Pool to learn about masculinity. I believe he's a couple years older than me, so he's like 35 or so, I think. You know what? I'm not gonna do Tim like that. Tim Pool age 39. So yeah, he's like 4 years older than me. Or no, 5 years older than me. No wife, no kids, etc., etc. Playing on the internet all day. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Maybe not the most masculine figure alive. No, I'm not sitting here acting like I'm the peak of traditional masculinity either, but I think that by Tim's definition of masculinity, he probably falls a little bit short. Also, is he a little bit short? I don't know. I might be making that up. I might be thinking of Destiny.
castigation you have to do toward masculinity and like a promotion of femininity that's almost exclusively performative, right? Especially because as a woman, I wouldn't say liberals are like inherently better at like certain forms of sexism, right? Like there's a lot of times where I feel like just my existence, I just don't get respected as much like at a default, even in liberal spaces. And so what I think happens is there's a lot of performativity. And in the case of on the left, we've had this issue where if you want to be left coded, and by left coded, I mean perform, appear, and feel left. You've got the language, usually some aesthetic, right? I appear more left than I appear right. I've got like a choker on and whatnot. In all these ways, if you want to perform left, you have to do some level of service to femininity. And if you're going to talk about masculinity, you have to caveat and couch it within these other things. That's how I kind of view it, which if you're a young man, you're just like, what the fuck? Like,
Well,
where am I?
maybe that's
Yeah, so that was another really good descriptor of the problem. That's a huge, like, reason that men seem to be so categorically kind of like just not interested in left-leaning politics. But I really want to hear a good prescriptor for what she thinks we should do to fix that. Because just they need to talk to men. I don't know. I don't know. Like, about what? They don't want to talk. We need a real prescriptor for this situation, an actual solution.
a good way to put it. It's just easier to be on the right.
For men?
You don't really have to do a whole lot.
Yeah, and
You could sit around eating chicken wings as long as you're talking about football and you don't say weird leftist things. The right's going to be okay with you.
Yeah, that's one thing that I was wanting to point out too, is that I think that, you know, they're moving right because at least the right is listening, or at the very least they're just like cool with it. You know what I mean? Like you're saying, you can just sit on the couch and hang out with the bros a little bit to a degree. When you're disagreeing with right wingers, they're not going to destroy your lives because you have a disagreement. So you're both maybe on the right, but you know I'm probably a little more farther right, or you're a little closer to the center. You're not going to be ostracized for this. On the left, you have like a large shift going extreme left, and these people are like tearing down even their own. I think that the Democrat Party and left currently is actually kind of fighting with itself a lot too.
Well, I define.
I agree with that 100%. I am definitely like a little bit left of center as far as politics goes, but I would rather hang out with like moderates or conservatives than anyone further left than me. I mean, that's just crazy. Saying men are more rational is an oversimplification and does not reflect the complexities of human behavior. By the way, hello Martin, how you doing today? I completely agree. I mean, you can say men are more rational, and that might be true in some aspects of socialization and, you know, work ethic and stuff. But to say that men are more rational across the board is just absurd. I mean, we do most of the crime. We tend to react more violently when we have emotional dysregulation. Not all of us, not all the time, but it on like a general broad sense. So to just be like men are more rational, that's why they're conservative. It's totally missing the point, I think. Um, but we'll see.
In wokeness as cult-like adherence to liberal social orthodoxy. And the reason for it is you get a lot of people on the right and they say that wokeness is critical race theory, critical gender theory, Marxist. Well, that's not correct. While that is a large component of liberal orthodoxy, support for Ukraine does not fall into that. People try to shoehorn it in by saying, oh, but Ukraine is the weaker being oppressed by the Russians. And I'm like, that doesn't explain NATO expansionism. NATO expansionism is not the, Russia is small compared to NATO. NATO is encroaching on Russian space. There's a big debate over that. So the oppressor doesn't make sense there. Islam being the second biggest religion in the world and a strong theocratic, fundamentalist, militaristic religion also doesn't quite make sense. It is the adherence to the modern liberal orthodoxy, which is relatively amorphous. And so I pulled up just this real quick example. The four lights from Star Trek. Are you guys familiar with the four lights?
I'm not.
Star Trek: The Next Generation. Captain Picard. Oh, everybody's not a Trekkie. He is grown.
Oh, I think I. All right, so I'm not a Trekkie, but I'm pretty sure I know what he's talking about. It's like Picard's like getting. We're gonna try to guess. I think it's like Picard is getting tortured by some aliens that kidnap him or something, or maybe it was an alien. I have no idea. He's getting tortured by someone, and he's like trying to get him to say that there's four lights, but there's, or he's trying, like the torturer is trying to get Picard to say that there's like six lights or five lights or something, but there's only actually four. Matthew Badkey reacting to Tim is cringe, let alone bright pink headphones. We are reacting to Notsoerudite on Tim. Ad hominem about headphones. Ugh, that's the most cringe thing anyone's ever done. But welcome to the chat. You're more than welcome to stay and hang out. This probably seems like you might do that. Even if it's just a troll, I don't mind. Yeah, that's it.
Don't
All
care.
right, let's see if I was right.
Captain Picard is captured by an enemy faction. He's brought into a torture room where the enemy commander has four lights above him, and he says, how many lights do you see? And Picard says, 4, and then he gets electrocuted. And he says, you are incorrect. There are 5 lights. And now, how many lights do you see? And Picard says, 4, and he gets electrocuted again. And the whole episode basically finally ends with him screaming in the face of the commander, there are 4 lights, which becomes a cultural meme, especially from among millennials and those who watch The Next Generation grew up with it. The captain refused to bow to a false reality he was being forced to through pain of punishment. That's how I view a lot of younger guys and a lot of people on the right, a lot of post-liberals, former liberals, whatever. The left is demanding you adhere to things that are completely false. Otherwise, they will cause you pain. They will take your job. You will be kicked out of social circles. The right has no such precepts. Now, to be that is a bit as absolute. The right certainly has some, but it is.
Now, I would also put a timeline on this. I think it's really important to look at a timeline. So I was actually watching your conversation with Bill Maher. Bill Maher. How do you pronounce his last name?
Maher, I guess. Maher.
Maher.
Send it, yeah.
And he pointed out to you something that I think is really important, where he talked about like, well, yeah, the left and the right, when we're talking about it from like 2016 to now, I think I agree broadly with your narrative. I might not use like all the same language. Like I don't call it cult, like I call it religious. I think it's like fundamentally religious in like performance, which not all religions are cults, right? Because like the left isn't making you like abandon your family necessarily. They're making you fight with.
Oh, Tim's gonna fight on that one. Definitely. I remember tons of very loud liberals and leftists being like basically telling you to abandon your family if they voted for Trump, don't talk to them, treat them like they deserve, all this stuff. So that's just not really true. Now, what Tim was saying, there's definitely some things in the progressive left camp that are really hard to like try to understand. So his allegory to the four lights thing, it does kind of make sense. It's unfortunate because like the main like actual liberal ideology really doesn't have anything to do with those things. These are like separate social issues that progressives lean heavily into out of like I I'm sure a lot of them believe it. With a lot of them it's just virtue signaling. But it's unfortunately it's not like an actual critique on like liberalism, like the concept of liberalism. But back to what Erudite just said, the left absolutely tells you to abandon your family. I I know Tim is gonna bite on this, and I don't think she's gonna be able to defend it. Even when fundamentalist Christians pro clutch, it's largely a joke and a Karen whining. I think that's mostly true. My family is very Christian. They're not super fundamentalists. They're Catholic. But even when they're, getting opinionated, it's just kind of like it's not serious. So I understand. I see what you're saying.
With your family.
Well, I got to pause you there.
They're not
Yeah.
making you abandon your family. They're making you fight with
Prominent
your
left
family.
personalities have said, cut off your family. Even on
Yeah.
MSNBC, they've said, don't show up to Thanksgiving. Was it Jen Psaki who was like, don't go to Thanksgiving with your family if they support Trump or something? Maybe it wasn't her, but this is MSNBC.
Sure, I imagine that there are.
We saw a wave of this after 2016 when he got elected the first time, which admittedly I wasn't paying as much attention then. And honestly, I followed a little bit more of your kind of line. I actually followed you a lot more in like 2018 because I was also like coming from the left around 2016, getting into politics when I started a family and stuff. You saw a wave of people getting, all this pushback saying not to, just what you're saying, not to talk to your family. All these videos, and then now again you're seeing the same thing on TikTok. Waves of them after.
Well,
this
there's
election.
who's that
I
one?
stopped talking to my family because
Sure, but we don't use
they
like
voted for X.
we have to be really cautious, right? So as somebody who's on the left, right, who is friends with lots of people on the left, grew up fundamentalist right, by the way. I don't cut off anyone in my life. I have lots of conservative family. I would never cut them off. I'm very close to my neighbor who is a dogged libertarian.
Yeah, but the
Trump
exception doesn't
supporter.
make the rule.
No,
we're talking in general.
This is my argument,
Yeah.
right? There are loud, squeaky wheels that we need to do on the left a better job of policing. It is better if the left goes, hold on, that's crazy. Okay, we don't agree with this. The left's problem is that we.
Yes and no, because there were very prominent Democrats and regular liberal pundits that were saying this exact same stuff. It was not just one squeaky wheel on the cart that needed to be greased. It was a lot of wheels. It was like 3 out of the 4 wheels on the cart were all saying crazy stuff like this. Especially when Trump got elected the first time. That was a wild time. Come on, Erudite.
We don't kick out our extreme left. Not that the extreme left represents the broad group. The problem with the left, especially my side, is that we're kind of cowardly and soft and status quo. And so we don't speak up to our extreme fringe right, left, which is why like the far left progressives have so much more ability to speak, despite the fact that their like actual like functional policies are only like pretty weakly represented within the Democratic Party. The Biden-Obama party is the strong party within the Democrat Party.
So how do you define what left means? What does it mean to be on the left?
I mean, it's like spectrumal, right? But like essentially you're probably going to be pro-welfare state. You're probably going to be pro like trans, gay, LGBTQ. So you're going to be like economically and socially left by and large.
So but you use left in.
Yeah, see, this is why I don't call myself like actually left. I'm a little bit left of center because economically I'm a little bit left. Not like anti-capitalist or anything, but I'm generally in favor of there being some social programs, maybe not as far as some of the Definitely not as far as some of the progressives go, but generally speaking, I'm in agreement there. There's some foreign affairs stuff that I'm a little bit center of left on, especially these days. That keeps changing, though. The parties keep massively shifting when it comes to who supports what wars and who doesn't. Um, it's that social stuff where I really am more of like in the center. And it's those social things. Some of them are like, they're just so alienating to a lot of right leaning or moderate people who just like, they can't get on board. Like, and they don't even, it doesn't even matter how big of an issue it is. So, like, there's not that many trans women that play sports, like at all, compared to the population. But that concept is so like far out to them that they hear that and they're just turned off from the whole entire thing. Which, and I don't even really 100%, I don't even blame them. I mean, it's why I consider myself moderate, is because some of those things just seem so far out into left field. I wonder if that's where that phrase came from. That they're just a big turnoff from actually being like, I'm on the left. Like, not, am I on the left? Because like you're on the left, and that seems crazy. So yeah, I think there is a point to be had there.
The definition. So pro trans.
Sure. So
is
yeah, when
left.
I use left in the definition because I think we know, but like when I say socially left, it's usually like you're chill with gay people getting married. You don't really care if trans people exist.
What does that mean? You don't care if trans people exist?
Like you're probably going to support them transitioning, things like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Economic left would be welfare state. You're going to be pro social safety net, and you're probably going to be pro regulation of the market. Right? These are typically what we view as left policies.
What about? I mean, there are people on the right that are trans themselves, are pro adults being allowed to trans and do whatever they want. They're pro welfare state. They're moderate on abortion, but they're still called right.
Well, there's kind of two problems. One is that politics has devolved. I mean, I get called right by a lot of like further left people. I'm obviously not right. So if you want to have, the issue is I can talk to you about the.
Yeah, same. I'm like definitely not a conservative by any traditional definition, but anyone further left than me would definitely be like, you're right wing, even though I'm not. And Kyla is even further left than I am, and people still call her right wing, which is insane. That's insane. That's such a huge problem on the left, is that the span of which you can be on the left is so astronomically huge that no matter where you are, unless you're all the way at the end, everyone further than you is going to just say you're on the right. And it's like, that was backwards, but you got my point.
The far left, and I can talk to you about the liberals and like the space that I'm a part of. And so whichever one you want me to like speak to, I can. In my group, I would say, I'm not sure. You're probably somewhere politically on the spectrum, on like moderate, maybe shifting right. I don't know like all of your policies necessarily, but you'd probably be somewhere in the moderate like center space. But performatively, they're going to feel like you were demonstrably right wing, particularly if your audience is demonstrably right wing. The way that the far left would view that is that you're far right because they don't even think the Democrat Party is truly left, right?
So here's let
Audience, sound off in the chat. Are you right, left, center? What's going on over there? I don't care. You're all welcome to stay. Absolutely. I have no qualms no matter what. But I'm just curious.
let's start here. Like we're talking about young men wanting to adhere to reality. They're tired of being told there are 5 lights when there are 4. And the trans issue is a really great example. It relates to the broader political correctness, but you can't get your average left liberal, I mean both, even a member of Congress, to define woman.
Yeah.
If you're a young guy entering the political space and you see an interaction where
Yeah, that's not even progressives and leftists. That's like mainstream Democrats now. They're like literally terrified to just even attempt to answer that question because they think the further left people are going to cancel them. That's that that one really boggles my mind watching some of the mental gymnastics like in Congress when a congressman or woman asks somebody what is a woman and they literally can't even answer the question. But see, this is why I'm a gender abolitionist. Gender isn't real, it's nonsense. It's just a nonsense construct that doesn't really serve a purpose anymore.
A woman says to another woman in Congress, "What is a woman?" And well, I'm not a biologist. I can't answer that. You're a young guy going, "What the fuck?"
Sure.
Now,
Yeah.
I think for young women, they're saying, "Don't like." I think women are motivated by social hierarchy and social order. Women are subject oriented on.
Hey, Bleed the Grift, how you doing today? Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I'm a little bit to the left of center on like economics and some foreign affairs stuff, and then for the rest, I'm kind of all over the place. It really depends on the issue.
Average. Men are object oriented on average. So that's why I think we get this divide. Young men say that is insane, whereas women say you're speaking out against the group, against the collective.
Well, and it's a bit of a joke too to say, men are more rational, but it is true that men are more pragmatic. They're more based in logic and reason, and women can operate a little more emotionally, and so I think they're in fear of hurting the feelings. Like even, I've had discussions with like close, female friends of mine, and we have, children, and we're discussing things like this, and they're also afraid of what their children are going to grow up in, what their children are going to be taught, because the leaders of society can't even define, what things are, based off of like what you're saying.
Pure inconsistencies like 10-year-olds can't get tattoos but can get puberty blockers. Right. And so when you ask like, what's the logic of not telling children they can't permanently alter their bodies when they're minors, except in this one instance. Additionally, you said that one of the things about being left is you're going to be okay with transition and things like this. Then you have the question from young guys and from people in general, why is this the one DSM-5 disorder that we affirm and the others we don't? And there's no answers for this.
Well, there is an answer. It's because transition seems to reduce suicidality by 60%.
False.
It's not false. This is like repeated.
Define suicidality.
Suicidality is in attempts.
That's incorrect.
It's not incorrect. This is unquestionable.
Chase, what was the Supreme Court argument from the ACLU? Did you listen to that? The ACLU's lawyer said, in fact, it does not, to the Supreme Court. And so what we look at is
Godspeed, right-leaning centrist, however, do subscribe to objectivism and Hoppianism. So you got a little libertarian in you. I had a little libertarian in me for a while. I probably still do have a little libertarian in me. It's less to do with the actual libertarian policy and more to do with just like the kind of general spirit of libertarianism. I think I still hold a little bit of that, which is good. I think everyone should hold a little bit of libertarianism in their spirit.
Here's where I'm at. Don't know, don't care about whatever the DSM mental disorder is, be anorexia, bulimia, pica, don't care. What's the treatment? We find that the existing scientific research says that desistance rates, not detransition, desistance, where a child who is trans entering puberty simply desists from being trans, is greater than chance. Some estimates between 65 to 90%. Suicidal ideation is around 37 to 40% among people who do transition. That would imply there is a greater possibility to reduce suicidal ideation by not intervening with medical treatment.
The other option is actually to affirm the birth-given gender. I tried to look up some studies for this, and I don't think there's ever been any studies done where they're specifically on people who have body dysmorphia or trans, ideology or whatever, and think they're another gender and are trying to transition, being given the like testosterone if they're male and estrogen if they're female. But there are studies that have been done that are given to patients who have depression, and I'm pretty sure there's a handful of studies that were double-blind where they give them testosterone or estrogen and it decreases their depression rates.
Sure. So this is where I want to go back to this timeline conversation, right? I'm not here interested in defending the crazy left. Most of my career was spent fighting them, right? I fought most of these people most of my career because I believe that if the left wants to.
This is true, just for the record. Anyone who's not familiar with Kyla, she goes by Notsoerudite on YouTube and the Twitter, all the social stuff. She's a Christian liberal progressive. She's not super, super far left. She's probably more similar to like a Destiny-ish type of outlook on things. But she's not just like grifting here. She does actually fight with the left and the far left in particular quite a lot. That is true. Martin, I was very left till I started making money. You hear that a lot. You kind of hear that in both directions. It's like when you start making like a decent amount of money, you kind of go a little bit more to the right. If you start making like tons and tons of money, sometimes that kind of splits. I heard Destiny explain this one time, and it was kind of like he realized how much better how much better his son's opportunities were than the other students around him, and he just kind of like felt like that was wrong. Which I understand. And then the other kind of side of it, I think, is more where you're coming from, of the like, I have all this money and now they're just taking so much of it. And it's like, for what? And that's a lot to do with like progressive ideology, the kind of like Bernie Sanders style of like, once you start making money, we're just going to take it. That's not really how it goes down, but that's like the vibe. And I would probably say like 75 to 80% of politics is like vibe based. And if you're not putting out the right vibe, you're just kind of like turning so many people off. I'm going to turn my fan on real quick. Getting a little hot in here. All right.
To represent anything, they need to have a strong back. They need to believe in something, and they need to kick out their extremists, right? And I think that the left failed to do that. The issue is that a lot of people are looking at the left and right, and they're looking 2016 to now, and they're not looking at, say, 2016 to 1970.
Yeah, but you would consider yourself to be probably in support of that position, right?
Which position?
About, gender affirming care
It depends on what you mean when you say gender
for
affirming
children
care.
specifically.
By and large, I'm pretty skeptical about the process by which we
You would
properly evaluate children.
Generally support it, though, right?
If it's managed better, right now, I think it's too experimental. I think
But
it's
You're right, Wayne.
But you separate yourself from the left, the extreme left, and like as a more of a lay person, sort of on the right. I mean, that's extreme left to me.
What
I mean,
I'm saying?
Even considering.
I don't even think you've gotten to what I'm saying, though. Right? Like the issue is that like we can talk about the far left, and I'm probably just going to agree with you that there's a lot of crazies. The timeline conversation that we need to have is we need to remember what it was like from like 1990 to 2016 when the right had a lot of strong cultural war. I remember growing up.
This is true. All right. So I grew up in the like Rush Limbaugh era of republicanism, when Republicans were trying to like, there was a lot of way more staunchly anti-LGBT, well, LGB. They're still pretty staunchly anti-T, but what else was going on? I remember there was this huge thing with teaching evolution in schools. There were a lot more like, do any of you remember, I don't know how old any of you are, but if any of you remember, like there used to be these huge conservative pushes against like violence in video games and different sort of content in music and all that kind of stuff that's sort of kind of fallen to the wayside now. There's been a lot of, she's right, there's been a lot of change in what it means to be conservative or Republican over the last like 50 years. It's changed a lot. It's like that old joke: if you're not a liberal by 25, you're heartless. If you're not a conservative by 35, you're brainless. Yeah, it's a good meme joke. There is definitely some there's some truth to it, I would say. But I think it's more I think that if you ever get too ideologically attached to like just the group aspect of like, I need to be a liberal or a conservative, I think that's where everyone kind of goes wrong. If you're in a room with 10,000 people and all of you agree on everything, some of you are lying. Like, that's just categorically has to be true. Yes, the satanic panics. That was another big one. As a metalhead, I strongly and staunchly oppose the satanic panic. Turns out Satanists don't even actually worship Satan. They're just atheists. But but yeah, if you ever find yourself in a room with 10,000 people and you 100% agree with all of them, someone's lying, something is wrong, someone or a large group of you are not using your logical brain to actually assess the issues that you're all agreeing on. Like, that's just not possible. And when you get into like these far left circles and these far right circles where everyone just falls in step and agrees on everything, there's something wrong there. Like, no group of 10,000 or millions of people are that cohesive. It's just not. There's something that's not logically driven. Everything from poking to Marilyn Manson was satanic. Literally everything. It was everything. I remember that era of just Marilyn Manson being on every single talk show to try to like explain to people that like it's not satanic. Everybody calm down. Soft num nums. I put this on my earbuds 6 minutes in to fall back asleep to, but holy shit, I can't stand her voice anymore. Knowing her shallow tactics, I just can't. Poor me. Yeah, poor you. I tend to like Kyla. I don't think she has a very particularly aggressive voice. I mean, have you heard Tommy Lauren talk? It's like, it's much worse. But I digress. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
In a very conservative idea where evolution was viewed as evil and bad and anti everything, when this is an anti-science perspective that was dominant on the right, and it feels like we've forgotten about this. I grew up in a school where parents were advocating to remove any mention of evolution, any mention of adaptations over time. They just wanted to basically cut out a large portion of biological science. And so while I agree that the left won the culture war in 2016, well,
Kavos, just admit you're a lefty. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But knowing it's with her and how she does things. How exactly does she do things?
they canceled their opponents off of it mostly, and they did a lot of bad stuff. And they went too far. I would just agree with that. The issue is that I'm still fundamentally left because my principles and my policies fall.
It's distinct to her, like Destiny, you're listening to him, that's all. She definitely had a influence from Destiny at a certain time in her politics. They definitely don't agree on everything though. I like Kyla, but sometimes she seems naive. The one thing that kind of bugs me about Kyla is she's doing it in this conversation, and I think she's doing it to not get Tim too riled up so early. is she's not really giving any prescriptions for how to like fix the issue. I hope she does later in the episode. We're only 20 minutes in, so it's kind of hard to tell at this point, but I hope she does at least posit some type of prescriptions for how we might want to fix this. Now everything is sexist and racist. Yeah, it's just like a cultural shift. I wonder what it'll be next. First everything was satanic, now everything is sexist. I wonder what's next.
Left. And I believe in a party, whatever party it is, that stands up for those things that I value.
Which specific, like, so outside of the crazy left stuff, what particularly would you look for in a party?
Strong institutions, not
Like, what does that mean?
strong institutions means institutions that are effective, that are power balanced, and are reactive with speed.
What does this mean, like the FBI or the Federal Reserve? Like, what institutions do you mean?
Most of them. So like most of the institutions that I think that we've erected are by and large pretty good. I think there's good reason for them,
Like
though I don't know all
the
of
FBI.
Sure, but I don't know like all of the history for it. I'm willing to basically grant that I'm not smarter than like 200 years of American institutional development to just assume that I know better than the FBI necessarily, right?
No, I'm not trying to, it's not a gotcha. I mean, like, when you say the institutions, does it mean universities? Does it mean the post?
Universities, healthcare.
Hey Bonsley, welcome to the chat. Yeah, that I feel like that kind of already came and went. Or we might still be on like the tail end of that. It's funny, you sort of set a trap with the culture wars. Yeah, that worked for a couple years. Everyone knows now though, for sure. Like at this point, Kyla 100% knew exactly who she was coming here to talk to today. It's definitely been that way for a few years. Although I saw a couple of clips from a recent episode. Who was that guy? It was that commentator that was still running the Trump neo-Nazis there's good people on both sides quote that's kind of been like pretty categorically rejected by everyone at this point. And Tim kind of caught him up. So maybe not everybody, but he also seemed a little out of it in the clip. Might have been a little tired or on something. I'm not sure.
The three branches of the government, the central banking, the
central banking. Wow.
Yeah, the NGO that exists to kind of like counterbalance and
Yes, Adam Conover. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah, he seemed like he woke up in another dimension 10 minutes before he walked onto the set there.
Third party check certain things. So when I talk about the institutions, I'm talking broadly about most of the institutions. The CDC,
Yeah, but I
I
think you recognize many of them grow corrupt over a long period of time, right?
Right. So this would be my counter. On the left.
And so what Kyle is saying right now is actually why I do consider myself slightly left of center, like a traditional liberal. Because I do believe that we need strong, solid institutions. Hopefully she explains a little better what that means, because Tim is bringing up a good point in that as institutions age, and some of our institutions are coming up on hundreds of years old, and the fact that they are generally full of politicians leads to a lot of tendency towards like corruption and corruption. And just like self-serving sort of attitudes within those institutions and that's not good. That I don't like. That I don't think anyone likes that, except for the people in them.
We say strong institutions, and the problem is that I think a lot of them have become rigid. And I don't know if you know much about metalsmithing, but there's this idea.
Just gonna bring up a metalsmithing allegory? Okay. All right, Erudite. Let's see. Let's hear it. Because I happen to know a little bit about metalsmithing.
But there's this idea when you're building swords, for example, you need to have a strong sword. It needs to be both flexible and strong. So if it's too hard and not flexible, it'll break. right?
Mm-hmm.
And if it's too flexible but not hard enough, it'll bend. And so when I
True.
say strong institutions, I mean basically the properly crafted sword. It needs to be flexible enough to react to stuff, which I think proceduralism has killed our flexibility, but it needs to be strong enough to withstand people who might want to attack the Constitution, people who might want to be corrupt, which most people that enter politics are probably somewhat corrupt to some degree, right? It needs to be able to withstand these things with the assumption of what incentive structures do to human nature.
So who did you vote for in 2024?
I'm not American, so.
Oh, you're not American?
No.
Oh.
I agree with what Kyla just said. That was a really good analogy. Institutions need to be strong, but not so strong that they are completely inflexible, much like when you're metalsmithing. When you have a blade, I'll do a little explanation just because I love this stuff. When you make a blade and the steel is too hard, the edge has a tendency to like chip. And then, or you can just break the blade entirely by hitting it on something that's too hard. You see this a lot with like camp knives when you're like bashing them into anything you would want to baton with, stuff like that, chopping type tools. But you also don't want it to be too soft because then it'll bend. It won't be strong enough to make the cuts. Instead of the edge chipping, what you'll get is like rolling, and it'll dull a lot faster. You weld and forge, bro. I've done a little forging. Nothing I would write home to mom about. I'm not that good at it, but I have a rudimentary understanding of some basic metalsmithing. I have done a little bit of welding for work. Mostly brazing though. Not a ton of like not a lot of like TIG or MIG welding. I have done those things before, not professionally though. Nothing like that. Mostly just like rented the equipment, watched a YouTube video, and built a ladder for my dad for the treehouse he made. But it was a lot of fun. If I ever have like a ton of spare time, I want to get a little more into that because it's so much fun. Adam outed himself on Jerry. I think I saw that clip too. Uh, he just he every time I see a clip with him in it, it just seems like he just kind of like wandered in to nowhere. Make board games a sport, and then maybe there won't be advantage. So it actually turns out that even with some board games, like chess in particular, men still seem to have some weird advantage. I saw someone explain this one time, but I'm not super scientifically minded, so I didn't quite 100% understand it. But it's something to do with like, so like I'm bad at chess. I would not be part of this group of men that's amazing at chess. And those men that are like amazing at chess probably would be less likely to be extreme physical specimens, like kind of like what Adam was referring to. But there's something about men with our brain that like is just more oriented to that particular game and other games that employ similar strategies. Maybe we'll do a dive into the gender stuff one day. I mean, I'm sure we will at some point, but every sport is created for men, sports for women. No, it's okay. You can ramble. Apparently in like a very specific long distance running, there is women are starting to overtake men. So there is a little bit, a teeny tiny smidgen of merit to like, there might be some sports where once women really establish themselves and like learn how to excel at that sport, they may catch up a little bit, but it's mostly going to be like track styles things, long distance running, stuff like that. It'll never be like physical contact sports. That's just completely out of the question. Even really physical sports that don't have contact, like soccer and other stuff like that, it's still completely out of the question. It'll never even be close
Are you Canadian?
I'm Canadian.
unless we slip into a transhumanist future where we transcend our physical beings and enhance them with bionic technology. Then we might be in a whole new situation.
All these Canadians coming to our country trying to influence our politics.
Yeah,
Or to
true.
think
What to do?
okay, who'd you vote for in Canada? Trudeau?
I didn't vote in this last election because I haven't been in the country for like almost 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Before that was Aaron O'Toole, who's a conservative. Before that was NDP.
you voted for a conservative?
Yep, I vote all in Canada.
Yeah, Canada's a little different. So when she says conservative in Canada, it's more like what we would consider to be a traditional Democrat, not a progressive or a leftist, but just like a traditional, like Donald Trump way back in the day when he was just like a traditional New York Democrat. That kind of conservative.
We don't have this like.
Yeah, you vote for a party, don't you?
Well, we have like 6, right? It's less culturally baked in that like if you're a conservative, you're always conservative and forever conservative. Like most people in Canada will vote like maybe NDP locally. At a provincial level, they might vote like Liberal, and then at a federal level, they might vote like something else, right? Like that's pretty standard in Canada.
So U.S. wise, you would probably still find yourself aligned with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, theoretically, if I had been able to vote and I was American.
I'm pro cyborg based. Cyborg the fighter. No, like if we all become cyborgs. And then we'll be equal in sports because we'll be robots and we'll both have the same robot parts.
I probably would have voted.
This is what I can't understand. I mean, by all means, criticize the Trump administration, whatever. I don't care. The Obama administration, I'm not going to speak to anyone before when I like Bill Clinton. I can say very little about. I was a child, but I can say that Bush sucked and violated the Constitution. Mm-hmm. Obama sucked, violated the Constitution, and we can go into great detail how. And Joe Biden and his administration was probably the most egregious violation of constitutional norms and our institutions that I've ever seen in my life.
The most. Hey, Wicked, how you doing? No worries about being late. We're only about 20 minutes into a 3-hour video. Was Biden the most disrespectful of the Constitution? I'm not sure about that. All of our presidents and politicians have blatantly and flagrantly, violated the Constitution at some point or another. So I'm curious to hear Tim's justification for Biden being the most violating of the Constitution. It is Friday. I had a nice short day at work today, so that was good. Well, if we're cyborgs, we can be pregnant, soft num-nums. So, look out.
Sure, and then now we have like 2024 Trump, who I would argue is like also violating the Constitution, like pretty openly. And so I guess my question to you would be, I don't really want to participate in any of this. First of all, if I was an American, I'd be voting in my midterms and my primaries and my locals, right? Not just my federal, which most people don't even do. Most people that complain about their politics don't even vote at their primaries, which is how you get the nuance in your own party. If you're mad, like that's what I say to leftists, if you're mad that the...
That's true. Most people, only like half of people vote in the federal election, let alone the primaries, let alone their local ordinances, let alone their town, their state. A lot of complaining and not a lot of action. And that's across the board. That doesn't matter what political leaning you have. None of that matters. Most people don't engage with the political process other than to complain, which is not good to have in a democracy.
Democrats don't represent you, vote in your primaries. If you're not voting in your primaries, you'll never get represented at a federal level. Like, what are you even talking about?
There's a word for this when someone believes.
Now, that I disagree on. Leftists should definitely not vote in Democratic primaries. They should continue to just cry in the corner. I'm fine with that. Stay away.
believes in voting to change things that the left uses. I forgot what it was.
Probably a stupid liberal.
It's like no, it's like votarian or like
True.
it's some word like that, voterist or something. A person who believes that voting will change a system.
I believe in democracy, right? And I think democracy is the best system we've arrived at thus far. Not because I think democracy is a fundamental good or capitalism. I think that they are two systems that we have created that take incentive structures that almost make people always do bad shit, power, money, greed, and it has, with those incentive structures, made the best country with the most human rights and the most flourishing in all of human history.
But we aren't a democracy.
We are a democracy.
The United States is a constitutional republic with democratically elected representatives.
Do you know why?
Oh, are they going to do this argument? Oh, I hope they don't do this for a long time. We're kind of a democracy. We're kind of not. We're not a direct democracy, but we have democratic elements in our organization. They're just gonna they're about to use two different words to describe the same thing back and forth at each other for. Oh, I really hope it doesn't take that long.
Why the founders said a constitutional republic? Because a liberal democracy wasn't a term that was invented yet.
Liberal democracy is like a semantic term historically to represent countries that function with some kind of electoral
So is a
representative.
constitutional republic, because if you look back at the constitutional republic and what
Yes, a liberal democracy and a constitutional republic are the same thing. They're the same thing. You just both like a different word.
they describe, it later became what we know now as a liberal democracy. The reason that the founding fathers, like Hamilton and Madison, who are the people writing on this in the like original letters, the reason that they explicitly talk about not using the word democracy is because when they think of democracy, they thought of the Greeks, and they're like, well, we don't want some like crazy, like just vote by population democracy. We don't like that thing. We want something that is more like essentially what we have now, which is a liberal democracy.
Republicanism.
Yeah, where
various jurisdictions who send an elected representative to go and represent the interests of the area.
Sure. The issue is that like we just do have a democracy. Like we're fundamentally, if in every way we're functioning as a democracy, we're acting as a democracy, we're voting, then like at some point we have to call the duck a duck. Like it feels like
Congress does not enact policy based on the will of the people. That's a fact. It's usually the will of the wealthy and the elite.
But is that because it's specifically designed that way, or is that because none of us vote? None of us actually engage in the democracy, which kind of takes away from the democratic aspects of our constitutional republic and or liberal democracy. It's just, oh God, this part is so boring. This part is so boring. They don't with both of them. I like on some points, but I kind of like her even after the whole. Kyla's pretty based for a liberal. Well, for being she's more progressive than a regular liberal. I would say I'm like a center-leaning liberal. She's more of a progressive-leaning liberal. But yeah, she's usually tries to be as logical as she can. She definitely has some blind spots, but who doesn't? And it's not simping to respect someone who has like logical thoughts and reasonable takes on stuff, even if we don't agree with them on everything. Although I'm anti-synth, I would ban the mass production of sentient, sapient androids, robots for the purposes of servitude. If we are going to have such machines, keep them simple and stupid. Yeah, I saw iRobot. That whole sentience thing doesn't seem to end well. Godspeed underestimates the sapient androids. I think he's accurately estimating them, and that we should keep them away from servitude, because then iRobot will happen. And we all saw that movie, right? Am I aging myself here?
Which is what the founding fathers intended, which is why the 17th Amendment got ratified in the early 1900s, because the original idea of how senators were sent to Congress at the federal level was that your state reps would choose to represent the state. So you would vote for a state rep who would then, in their own council, say, we want our state senator to be that guy over there, and no one had a say in it. So in the early 1900s, they were like, hey, the problem is they're sending cronies, so we're going to change this. And I don't actually agree. I think they did it because it allowed the subversion of state choice, state authority. But the general idea among the founding fathers was that we needed, quote, better men to decide for the public, not a democracy.
Right. This is why you have the electoral college in the first place. This is why I tell people vote in your primaries. But this is a democracy, right? Just because you vote for an elected and then that elected gets to make decisions on your behalf, this is still fundamentally, in every way, democracy, right? The function.
Not in every way. If it was a democracy in every way, then it would be a direct democracy, which is like what socialists and some socialists and communists sort of advocate towards, even though it doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's the democratic elements within a constitutional republic. This is just such a boring side quest.
Of a democracy is that the will of the people transfer their authority and their power to an elect who then speaks for them. And we can talk about whether or not the people who speak for them do a good enough job. You and I would probably agree a lot because I'm very critical of it.
Do you think in the past 100 years, the U.S. government has actually enacted policies at the will of the American people?
By and large, yes.
I think the data shows us that the answer is no, they don't. There was the plutonomy article from Citibank 14 years ago, where Citibank drafted this internal paper to be shared with a bunch of financial interests saying the United States is not a democracy, it is a plutonomy where the wealthy control the political class and the political class enacts the interests of the wealthy elite. I think that's actually fascinating because
with like all the NGOs and lobbyists and money in politics, that is kind of how it ends up panning out. I don't think that's the intention, but that is kind of how democracy and the way that we organize it does end up panning out. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what a better system would look like. Like if we were to abandon democracy in some way and switch to something else. Obviously, I don't think communism or socialism would be a better system. I don't know. Yeah, what Tim just said is probably the closest to what the end result ends up being when you organize it this way. I'm not sure what would be better. I think if we kind of tried to take some of those elements away, that might be a little better. But if we were to like abandon democracy, what would be better? I mean, obviously, like benevolent dictatorship is like the highest functioning form of government as far as like efficiency and all that. But how do you know if your dictator is going to be benevolent? You don't. You're just kind of winging it. Most of them end up not being benevolent. So
I would assume the left position is largely that, yeah, politicians don't represent our interests. They represent the lobbyists, the corporations.
It's because you were mixing me up with like far left people.
I'm not mixing you up. I'm saying it's interesting that you would assert that when the left liberal, Occupy Wall Street, the moderate, largely view corporations as unduly influencing our political system.
I think most people would agree, though. Like the issue is that this is my issue with leftists too. Just because there is corruption, it doesn't mean that the like that democracy isn't occurring necessarily. We can definitely say corruption is happening and there's something that needs to be done about it. But essentially, my question would be, what's the alternative? Do you want America not to be a democracy?
Well, I guess the issue is how you define the phrase democracy, right?
Do you want to take away people's right to vote?
Again, all people everywhere all the time. Do we want to put certain restrictions on voting? Do we want to open up voting to literally
anybody? I'm asking you. I genuinely, I don't know your position.
Right. So when you say, do you want to take away people's right to vote? What's going to happen is there's going to be a semantic manipulation on the left where they say people means everyone. And then what you'll get on the right is something like they'll reference Starship Troopers, service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah,
right, where it's like when you allow people who are not citizens to vote, which some jurisdictions are doing, like in California, New York, they're trying, you are going to get a representation of non-citizens. And what are the non-citizens going to vote for? They're going to vote for their families back home. Why wouldn't they? I expect them to vote for their families, right?
Sure. And I would agree that there should be like some limits on who gets to vote, right? This is why I think citizenship is a really good standard by which who gets to vote, right? There's also even a good question like, should acts pass?
That one jury's still out on. I don't know exactly who should be voting. I'm still kind of wrestling with. There's a lot of there's a lot of different ideas about who should be voting and who shouldn't, and I haven't been fully convinced one way or another.
Expats get to vote. If you haven't been in the country for 30 years, even though you're still a citizen, what's your like?
You pay taxes.
You pay taxes. Yeah, Americans do. Expat Americans do. Canadian. Should I be voting as a Canadian if I haven't been in my country for like 20 years? Because we don't have to pay taxes to Canada. I don't know the answer to this, right? So I'm willing to grant that there should be limitations to who votes. My question to you is still, essentially, are you opposed to America being a democracy?
Again, it depends on what you mean by democracy.
A transfer of the people of power to an elected official who then does their will.
I love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you want that to look like?
Not like it looks now, to be completely honest.
That's fine, but what do you want it to look like?
Yeah, like a person goes for the people, has a conversation over what the representative bloc wants to see happen in their various political structures, be it at the state level, local, city, or otherwise.
Sure.
Those individuals go and then enact the will of their voter base and to the best interest they possibly could.
Without the pit stop at the NGOs and the lobbyists and all
Agreed.
that stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
And not having
okay.
luxury steak dinners or being flown on private jets or going on boats and all that stuff.
Sure. Okay, so we should get money out.
I tend to agree with Tim. And I feel like that is kind of like what a lot of people delude themselves into thinking that we currently exist in. But with the NGOs and the lobbyists and all these other factors, and just the general tendency that power tends to corrupt, it just doesn't end up looking like that. Yeah.
Out of politics, like by and large.
Agreed.
Okay, so I
How
would
do you-
totally agree with you. Like carry committees are the worst thing ever that happened. And the problem is that now we have a Moloch's game, right? This is the big issue with politics, is that and this is my biggest criticism of the carry committee, is that essentially just to make sure everyone is aware of like what a carry committee is and stuff like that.
Not aware.
Okay, just want to make sure. And it's fine, you don't need to know esoteric words. It's not a gotcha. So a carry committee is essentially what we call like a super PAC. It's usually going to be a combination of sometimes it'll be a nonprofit or a charity, a C4 and a C3, and sometimes there'll be some other little fun things thrown in there, but that's essentially what it is. And this combination of things allows infinite donations, most of them, which can be hidden into who does it because they would be a C3, right? Which means that they're bipartisan, and then they usually are not bipartisan. And this is true on both sides, just so it's clear. Both sides are doing this. So carry committees get introduced. And the problem now is that if you want to run for federal office ever, good luck without a carry committee. You must participate in the evil thing that you despise, because if you don't, you will be limited in how much money you can raise. And the reality is that money does make elections work, which is gross, but how are you going to get your ads out? How are you going to pay for your tour? How are you going to pay for
I actually think that this is becoming less important, the money aspect. I think with like the way social media is, I feel like there's a lot of free ways to get your message out. Like there are a lot of content creators that don't spend money on advertising, but they have a huge amount of influence over the way people think and their belief systems. And I think taking the money out, starting to take the money out of politics now wouldn't totally derail the process like Erudite's alluding to. I think now we could really start to scale this back because there are so many other ways that we're all instantly connected that could work. There's still a lot of older people voting who don't really participate in social media, who don't really participate in that stuff. And they do still kind of rely on like the TV ads and the campaigning and the rallies and all that stuff. But I think trends wise, we're obviously, as the younger generation starts to get older and there's more and more of us in politics, the internet generation, this is becoming less relevant, which I think is a good thing. I think this will eventually allow lesser known people with better ideas to actually get their foot in the door in some of these big political movements and actually make some changes without having to spend millions and billions of dollars on advertising and campaigning and all these things that are slowly sort of becoming not part of the culture anymore.
For your staffers, how are you going to pay for your flyers, right? So money has to be infused to some degree in a democracy.
There's no way not to do it.
Exactly. And so then this issue goes, okay, well, if everyone, even if they want to play the game, even if we've got Jesus, okay, Jesus comes down and he's going to become a politician, which I would argue he would never do, but say he does.
I'd vote for him.
Jesus, me too. I would vote.
Yeah, me too.
I would vote the fuck for Jesus. Okay. The question
I'm not a Christian, but I would totally vote for Jesus. He was a based dude. He was a high quality individual.
is, Jesus also will have to have a carry committee. This is the Moloch's game, where essentially once the bad thing is in play, if you
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying though. I think Jesus would go viral on social media and we'd all vote for him. I don't think he'd need a giant super PAC. Like he would make one TikTok be like, yo, it's the savior. I'm in the house. Let's do this. That shit would go viral and then Jesus would be president. Be no problem.
don't participate, you don't get to play at all. And so now we have this issue where we already have a bad thing, in this case, just the carry committee, and both sides have to participate. And the issue is now there's no incentive to get rid of it because nobody's going to canvass and like promote themselves on saying I'm anti-carry committee, because if they do, they will get no funding.
So, isn't this kind of part of the problem though? Like, if we're trying to figure out why men are leaving the left, you know, we're not able to have a conversation like this with most people on the left, to be honest. You know, the people that, and currently there's no evidence that shows that the Democratic Party is interested in having people like that represent them. The people that they're supporting, the Parkers, the Harry Sissons, the Deans, all that stuff.
Ugh, I can't stand Dean and Parker. I can't stand those guys. I don't really know a lot about Harry Sisson. I've heard he's annoying too. But Dean and Parker, their little TikTok debates and their mute button, they need to be stopped. They're the worst.
Then just recently, they put up that lady Olivia Giuliani or whatever that was going around on X. There's no evidence that they're even willing to concede on any of their positions.
Let me tell you.
Yeah, exactly, Martin. Just imagine all the bread and fish we would have. Like so much. All the wine we could ever imagine. I think he walks on water too. I may be confusing that with someone else.
So we did a live event for the show, and we're planning a series of live show. That was our pilot. We're trying to figure out how it works. I can tweet who wants to come and debate on the culture war, and on the right, you'll get 500,000 responses. I'll get a text from Charlie Kirk saying, I'd love to find some dates that work. On the left, they say, contact my agent and we'll give you our rates. Then if a few people, I'll give credit to the Krasensteins, as much as, you know, there's contention between our opinions.
I like the Krasenstein brothers. They're a little bit progressive for my taste, but they're very not grifty, and they're very open to conversing with the conservatives, and I like those guys. And like Tim was saying, I don't agree with them on everything, but they're very good. I could go for some free lobster rolls. If he can multiply any fish, I mean, I'm going for some lobster rolls. I would like some salmon, please. Thank you. Ooh. Some scallops. Some fried scallops. Now I'm hungry. I had a rotisserie chicken for dinner, though, so I'm not really hungry, but I do want lobster rolls.
They're fun to make fun of.
Absolutely. But I respect that they've come on the show. They've said, let us know when you have dates. We'd love to be a part of the conversation. And I very few people want to do these things. And so that makes it impossible. I think the reason why is the fear that if you defy the orthodoxy, you'll be excommunicated.
Yep, they're right. Dean is fully audience captured. I mean, his friend Harry Sisson
Canceled on us.
It's crazy.
I'm sure he did, right?
Yeah, he got scared.
They all do though. That's what I was gonna bring up too in regard to all of them. It's like I think a big problem too is that this new TikTok culture, like you're saying, has them audience captured. And what is the audience on TikTok? TikTok is largely designed for
left,
women.
it's got to be left leaning.
It's a lot of female users, more than like any other app, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, anytime I defend
So-
feminism, I do well. Anytime I defend men, not so good.
So yeah, so I mean, so
On
these
Yeah.
platforms are shaping
TikTok
these
banned
young
us.
influencers, and then they're terrified to go anywhere without their mute button.
Sure, but there's
Literally, he just said it. Yeah, they're absolutely brain brokenly terrified to go anywhere without their mute button. We just saw it in the Andrew Wilson versus Kylie Brewer debate. She literally fell apart without her mute button. She couldn't even function during that debate without her mute button. Godspeed. I need to grift and hit the gym harder. You do need to hit the gym harder. I don't know how hard you hit the gym, but you need to hit the gym harder. I hit the gym pretty hard. I need to hit the gym harder, though. I think we all need to hit the gym harder, except for Wi-Fi, because he's actually at the gym right now. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
TikTok
Yeah.
is a hell of a problem to get into, right? Because you got to talk about like China and all these other like blah 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 blah.
Or go ahead.
This goes back to my timeline, right? Which is essentially for me to say, do I think the left fucked up by letting the progressives win the culture war? Yes, I think they did, because
I don't think they actually did. Okay. So I hear this all the time. I was there when this allegedly happened. I think conservatives just got really quiet for a minute and they just kind of let progressives think that they won the culture war. Because if you look at the situation now, it is clear that progressives have not won the culture war. If anything, it just went on pause and they just declared victory, and now we're here and they are not victorious. So this whole like the left won the culture war, the progressives won the culture war, I don't think that's true. If they won the culture war, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in right now. I understand why she's saying what she's saying, because for a period the right got quiet, like for a good like 6-ish years. We just kind of let the progressives just kind of run rampant, and they really were under the impression that they won the culture war. So I understand where that sentiment comes from, because there was a time where you could say the left won the culture war, and you looked outside and it really did seem like the left won the culture war. I think in hindsight, we can pretty categorically say that they did not actually win the culture war.
I don't think the progressives actually represent most people. And now, unfortunately, they've convinced a bunch of young, stupid kids that they do. And so a bunch of kids put like a black box in their Instagram to pretend that they care about black people, but they still find like the unk biking down the highway with like loud music annoying and stuff like that, right? Like in all ways, there's this performance that I think has ransacked the left in a way that I think is repugnant. The issue is that the real question is, why be left? And the reason that I am left is because when I go all the way back and I look at the systems that I believe in, I fundamentally keep falling left. I just fundamentally do. And so then the only question is, I guess I have to fight for what I believe in within the group, right?
My opinion is that the most logical, rational place for you to be would be voting for Donald Trump, and you're choosing not to, and you're just coming up with the reasons why it can sound like you're still part of that tribe.
Nope, because I don't believe in what I think Trump advocates for. Like, I fundamentally think that Trump doesn't reflect my values.
So you have in the Trump coalition RFK Jr., which
Yep.
is a predominantly left health worldview that was dominant for decades. That is, people criticize him on vaccine stuff, but he's been pro-vaccine the whole time, even recommending the MMR vaccine. And
She doesn't know about the Overton window. She did bring it up earlier. You may not have been here yet, actually, Wicked. But earlier we were talking about how from like the 1950s until now, the Conservative Party has shifted dramatically from like the satanic panic and the keeping evolution out of schools and like all the stuff that conservatives used to be known for back when I was a kid, to now where it's like a whole different landscape. So I do think that she does acknowledge the Overton window. But when it comes to like those baseline policies, not the TikTok stuff, not the Twitter wars, not the culture war stuff, the baseline policies, she still leans into that liberal sphere, which I do too. So I understand where she's coming from on that, even though I do acknowledge that the Overton window is obviously a thing, and it's seems to be going through its most dramatic shift, like as we speak. Um, so it's actually kind of like in 5 years, if y'all ask me again, I may have a very different idea of like where I sit along the political spectrum, because I try to stay in my beliefs where I am, and the spectrum seems to be shifting around me. So like when I was younger, I was really libertarian. Um well, she does get marked as far right by leftists. Same thing with the Krasenstein brothers, same thing with like Destiny. I'm sure any leftist that pops into our chat will immediately call me right wing. Um like immediately. Because I'm not, like I'm not 100% on board with all the trans stuff. I'm not 100% on board with a lot of the far socialist economic policies. I'm not on board with a lot of that stuff. Um, and that's what it takes to be considered left to a leftist now. You have to be all the way left or you're to the right. So, and I've seen her be called right wing by people on the left. And so it's like, you want to try to be true to yourself, and when the window shifts so far that it's past you now, you have to be able to acknowledge that. Like I no longer sit in the place that I thought I was sitting because someone moved my chair, essentially. Um, so like I used to be really, really libertarian, and then one day I woke up and there was a lot of libertarians that were like way further to the right than I remembered. And suddenly I didn't feel as libertarian. Now, some of my views have changed as I have grown older, so I probably wouldn't consider myself super libertarian. I still kind of have that like libertarian spirit, but the way libertarianism is kind of packaged now, I wouldn't consider myself one anymore, even if I still had those same beliefs that I had back when I was a libertarian. I mean, I was like an ANCAP at one point too. Um, but yeah, it's difficult because there could come a time where it shifts so far that people like me, Erudite, Krastenstein twins, where we're just categorically on the right now, and there's not really anything we did about it. The spectrum just shifted so far that what we believe is now considered right, and on such a unilateral scale that well, when there was a Ron Paul libertarian, I was a Ron Paul libertarian. Um, the first election I could vote for, I voted for Ron Paul, actually. Um, it's the social programming. I do believe in, and this is kind of where I've shifted a little. I do believe in having a strong society that does take care of like the lower class to some degree. And you guys we can all disagree on the nuances of this and exactly how much. Um, Principally, I would kind of say that I'm a bit of a minarchist because I want the government to be as small as possible. I just think that as small as possible is a quite a bit bigger than a traditional minarchist would advocate for. Um, so like I said, libertarian in spirit, I just see it a little bit differently now than I did when I was like 20, you know?
No artificial food dyes. The health craze was a left culture war my whole life until these past several years. the right started picking up these things because the left had abandoned it and started siding with weird corporate interests on foodstuffs.
Yeah, partisan hacks are bad.
Tulsi Gabbard is anti-military industrial complex, anti-interventionist, and anti-regime change, which has been a position of the left my whole life. And so I look at Donald Trump and he says, we want a border barrier. That was Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders' position even up to 2016. And so looking at what Donald Trump is offering, he's moderate on abortion to the chagrin of conservatives. He's got left coded anti-war, which is not left anymore. I don't know. Now they're pro-war, I guess, pro-war with Ukraine. Donald Trump may be moderate right-leaning on a lot of issues, and he's built a moderate left-leaning coalition that satisfies a lot of my liberal policy views. So it makes literally no sense, in my opinion, then, for someone to be like, to defend the Constitution, we're going to support the Democrats. And I'm like, yeah, they arrested Trump's lawyers. That's unconstitutional. That's like an egregious violation of institutions and norms in this country. And they did it in numerous states. They falsely accused Trump of several crimes. They violated statute of limitations. Now you've got Letitia James falsely accusing Trump of mortgage fraud for paperwork he didn't even handle. And what I view as the divide between left and right, once again, going back to why young men are leaving, this is what I was saying to Bill Maher. You are left or right not based on your policy views. You are left or right based on what you believe to be true. And Bill agreed, despite the fact that we believe different things. So, for instance, he said, yeah, Trump wasn't a Russian agent, but he was certainly working with the Russians, and he lied. And when I brought up the Ukraine scandal, he didn't know about it. He did not know that in 2017, Politico reported at the same time as they were accusing Trump of colluding with Russia, Ukraine and the Democrats were literally colluding to assist Hillary Clinton to win.
Yo, that guy who debated Jim Bob debated Andrew Wilson too. He is an absolute horrible faith TikTok grifter clown. That Oliver kid, I can't stand that guy. He's just, oh my God, he's a oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about the libertarian that just debated Jim Bob? Because that was rough too. That was really rough. He had absolutely no functional understanding of where rights come from. That was rough. They were both rough. Either one, whichever one you're talking about, holy God, nightmare.
And it backfired, and it caused problems. We had Hunter Avallone on Timcast IRL, and when I pointed out that Joe Biden said, quote, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting $1 billion, he immediately smirked and said, it never happened. And I played the video for him, and he was like, duh, no idea that it happened. So what I typically run into is liberals tend not to know what's going on in the world, and probably the reason why they're scared to do shows is because they default to, I didn't know that. And so we've even offered up certain friendly liberal personalities. I'll leave their name out of it because I'm not going to try and drag them, who, dirtbag leftist types. They're anti-woke, but they're leftist politically. They cancel on us all the time because they know they're going to sit down and they're going to end up sounding like Alex Jones. I'm going to pull up an article from the New York Times that says Ukraine ruled that they illegally interfered in the U.S. election to aid the Democrats, and they're going to have to reconcile with that and say, yes, that happened. But then when they go back to their Democrat circles, they're going to say, how dare you make that claim?
Well, I was actually like a Yang Gang kind of guy leading up to the 2020 election, and something that turned me back towards Trump was just like you're saying. I started seeing all these articles. A couple of them I think you covered on your show. Remember the one about there's a video of Trump. There may or may not be a video of Trump in an elevator.
Love that one, dude.
It's like the most bizarre headline I've ever heard.
I'm not sure if he was throwing shade at Smith because Smith comes on a lot. I'm not sure who he was referring to, but yeah,
it's a great one. Then another one was of course the one you just went over with Adam Conover. That clip was going everywhere.
Look at this.
There were great people on both sides.
Come on. A tape might exist of Trump doing something in an elevator, though exactly where that somewhere is and what that something might be, no one in media can say. That's because no one in media seems to have seen the tape or is even confident it exists.
Why would they post that? What is this about? Why would you post this? Why would you post this? Oh. Why? Why would HuffPost post this? Here's this post. There's nothing of substance inside of this post, but we posted it anyway because post is a post. And you should like this post and reply to this post so that we get engagement on this empty post, because post is post and it's here and it's a post about the post. Like what? What? What?
Yo,
Yeah, look at the first comment. Seek professional help quickly. Wow, this has to be the worst reporting I've ever seen. You've outdone yourselves, HuffPo. Congrats. Yeah, this is not reporting. This is just, look at this empty post. It is post. Look at it. Look at the post. There's nothing in it, but look at it anyway.
Huffington Post literally wrote an article about Trump may or may not have done something that may have been recorded. We don't know if it was recorded. We don't know what it is.
Yep. And then another my top three. Those are my three favorite ones. That one, there were good people on both sides, and then the Trump puts ketchup on his steak.
Right.
And that one hit home for me because I grew up like dirt poor. There's 8
Let-
kids in my family.
Let's try this one.
I put ketchup on my steak because we were eating cheap steak.
I'm actually going to make the bet you'll get it right. Did Donald Trump call white supremacists fine people?
I don't think so.
What did he say?
I can't remember. I just like my assumption is that it's clickbaited because most things about Trump are.
Joe Biden launched his 2020 campaign claiming that Donald Trump called white supremacists fine people, which he never did. It's fake. And the video.
What was the actual content? I don't know.
During Charlottesville, Trump said, I've seen the videos and there were very fine people on both sides. And I am not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis because they should be condemned totally.
Gotcha.
And the entirety of the Democrat-aligned media apparatus cut off the back half of the quote and showed Trump saying, very fine people on both sides, clip, and then showing white nationalists marching with tiki torches.
Gotcha.
And that was how Joe Biden launched his campaign. And this is why I say, I'm
The tiki torches was such a weird time. That was such a weird moment in history. What a world.
I would consider myself to be like moderately pro-choice. So where Democrats were with safe, legal, and rare, I think abortion is wrong. I think it is a bad thing, but I also don't know how you get to a governmental system where a woman has to get a court writ to be able to have any kind of medical procedure. The end result, of course, is this. I don't want to. You always got to rehash the abortion debate because people don't understand the nuance. But you end up with a system where it's like a woman goes to the doctor and they're like, "Heavens me, you're having an emergency. Insert something. We have to terminate the baby to save your life," like unrelated to the pregnancy. And it's like, okay, let's try and get a speedy writ from a judge to confirm this.
Sure. So,
But the medical abortions has never really been a problem, though.
So my point
if I
is,
understand.
the end result is that you get people abusing the system. So this is the challenge in trying to find a compromise. But without rehashing the abortion debate, my point is, the left's position is abortion up to 9 months for any reason, no matter what.
Well, if I could put
this is actually what I want to kind of discuss. So
I
I
would
think
say if we had more programs to help after, I'd be fine with that too.
But look at Colorado.
Not to rehash.
Colorado removed all restriction on abortion up to 9 months,
right, which is what Canada has as well, right?
which is insane.
Well, the issue is that in Canada, that basically never happens as a result of it, right?
Doesn't matter.
So
Like, why legalize murder and then be like, yeah, but people don't get murdered, so we're gonna legalize it? What?
probably because this fundamentally should be a more of a congressional issue, right? Like the fact that Roe went through the judicial system in the first place is probably fundamentally part of the problem, right? And so
I disagree.
here's what I would maybe zoom out to. We're talking about partisan hacks, right? It's really annoying to talk to partisan hacks. As somebody who's left-leaning, but I'm not really a partisan hack because I don't have a buy-in on your guys' election. Fundamentally, I'm not voting, right? So I don't care about Biden or Kamala because they represent X party. And you know, I'm sure you're familiar. The left wouldn't even acknowledge that like Biden was kind of weird because he would like had a bunch of clips like kind of like sniffing kids.
Little girls.
Yeah, it's weird.
That was weird. She's right. Oh, that was so weird. I don't even know if it was legit or like if he was really being weird, but it was such a weird look. Such a bad look. So weird. And they just like ignored it. It was so cringe. So weird.
It's fucking weird. It's super, super weird.
Fucking
The
weird.
issue is that on the right,
Exactly.
I'm now hearing people unironically saying, I don't care about the Constitution. And if Donald Trump wants to get rid of the Constitution, that's fine with me. And it's like, all of this is crazy town.
Yeah, but that's not Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro or who else do we have? Steven Crowder or
Sure, we have different things like, for example, getting really mad at like certain violent jokes from the other side, but then celebrating the same types of violent jokes on your side. I think both
Yeah, but
sides
what
are.
he's saying is like the mainstream pundits are the ones pushing for the crazy
I'm talking
ideology
about the
on the
mainstream
left,
pundits. The
and
mainstream
and
pundits are doing
Democrats
these
and
types of
party
jokes.
members too.
Right.
And that's why I asked you what I asked you earlier when I was like, well, how are you saying that you're like identifying moderate left, but some of the positions that you're holding, the
Or right-wing.
majority of right wing would consider some of them extreme left, and then the rest of them are probably right.
Because when you put well, first of all, part of what I'm trying to say is we're not still talking to each other, right? Like I'm here and I'm defending far left positions. I don't hold any of these positions. There's lots of people around me that don't.
Yeah, why?
hold
Why?
these.
Don't defend him. I don't know.
Well, those are the only
My
things.
point is that you're a conservative.
Yeah, I'm not a conservative.
You are.
I'm just not.
I
I'm
see.
fundamentally not, right? I like Ezra Klein's abundance policies, right? I just
What is
like
that? What is
this.
that?
Ezra Klein?
His abundance. I know Ezra Klein, but
His abundance policies, for example, is very big on like basically removing a lot of proceduralism, figuring out like where the inefficiencies are, and making it the case that like blue states can build the things that they believe in, like green energy, high-speed rails, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
who disagrees?
Lots of people on the far left.
Steve Bannon wants to tax the rich. He thinks the billionaires should be taxed at 100%.
Sure, but then
Is he left wing?
I don't know much about Steve Bannon.
Well, he's considered like the architect of J6, a far right white nationalist, which he's not, by the way. My point is, left and right is not defined by your policies. It's defined by what you believe to be true.
I would say it's how you perform mostly. It's how you appear.
I think it has.
I guess,
Yeah, I mean,
you know-
I would agree with Tim. I think it has to do with like the underlying culture of each side too. A little
That
bit
is how
as
you
well.
perform,
I
right?
mean,
The
it's-
underlying culture. You code switch really well with men, and you say things that are like
Code switch.
Yeah, code switch, right? Like I'm sure that when
It's
you
a left-coded language.
code switching, that is
The right doesn't say it.
code switching is I'm pretty sure from black culture. It's definitely not a left coded thing.
Continue, but I'm gonna pull it up.
Code switching?
Yeah, code switching is like a lot of black kids will say this when they're like around white people. They'll like talk and act what they consider to be more white. That's what code switching is.
I love this article.
I'm a boomer. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's a black cultural thing.
Nope. I mean, maybe. Conservatives don't do this. White liberals present themselves as less competent in interactions with African Americans. The idea of like when Tim Walz was like, I can talk to white guys, conservatives were like, huh? Because conservatives tend not to change their way they communicate for other groups of people.
Just like just look into the origin. If we like need to have this fight, which we don't even need to. Code switching comes from the black culture.
Yeah, that's the origins of it. But the example Tim just gave would be an example of code switching in the modern era, for sure.
Culture, which is talking about black people who are existing in like academic spaces who have to code switch from like the way that black people talk and interact and culturally exist amongst each other to being super white. This is what code switching comes from. It's not even relevant. That's just what code switching is. What I'm talking about here is that when you're thinking about left and right, it is reducing on like what policies are, and that's part of my problem is that left and right should be policies. And the fact that it's performance-based, which you might argue that started with the left. Maybe it did. I'm not fully sure, but say it did. Say it did start with the left.
It goes back and forth, actually.
I would agree with that. Yeah. I think it's bad all around. I think it's harmful in every single way for people to look at me and go, she's got a choker, an earpiece, so this is probably her worldview. It probably isn't. In fact, I think about my worldview. It's much more complex and nuanced. I think that we need to do that to each other. I need to go to Tim Pool and say, what do you believe? Because I know that you're not a stereotypical MAGA. I don't know what it is exactly.
That's right wing.
What?
What you just described. That ethos of let's talk. Let me put it this way. Carl Benjamin had a really great breakdown of my conversation with Adam Conover, and the clip that went.
I would assume that Tim Pool likes for his head to be warm. He really likes that. That's what the vibe he's given off. And has been giving off forever. Is there a photograph of Tim Pool without the beanie?
Massively viral, like Asmongold was talking about it, and he did a really funny bit. Was I got exasperated after an hour and a half into the conversation where the dude was clearly not interested in truth. And with all due respect, like Adam Conover, I think he was great in terms of wanting to come on the show and with respect, but politically,
He does not represent us, just so it's very
sure. But
clear.
I mean, he's
Yeah, but
he's
he probably
nearing 1 million
represents the
subscribers.
average. I mean, he probably
yeah, he's massive.
represents
He
a
used to get
typical lefty guy.
20 million views per video on left liberal content. He's got a new podcast. He's getting tons of views. He's doing tours. Granted, he got a lot of flack over that crypto thing. But anyway, the point is, I said the very fine people hoax, and he says, which is, and I said that Trump called Nazis fine people, and he goes, right. He said, there's very fine people on both sides. And then I immediately said, and not the neo-Nazis and white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. To his response, he said that, and I was like, yes, and I pulled up Snopes that said Trump never called them this, and his response was, I don't know anything about it. Immediately got called out by everybody saying, wait, you just quoted it. You literally just referenced the very fine people on both sides, which is what he was accused of saying, without citing the remainder of the quote. So you do know what this thing is. Now you're claiming you don't. Carl Benjamin pointed out, he said the ethos of the liberal is adhering to the tribe, to the social order, and he says, and Tim Pool, once of that social order, prioritizes the truth, which is what actually
It's a very 90s alternative, and I would know because I was there.
really happened. So Tim is desperately trying to say, and I'm quoting Carl, not speaking in third person, this is what actually happened. Whereas Adam is trying to maintain his adherence to social orthodoxy, which I refer to as wokeness. He does not value truth. He values what needs to be said to create social cohesion, whereas I value truth over social cohesion. It's actually, I think, a masculine feminine coded thing, actually. Women are
I
more
think that's true. And there's a
subject-oriented.
question I'd like to pose about. I mean, who do you think it's easier to change men's mind or women's mind?
Women's mind. There's like
You
no.
think so?
Yes. The meme that women just become the political system of their boyfriend and husband is like a classic on every single side. Like, yes, it is. Women just shift towards typically the opinion of the people around them by and large. This is just unquestionable.
I would actually
There is a lot of evidence that suggests that propaganda does affect women to a greater scale. I'd have to look into it a little bit more, but I've heard on several occasions that this is it's not like a heavy phenomenon, but it does exist.
argue it's neutral, different. Men respond to different kinds of arguments, and women respond to different kinds of arguments. So, understanding the expectations that women have on average that are different, you can exploit either into believing whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I just feel like intuitively, I haven't dug deep into it, but it was something I was thinking about, and it was a good, a good segue into it. I just think intuitively, men are probably looking for, more logic and more reason-based solutions, or more, if you can prove it to me. Obviously, there's outliers, and there's crazy people who are going to stick with it to the end.
But that doesn't necessarily confer a logical system. In fact, a lot of guys will be convinced to follow a guy because he's driving a flashy car. This is where you get fake it till you make it. A guy will. There was a guy that I knew who ran a business in California, and he made something like $60,000-$70,000 a year. He spent all of his money on, I can't remember what kind of car it was. He got like a Lotus or something, which is like 50 grand. It's not the craziest, but it looks crazy. And was broke, living in a bachelor apartment. But when he pulled up to business meetings in a Lotus, wearing a nice suit, they said, I want to be like him, not realizing he lived in squalor. He was putting on that, and it worked. And he was able to sell his company, and he made a lot of money. Fake it till you make it. That's Hollywood, baby.
Performance, right? This is what I'm talking about, is that most people are moved on like vibes, right? That is the social media. It's true.
That's true. It's all vibes. All of politics is vibes. Everything is just vibes. It's all vibes.
It's the social media domain, which is unfortunate. The issue is that I'm very tired of hearing like right-leaning people being like, the vibe side is just the left. It's like, it's all of you. It's all of you all the way through. And it always has been. The biggest problem with the Enlightenment, and like to some way what you're saying of being like, men are the logical, rational ones. I'm like, not really. They tend to be more object oriented, right? But subjectivity and emotionality is a fundamental part of understanding the world around you, because abstraction is essential to engaging in the complexities of what the world is around us. This is fundamentally Sorite's paradox.
Yeah, I mean, I think the better way to say it is like, yeah, I probably more agree with like what Tim was saying is that maybe they're more abstract thought oriented, and then men are more like pragmatic.
Well,
That would be
it's
bad.
whatever you
That
wanna
would
say,
that
like,
would not be good. I think men
um,
are able to do abstract thought just as well as women.
yeah,
wait,
they
let me
are.
let me put it this way. Typically, not everybody always gets mad when you reference their group. They're like, I don't do that. Yeah, I get it. If you want to convince a woman
True.
to follow and do something, you need to have 10 women standing in front of her, all telling her that's what you're supposed to do.
That's what I was trying to get at.
If you
yeah.
want a man to follow, you need a bunch of men looking up to one big, strong guy lavished in gold and jewels telling them what to do.
But you can also, I feel like so I work in the automotive industry. Like if there's a guy doing something, the wrong way, like doing the job the wrong way 10 times, and he's like losing time on it or whatever. If a guy like picks on him enough, he's like, oh yeah, you're gonna do it that way again. You're gonna drop you're gonna go this way, and you can kind of give them shit, and you can kind of break down there and show it to them like, hey. It's better if you try to do it this way.
I got to be honest. I actually think in most interactions, if a guy was like working on a car and was doing it wrong, and another guy walked up and said, "Oh, actually, if you use the ratchet, it'll go faster," he'll go, "Oh, for real? No, thanks." That's usually.
Sometimes they're stuck in their ways, though. Or
Sure,
sometimes
no, I get it.
They're like, and then
Some
and
guys-
then you go back out there and they're.
I just
using
think
the tool.
I think generally speaking, obviously guys can be much more ego driven, but I do think the typical interaction with a guy is he'll be like, "Try doing it like that." Like for me, I've been. There are people who skateboard. I've been skateboarding longer than they've been alive, and I watch their trick tip videos. Because I have no illusions of like I'm not gonna lie to myself. I can't do that thing. Here's a guy who's 15 years old who's better at me. He's gonna tell me how to do it. Dang, I've been skating longer than he's been alive. I'll take the advice that I can get. But more to the point, I think there are obstinate guys who are gonna be like, I know what I'm doing. Get out of my face. But anyway, the major point is the Democratic Party is female coded. The Republican Party is male coded. You were mentioning that it's like performative in vibes, but I would argue that's a generality of the left and a tendency of the right. So on the right, I was on trigonometry. It was like 2 months ago. They put out a month ago. And what the guys on trigonometry said to me was that you're just blanketing the left. I could say something about the right. And I said, you're wrong. Yeah, you're wrong. On the right, you have Tulsi Gabbard, former liberal, RFK Jr., former liberal. You have Elon Musk, former liberal. Technically all still liberals, I guess, but working with the Republicans. And then you have Christian conservative Charlie Kirk, probably the most prominent, who says, Tim Pool, you're a moderate liberal-leaning guy. Come sit on my stage for the biggest event of the year in politics and talk about what you think. And it's that's not vibe coded. I can go on that stage and say Donald Trump should be criminally investigated for the commando raid in Yemen that killed a 7-year-old American girl. And the conservatives are like, okay. But heaven forbid a liberal go into space and say something like, remember Seth Moulton was like, we shouldn't be having males compete in women's sports. They went after that guy, went for his throat.
Well, they couldn't admit that there was some like signs of early dementia or some signs of like mental degradation and then as soon as he gets out of office, or maybe they're thinking about running Kamala against him, he's falling apart.
The group that is accepting is always the group that's been on the tail end for the last little bit, right? So the left was the really accepting, chill group that just basically allowed everyone in as long as you stood for a lot of similar ideas, and they would kind of talk to everyone during the entire rationalist era, right? It was a very, very open space. The issue is that then the left won the culture war by canceling a lot of right speakers off of their platforms, and then they got deranged and echo chambered and wouldn't talk to anyone anymore. So now the right is the accepting side, but to assume that it will remain the accepting side is just false.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, there's no evidence to even support that it's doing that.
If you don't mind, sorry. Whereas you look back to like the early era when the right was culturally leading again, if you look back into like maybe like the 90s or whatever, you see a very strict system on the right where if they find out that you've ever cheated, you're out. If they find out that you've got a baby out of wedlock, you're out. If they find out you've sworn too many times, it was very, very purity testing, because typically the group that is in the higher level of cultural power will create purity testing because they're better. And so they can kick people out, and then the other group absorbs them until that other group gets more power, and then it'll be back and forth and back and forth. The reason I am left is because of what I believe.
Right.
And that's
but
it.
So I'm left too.
Sure.
Except no one in the modern political space will say Tim.
She's right about that. And that's kind of, it alludes to the Overton window idea. It alludes to kind of what we were talking about earlier. I think typical interactions between men is violence and cooperation. Generally, guys are either going to fight or cooperate. Usually, it's cooperate to fight other guys. Yeah, that's I could see that being a general trend. Yeah. Um, well, if we didn't have elections, we would have revolutions instead, and then I think, and that would kind of highlight your point a little bit, uh, even more, because before we had elections, that's the way that that's the way that you would change your government. You would revolt because there was no other way.
Tim Pool's left wing.
Potential. I don't know all of your political leanings, so you might be left.
So, like Steve Bannon is a better example. So I don't talk about myself. I've argued with him. He's left of me. He said we should be taxing the billionaires and everything. Take their money. They're crooks. They're ripping us off. They're flooding the electoral system. They're buying our politicians. Take everything they got. And I was like, why? And he goes, so they don't have it. It has nothing to do with, you love saying we're going to fund. I said, no. The billionaires are bad. And then I laughed and I was like, Steve, you would have fit right in at Occupy Wall Street. And he's like, you think? And I was like, that's literally the Occupy Wall Street position. The billionaires are ripping us off. They flooded the zone in politics with money. They don't represent our interests. They're selling out the working class. They've been doing it for a long time. This is why Bernie Sanders was popular. Mm-hmm. It was he literally said in 2015, open borders is a Koch brothers proposal. No open borders. And the World Socialist website called him a nationalist capitalist for wanting secure borders. Left and right has nothing to do with your policy views. Literally nothing.
It must. What I'm saying is I don't care what these bullshit assholes say. I don't care. They don't get to rob us of our words, and they don't get to rob us of our principles, right? I'm a Christian that lots of Christians don't like. And that doesn't mean that I'm not a Christian. That doesn't mean that I don't love Christianity, and I fight for it like vehemently because I believe in it, despite the fact that most of the group would kick me out. I'm a feminist that most feminists call a pick-me. They don't like me very much, but I'm a feminist because I believe in what the actual movement of feminism says. I actually, and guns. I think gun laws are very feminist, right?
Right-wing.
I'm just not right-wing because left-leaning policy is strong institutions, regulated economy, right? It is taking care of the vulnerable, welfare state, and it is allowing individuals freedoms and liberties to do what they would like to do.
Yeah, but I think I get what you're saying, but I'm going to say it again. Colloquially today, people don't use that word in that way. And you can make the argument.
You don't get to take it from me.
So my point is, let's just say this. We'll call it tribal left, tribal right. We'll call it team red and team blue. You're team red.
I'm team gray.
You're actually team red.
Scott Alexander writes about this.
It's fascinating that
I'm not. I don't want to get into Trump bashing here, especially because I really do want to avoid doing too much domestic policy conversation as a Canadian stuff. But I'm not team red because I think what the conservative purpose is to preserve and to consecrate and conserve tradition and values and constitution, which made us in the past so great. And the point of the left is to progress us and push us forward. And I want to do that. I want to push us forward.
That's the right.
It's not.
That's the colloquial right.
It's not.
9 million Obama voters in 2016 voted for Donald Trump. And one of the big reasons was that Donald Trump went on stage at the RNC and unfurled a pride flag to thunderous applause. Donald Trump came into the Republican Party and pushed this political faction in a progressive direction. He's a moderate. Even Vox called him a moderate. You've got many drag and transgender Trump supporters. Donald Trump said on the issue of gay marriage,
not a fan of any of that.
Donald
someone who's further right.
People have to have M and F on their passport. So now most trans people cannot go internationally anywhere where they don't appear as an M on their passport.
And
that's just not. That's dangerous for trans people. If you want to do, I'm running into this with a friend right now who tries to do war correspondence in countries that don't like trans people. She, in every way, is a woman. Nobody would look at her and think that person should walk into a male bathroom. But because she's trans, she has an M on her passport, and she now cannot go into multiple very conservative countries because of threats to her life.
Well, to be fair,
I mean,
You
she'd be under.
couldn't in the first place.
He'd be under threat if they went anyways.
No, she wouldn't, because most people, first of all, she was not super out about her transness. Most people never knew at all. And she has gone into these countries numerous of times in the past. She can't anymore at all because of this passport change. That isn't helping trans people. That is
and that
And that just seems like a self-inflicted.
But
sort of problem.
How is
regardless,
this self-inflicted at all?
I mean, you're choosing to go to those zones. You're
She's a
choosing to
war
go to those
correspondent
areas
as her career.
anyways.
Yes, she goes to Iraq, but she's
Nah,
always
this
gone to
is-
Iraq.
you know, I'll concede this is a lefty position, and it is. I would refer to as I don't know what's the right way to describe this. Farcical, fantastical. I did conflict reporting. I didn't go to any active war zones. I went to civil war and like conflict and crisis and disaster zones, and it was always fascinating to me because of this political correctness reality, especially pertaining to HR and stuff. The story that I usually tell is I was doing what's called heat training. It's redundant. Heat includes the word training. Hostile environment action training. And they couldn't actually tell the women not to go to these zones and prepare them for what happens to women in war zones because they'd get sued if they did. And so someone asked this former MI6 guy, should women who go into conflict zones be concerned about rape? And he went, men get raped. Men get raped. Anyway, so moving on. Because he literally couldn't say, if you're a woman and you go to a war zone and you're captured, you'll be merciless.
They would want to go there if it was their job, which is kind of what Kyle is saying. The reason I've gotten a little bit quiet for this part of the conversation is because I don't actually I've never heard this before about the passport thing. It's definitely an interesting concept. I'm gonna have to do a little research and think on this a little bit before I give an opinion. I hadn't heard about this before. There is certainly some merit to that, to what Kyle is saying. Like, if it was your job and it was all fine before, I don't know. This is very this is a new idea. This is a new concept for me. I haven't heard this before. Yeah, there are certainly there are certainly countries and places that are dangerous for Americans. They're dangerous for all kinds of different people from the Western world. But if you're passionate about, like the example she gave was, she's a war correspondent journalist. If you're passionate about that, and that's the thing that you like to do, and that's your job, and then it does beg the question, like, that is a very yeah, so like she can go to Europe, but she probably can't go to, like, she probably can't go to like Israel or Palestine. She probably can't go to some places in the Philippines where there's a lot of war going on. She probably can't go to there's all kinds of places she probably can't go to. It's an interesting concept. I'm gonna have to think about it a lot more before I kind of give like a solid opinion. Definitely thought provoking though. I will say that. I'm gonna refill my tea real quick. I'll be right back. All right, tea is refilled. We got the Darth Vader helmet mug today, one of my favorites. Yeah, I don't. The bathroom thing, we're like the only country that has this problem that has trans people, and it's because we segregate bathrooms. There's really no reason to. Stalls should be blocking everything. It should be unisex like it is in all of Europe. The assault in bathrooms thing is like the tiniest percentage of assault of all the assaults. It's not a thing really. When it comes to locker rooms and sports, that's where things get a little hairier. The passport thing, I'm gonna stay out of it until I got to do a little more thinking and research on that one. All right, let's see where we left off. I think they were still talking about the passport thing.
Raped and sold into slavery, and if you're a man, you probably won't be.
You'll be killed.
Because if he did, that would be sexual discrimination in a work environment, because this is a contracted company for insurance providers and media outlets. He's not allowed to say these things. So stupid. The idea that a trans person thinks they have a right to go to a conflict zone and, oh heavens me, my passport, dude, that you die. You go to conflict zones, you assume the risks of who you are and what you are. And this idea that you are entitled to some special privilege to go to a foreign country where you may be killed in any circumstance is laughably insane.
What's the benefit of changing any of these passport things except
in
for
1993, there was a law passed in the United States because forever, when medical testing was done for drugs, they did not do it on women. And so when women would go to the hospital with pain, they'd say, take this painkiller. And the woman would say, it hurts. And they go, women are such fucking babies. And then they were like, hey, maybe drugs work differently on men and women due to physiology. So they passed a law saying from now on, medical research has to be done on both men and women, because we are just kind of realizing the drugs work differently on women. So if someone, considering men and women have different organs, quite literally, there's a reason for why we designate your gender
on your passport.
It's an ID.
Why on my passport does it need to say for somebody who in every single way, it's like Blair White,
Yeah, sure.
look at them and say, it looks like a
Are
woman.
women allowed to walk around outside in Islamic nations without a man?
I was going to say with a man and usually covered, yes.
So with a man. So if a female decides to get a visa to
Do you think that a Blair White could walk around in Islamic countries without a man because they'd be like, well, she's trans? No, of course not.
Of course
right?
not.
So the
and
war
so
correspondent
why
is
do
already
you
going.
think you have a right to subvert the laws of a foreign nation that has invited you into their country?
How is it subverting the laws?
Lying to subvert their laws, which have specific gendered laws. You say, I should have a government document that lies so I can break the law in that country. Is an absurdity.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. The laws that they would be breaking is that if Blair White has M on their passport, I guess Blair should be walking around without head coverings and wearing like keffiyeh and not having a person, which they would kill her for because they would see a woman.
What right do you have to someone else's nation? I don't understand.
This isn't about a right. This is about your own country granting you the ability to exist and perform in the way that every single person is going to treat you.
We're talking specifically about your friend who wants to go to conflict zones in foreign countries and lie to their government to get privy access.
You have the right to go and do your work.
You do not have a right to someone else's nation. They grant you a privilege to enter under visa.
Sure, but the issue is that you're making it seem like I would grant you that if it was the other nations getting mad at America, being like, put M on trans passports. But that's not what happened. Trump made the decision himself, unrelated to any external pressures. I'm not even sure why.
You said they could be killed.
They could be killed
Why?
if Blair White.
Would the government take action against this person?
They probably would get in major trouble at the border at all.
Agreed.
They would.
So you're asking the U.S. government to produce a false document to lie to a foreign government
It's
so
not
they can get a visa.
Are you saying that it was a false document before, that the government was just lying this entire time?
If you're a man and they put female on your passport, they're lying.
Well, if you put gender and put woman, isn't that fine?
There's no W. It's male or female. Those are sexes. It's biology.
Sure, but couldn't we just update the passport to be gender?
No.
Why not?
Because we're identifying a biological structure of human beings for a purpose because different laws.
On the passport?
Indeed, it's an ID. And we have international treaties with foreign nations because they have different laws than us. This idea that Americans get to go and do whatever they want, whenever.
They're actually both making really good points here. On your ID at like the doctor's office, yeah, it does matter. On your passport, your biology is less relevant. I don't know. I'm not there in either way yet.
Whatever they want is so stupid.
That's not what I'm advocating for.
You think an American male should be able to get a passport that says they're a female so they can enter a country where it's illegal and do things that are otherwise illegal?
I think that the idea that, like you were basically saying that Trump is pro-trans in every way. And I said...
I didn't say he was pro-trans.
You said that he was very
moderate on the issue.
Yeah, exactly. And I said he immediately did something that actually has security and life threats against your civilians. You know what the American government has responsibility for? Protecting its citizens.
What does that have to do with entering a foreign country under sovereign jurisdiction?
Because you're still an American citizen that the government has a procedure to protect. So if that trans person goes, you know what? I'll embrace that.
Why?
Blair White goes, it should say M on my passport, and then goes in. Does the American government have to go rescue her when she inevitably gets attacked and assaulted? Or does she just have to give up on her career as a war correspondent?
Yes, you do. You're not entitled to these things. This is weird.
It's such a wild thing for you to say. It's totally chill that the American government can just be like, nah, you're not allowed to do your
I think you're lying.
Anymore. I'm not lying.
You think Americans should have a right to commit crimes in other countries, yes or no?
That's not what I've said.
I'm not saying you are, but is the answer no?
No.
So Americans should not be able to break the law in other countries?
Correct.
Even when those laws are bullshit?
By and large. And the American government should protect you when you do it.
Don't go to, where is it, like Dubai? They have like, if a woman gets raped in Dubai, you go to prison. Okay. So is it illegal for women to walk around in these countries? It is, right?
Yeah, without the male and et cetera, yes.
So if a female dresses up like a man and takes hormones to mask it to the government, like let's say a woman in Saudi Arabia starts illicitly taking testosterone to appear like a man to go around and break, they would get in trouble for that, wouldn't they?
Probably not if they passed well enough, because nobody would know.
No, I'm saying when they got caught, it's a crime. It is illegal to do.
Because they're trans, yeah.
So I don't understand how you're arguing.
Trans. You're basically saying that trans people just shouldn't go where they're not, where it's illegal for them to exist. That's what you're saying.
Why would you? Well, hold on.
Any reason that you might want to do war correspondence? What do you mean?
Do you recognize that war correspondents can die?
Yeah.
So I don't understand what your point is.
My point is that you should
People
be
have a right to
allowed-
go to foreign war zones without the risk of death, and they should be
That's
able to.
not what I'm advocating for. They have a right to be able to go, and their government shouldn't be immediately
They
outing them to
don't.
make it more
Wait.
dangerous.
You think people have a right to go to any country they want?
Assuming that the government approves their visa, et cetera, et cetera. Yet, not right.
Okay.
I
Well,
should say,
I agree. I agree if they
a
approve their
liberty.
visa,
They
right?
have the liberty to go, I should say. A right is probably the
Assuming
wrong
that
word.
foreign government says we will grant you the visa.
Yeah, the liberty to.
Do people have a right to lie on their visa applications?
No, but the issue is that before the government didn't view that it was a lie, and now
Well,
they
it
do.
is. Because we're not talking about gender on passports. You agree with that? We're talking about biological sex.
I'm advocating that essentially you probably should allow somebody like
Different
Blair
argument.
White.
Different argument. You are upset that Donald Trump said you have to have your biological sex on the
Undid
passport
something because it was already done.
because they were putting fake sexes on passports.
Essentially, yeah, which would have been better if they did gender instead. I agree.
Okay, so then the issue is, which is this is where the contention is, you have a friend who wants a false biological sex listed on their passport,
Wants their
so they
passport
can
not to
defraud a
change.
foreign country into entering.
Not really. I want them to be able to have the liberty to go there, and that the moment that they go there, they won't.
The liberty to go there
The liberty to go there.
at the permission of the government,
both
who
of
expects
them.
you to tell the truth on things like what your biological
For
sex
example,
is.
if your government just agrees that essentially you perform as a woman and they're willing to give you an F so that you can enter spaces safely and walk around and not be attacked for just how you appear, yes.
Do you think countries like the Emirates and Dubai appreciate the fact that people are lying about their gender to bypass?
Probably
their
not.
visa?
Probably not. I
So
just don't really.
I don't-
I don't care about like.
This is American exceptionalism. This is like American citizens can present false paperwork to foreign countries to get access to their
It's
nation.
not false paperwork if the government verifies it.
It is.
It's not.
So when the government says it, it's true.
On the passport,
If the
fundamentally.
government asserts something, it's a fact. Is that?
That's not what I've said.
Then it's not true.
We have
A
to-
government can lie.
Well, Tim, do you want to engage with what I'm saying, or do you want to create a
No, I think
version
you're
of what I'm
lying.
I'm not lying.
An individual has no right to a foreign country. Period.
I've never said that they have a right. They have a liberty to it.
A liberty to what?
What?
To apply to go there.
And is lying to that government okay?
It's not lying if your government is willing to agree that essentially you can be.
Are males
F.
females?
No, they're not.
Okay, so if a male says I'm female, is that a lie?
Yes.
So if a person applies for a passport to the government who is male and says I'm female, is he lying?
It depends on if the government is willing to allow female to include woman looking, and if
I'm talking about sexes, not genders.
yeah, and if the government,
lie
which is what
for
I
a man-
I'm answering you.
You're-
I know-
you're-
I'm
you're-
answering
no,
you.
this-
Tim,
this is
Tim,
why
you
men are
have to let me
leaving the
finish.
left.
You have to let me. Well, the issue is you have to let me talk, right? I'm engaging with you in exceptionally good faith.
This is why men are
I'm
leaving
answering
the
your questions directly, and I'm not pivoting away from them.
left. You are.
You just don't like my answers, which is totally okay.
A male who says I'm female is lying. Because we're talking about biological sex.
Yes.
So if a male goes to the Saudi government and says I'm a female, he lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think people have a right to lie to foreign governments to get visas?
To get visas, not usually. I'm sure there's some exceptions that I might be okay with it.
That you can lie to a foreign government to get a visa?
Yeah. So, for example, if you I think a lot of people lie to North Korea on their visas as to like what they're doing, who are helping like smuggle in information and like helping freeing North Koreans, for an example. So,
Sure, to be fair, we're talking
yeah,
about
Jordan
like
Hart.
subterfuge.
Actually, I shouldn't say anyone who does this, right? But there are people who do this to like really extremist regimes like North Korea. In that case, they're lying on their visa. But I'm kind of okay with it, right? Because they're trying to help the North Koreans, right? So in
Right.
this case, if you've got a country
So it's an
that-
adversarial.
That was a reasonable counter. I'm very torn on this. I'm very, very, very torn on this. Oof. I'm gonna sip some tea really quick and maybe that'll help. Yeah, it's still too hot. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
nation.
Yep.
And we
So
have
if you got a country that looks at trans people and says that they don't exist and there is no way for Blair to enter safely without us killing her, I'm okay lying a little bit to that country so that Blair can enter safely and do her job.
and the
Yes.
government should aid that lie.
Well, the lie would be. The issue is that the lie depends on how the government's determining like what qualifies as F. If they're allowing basically woman performing people to qualify as F for the sake of a passport, it's not really a lie.
I think this is a really great example of why young men are leaving the left. Because I'll just give you my personal feelings, which just how I interpret this moment right now.
Sure.
Your statements are illogical.
They're not. They're just not face
They are.
valid. They're not face valid, right?
Like,
Do you know what that means?
You've made a claim that you've backtracked a little bit when You fluttered between gender and sex. You then said that we should change passports to be gender, not sex. You acknowledge that sex is
Sure,
different.
yeah. I should have baked in extra arguments.
You've asserted an entitlement to lie to foreign governments for access to their countries.
To some degree, yeah. You agreed to that, though, right?
So no, I didn't.
Yeah, you said, yeah, there's certain situations
I was
that you're going
acknowledging
to
what
lie.
you had said about people lying to get
So
into
you
North
don't
Korea.
think that people should lie to get into North Korea to like help aid those people in like freeing themselves from like the extreme oppression that North Koreans experience? Like you think it's bad when like humanitarians.
It wouldn't be morally bad, but it would be wrong. Yeah, I mean, like,
Well,
Why?
you shouldn't try to do. I mean, you're.
I mean, it's a question of the sovereignty of nations. I don't like North Korea.
Should America be like, hey, North Korea, just a heads up, these people,
Careful,
careful, they're not entering just to do tourism. They actually
I think if we
wanna
have
help your people.
treaties with nations we are not actively at war with, we should do our best to adhere to them. And so the question of international treaties pertaining to visas, the idea that the U.S. government would permit people to lie on their passports, it's a weird thing to advocate for.
Sure. The issue is that, again, this is why
Like, why lie on your passport? I don't understand.
Why insist on having biology on your passport? Why not have gender?
Because there are laws in certain nations.
Why not have
pertaining-
both?
Because it's a redundancy. It's meaningless.
It's not redundant.
So you
right?
put, I'm a male woman.
Well, Blair White.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
That's easy, Tim. It's a male woman would be a woman who delivers mail. No? No groans? I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
And it is a performance.
What does that mean?
It means that you appear woman. It's like porn. What's porn? Well, you see it when you know it, right? If you look at it, that's porn. That naked image, it's not porn.
Why can't liberals answer this question?
Because because do you want me to go why?
Because they're scared too?
No, because of we went into
woman
it
is an
before.
adult human female?
No, not at all. The issue is that it's Sorite's paradox. Do you know what Sorite's
what is
paradox is? Okay, I've got 1,000 grains of sand, and I say that's a heap of sand. Would you agree with me?
Oh, I know this. Yes, I use it all the time.
Okay,
How many grains of sand makes a heap?
exactly, right? And the line there is hard to know, right?
It's really not.
So Blair White is a
Oh, I thought this was the... Oh, what is it called? It's like something to do with Fenrir beheading allegory, maybe. Where does the head start? Oh, what's that? Somebody help me out with this. What is... There's like a mythology thing where someone was going to be beheaded and the deal was they could only take the head, but like they couldn't figure out where the neck ended and the head started, and that's kind of what she's alluding to. Damn, what was that? I can't remember.
man. Is a
And
man.
Blair White will tell you Blair White is a man.
Okay, that's fine for Blair White.
Blair
True.
White literally makes videos where...
You want Blair White
I
to
will-
walk into male bathrooms?
No.
Oh.
No.
Why not?
Well, my position on this is like Blair White walking to a men's room will create a weird social chaos, and I'm not really concerned about
What
Blair.
kind of social chaos would it make?
So for men, it's a bit different for women, right? And so the issue is not specifically about Blair White. It's about Buck Angel, a better example.
Sure.
Buck Angel walking into a women's room is going to start a fight. And so
Why?
Because Buck Angel is a masculine, bicycle mustached, male-looking individual.
So Hulk Hogan with a vagina is essentially like more of a
Should
woman.
be using the men's room. But literally, Hulk Hogan with a vagina is a literal woman.
Hulk Hogan with vagina should be using the men's room?
Yes.
Gotcha. Why?
Social order.
Because what's the social piece?
The social piece is that people make judgments based on appearance. And there have been instances, there was one story out of McDonald's where a lesbian female was pulled from the women's bathroom and the police kept calling her sir, despite the fact it was a literal biological female, because of this controversy and conundrum.
Yeah.
So I don't have this staunch right conservative, make everybody use their biological gender space, because that will just be chaotic. That being said, there's no simple answer. Why? Because a male who was exposing himself to children went into a spa in California, in San Francisco, exposed himself to women and children. And when a woman complained, they said, the assumption is this person is trans and we can't intervene. When in fact, it wasn't a trans person. It was a male who was exposing himself to children.
Right.
So therein lies a much greater problem. On the surface, I think the simple answer is I don't see how any guy's going to appreciate Buck Angel walking into a ladies' room with their wife.
Exactly,
Never
because
gonna happen.
people make judgments on appearance.
Indeed.
And those judgments on appearance that we make is that performance.
And that has nothing to do with your entitlement to government documents nor entering
I'm
foreign
not getting there
countries.
yet, right? If we make judgments based on appearance, you look at me and how do you know I'm a woman? Did you check my passport?
No.
Did you check my vagina?
Nope.
I could have a penis for all we know.
Probably not.
I could. Why are you assuming I'm a woman?
Well, you have a woman's body.
Right. Yes, I
So,
perform very woman.
Let's roll. Your skin. Men have thicker skin, and it's usually easy. You notice the brow ridge, your facial features, the structure of your shoulders compared to your hips, the fact that you have breasts. These are all probably a woman.
Right. So if a woman gets breast implants, is she more or less a woman?
Neither.
Okay. But she appears more feminine, right?
No.
Yeah, like a super busty
No.
woman is
No,
obviously.
no, 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 nope, 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 nah, nope. Sorry, Erudite. I know you just got them done. You are not more feminine now. That is categorically nonsense. I'm sorry. We are natural body supremacists here, in case everyone was wondering. Okay. All sizes matter. Absolutely. This whole, the more you look like Kim Kardashian, the more feminine you are. This shit needs to be gonzo from society. That is craziness. This is craziness. Nonsense. Completely disagree with what she just said.
Going to be more hyper femme.
I don't agree.
This is just.
I don't think your breast size makes you more or less of a woman.
Yeah.
I said femme at this point.
I don't
Nope.
think femininity is reduced to like the size of a
Nonsense.
woman's breasts, because then morbidly obese women will be more feminine. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's more, again, it's performance, right? Like this is why if you search for porn and you look up like super like hyper feminine or hyper feminine like porn, you're going to get women with huge tits and a huge ass. This is obviously true.
No, this is not obviously true. I know this is a this is like a societal disorder, because this is just categorically untrue. If your dog had one leg amputated, he's a super dog now. That's how that works. You should be teaching him how to fly, because he can. He just doesn't know it yet.
These are feminine traits, right?
so-
Men don't typically have big tits.
Men don't typically have any tits. However, bigger breasts is not more feminine. Like, that's just categorically nonsense. Come on, girl. I know right now she's trying to justify the recent augmentation, but it's just nonsense. It's just not true. I completely disagree with this.
Tits and big
Yeah.
asses.
So creating subcategories to define something doesn't change that woman and man are typically used to define adult human, male or female.
Yeah, I would say like 90% of the time. And the problem is that we have to legislate for like also the 10%. And so when it works 90%,
10%.
sure, it's probably less than that.
Substantially less.
Sure, but we still have to legislate for it.
Yeah,
These are our citizens, right? We can't just be like, fuck you guys. You're not our problem.
Yeah, we
actually,
could.
the argument from trans
I'm
people
just
is it was
kidding.
better off before any of this was happening, when trans people just used bathrooms without anyone noticing.
But I agree that the trans
Legislating
movement,
for it actually caused more problems.
well, legislating for it in the way that the trans movement has legislated for it has caused problems,
And
right?
they were trying to get it removed from the DSM-5 as well. Which
I
would
believe so, yes.
which would mean they can no longer get medical treatment or prescriptions for.
Yeah, look here. If you want to have somebody who's very critical of the trans group and thinks they're full of retards, you found the girl, right? I think there's lots of issues with trans advocacy, but I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the group. I'm talking about the idea, which is what I'm wanting to gauge in. People make judgments
what
on
about
appearance.
body dysmorphic disorder?
What about it?
Should people have a right to get their hands chopped off?
I just want to pause for a moment to. There's only 6 of you right this second, but we've had up to 20 something viewers in chat tonight. The video has 10 likes. I think we got a dislike from the guy that was trying to call me a lefty earlier. Whatever, I don't. Dislikes are engagement. I love them. Send them. And that's the most we've had on a live stream so far. We've had tons of chat interaction. I didn't know, how this channel was going to do. We've had 4 new subscribers tonight since we've been sitting here. So I just wanted to thank you guys. It's a lot of fun hanging out with you all. And starting to see results from it is also really cool. So I just wanted to pause and say that because I'm running my studio on my other screen here. And I just happened to refresh it and notice that interesting information. So thanks, guys. You're awesome. And yeah, we'll get back to it.
It depends on if there's evidence that it benefits them.
Well, how would it benefit someone to cut their hand off?
Well, how would it benefit somebody to transition? The same.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It does.
It literally doesn't.
So-
Suicide ideation is suicidality is actually, to quote Chase Strangio, suicide attempts and suicide do not decrease from transition.
Chase Strangio is not a strong one to like the issue here.
Well, the ACLU's lawyer to the Supreme Court is the best example I'm going to come up with.
Sure, but you probably shouldn't use a lawyer when you're talking about like trans research.
A lawyer
science.
who's trying to convince the Supreme Court is not the better example.
No, I would say researchers are, right? Like we should go to the actual data. I don't care what
and
lawyers
desistance
making
rates
arguments.
are in the majority.
Desistance rates for under 18 are, right? The
Oh.
issue is that if you look at data, so
And if you're over 18, do whatever you want. I don't care.
you want me to tell you about the data?
Sure.
Okay, so there's tons of research on specifically adults, and this was before it was super, super, super politicized because right now, most of the data that you look at for trans science between like 2018 to about 2024 is politicized on both sides. There's groups that are very anti-trans doing science and it's garbage, and there's sides that are very pro-trans and they do science and it's also garbage. And so the issue is that we have like almost 2 decades now of science that we can't rely on. So we have to look back at like the earlier stuff and be really scrupulous about the methodology specifically. And so one of in the most methodologically sound studies, it's an RCT, it's longitudinal, it is a brilliant study. I believe it came out in 2003. I could be incorrect, but it looks at adults over time who transitioned or did not transition, right? And all the effects and sequelae. And when you look at the adults who transitioned over the like 10-year period that they were studying them for, there was a 60% reduction in attempt rate. And by attempt rate, I mean medically diagnosed, confirmed at a hospital attempt rate, which is huge.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, I don't care.
Why?
I'm talking about kids.
I'm talking about adults.
I know, but I don't care what adults do.
But when we're talking about passports and like traveling and all this sort of
That's
stuff.
government treaties and trying to get access to a foreign nation, which you have no right to attain.
Sure, that's one argument that you're making
care
for
what-
it. But
I-
when,
like I
when
said,
I'm
I
talking
think- I
about
think
trans people, I'm
Use the bathroom of which you most likely socially align visually.
yeah, by and large, we should also allow their passports to not like immediately out them as a group that a culture that we believe is hateful and we don't
But
agree
who's
with.
checking American passports on the fly? Like, are you going to bars and being like, let
When
me see
you
your passport?
go through TSA,
Okay. Like, is a TSA agent gonna like lynch a trans person going to Omaha?
not an American.
cares?
I'm talking about Iranians
Why are you going to Iran?
because you have the liberty to do so.
Not if Iran says no.
Again, my issue isn't that Iran can or cannot say no. My issue is the government, your government, outing you in a dangerous way for no other reason than petty jabs because trans people went too far with policy. I think
I
that's
don't think that's
bad
the case.
politicking. It's
I think
there's no
I
reason.
think there's political ramifications internationally for us having false passports.
Again, if the government will create a way that you can basically allow trans people to have a passport that looks in the way that they are presenting so that they don't get in trouble in countries that will throw trans people off of buildings, I think it's good for your
Why
government
would you
to try
go to a country that they're going to throw you off a building?
So what do you mean? What is this question? Why would women go to any country ever that they care about and do like work to like help the poor? I don't know, because they want to. They have the liberty to do so.
Right. And so this is why I asked, why would you do it? You gave an answer.
Liberty.
And
This is
my
all
point is, sometimes you die,
The
right?
government shouldn't be outing you to kill you. I don't care if a
Yeah.
trans person goes to Iran and then in the process of being in Iran, they die as a war correspondent. I care
I'll
about
say-
your own government outing you and setting you up to be killed for no other reasons than petty
Sure.
jabs.
And I'm gonna say once again, the reason why I think young men are leaving the left is that this sounds like sophistry.
So again, let's talk about face validity. Do you know what face validity is?
Explain.
Okay, face validity is this process in science. So when we do science, we look for things. So like when we test whether or not I'm testing depression, there's validity measures that we apply to ensure that I'm capturing depression and not something else like anxiety, right? One of the ways that we can test for whether or not we're capturing a construct is called face validity. And all that means is it appears good. And the issue is that the world is so much more complex. Every scientist knows that face validity as a form of validity is garbage, because I might write an emo measure to test how emo you are, but that doesn't mean that I'm tapping into the emo construct at all. Even though all the questions might sound good and I ask you a bunch about Green Day and all these sorts of things, and I ask you how many black types of like makeups you have,
They're not emo.
right? They might be goth, right? They might be
They're pop punk.
there you go, right? They might be something else.
I call them cult punk now.
So this is why face validity is a really weak thinking system. And my problem with the right and what you said before with men is that you said it's easier to be on the right. And I would say that's a weak answer. Because
It's true.
as a human being, it's not better to take the easy path. You should take the right pathway.
No one said that's not a. You called my answer weak, which is nonsensical. It is. You agreed with me that it was easier to be on the right for a man.
It's not nonsensical for me to say taking the easier path isn't good.
Calling my answer weak is not saying.
I didn't say your answer's weak. I said that men who
It's a
take
weak
the
answer.
easier pathway. When you say it's easier, that the weak answer is in like essentially when men say
You
it's
mean
just
it's the
easier
weak
to be
path.
right. That's weak.
It's the weak path.
Sure.
Yeah, I think if we dive into this, men don't want to live in a world of sophistry. They don't want to be told to say there are 5 lights through pain of penalty. So when it's easier to be on the right, it's more like if you're on the right and you go to someone and say, you know, that you're gay, most people on the right, not all, are going to be like, I don't need to know that. I don't care.
How do you know what's true?
Well, that's a good point. You don't.
Right. And so
I'm
what
muted
I'm arguing
again.
is
The
that
only thing
Damn it. Thanks, Martin. Yeah, I had a little coughing fit. I didn't feel like you guys wanted to be a part of it, so what I was saying was Green Day is not emo. And then Tim agreed with me. And then she tried to say they're goth. Green Day is not goth. Tim agreed with me. And then I was saying that I would know because I listen to emo and it's not Green Day. And yeah, I think that catches us up pretty much. Also, when she was just saying that's a weak answer, I also thought she was talking about Tim's answer. She could have worded that a lot better. But now that she's explained it, it makes more sense. Thanks, Martin, though. I'm still getting used to my mic literally just turns red. Just one little light here turns red when it's muted. So I'm still not used to it. But I'm back.
I know is that I know nothing.
sure. Well, you know some things, right? And it's good to know that you know.
We believe some things.
Well, I'm I'm an objectivist when it comes to like I'm a science realist, right? I believe that there are things we can discover that are true and will stay true regardless of how people feel about them, right? I
But
think my
philosophically,
pencil will fall and that's due to gravity because it's true, and it doesn't matter if I'm like, oh God, please don't do it. Oh shit,
right,
I lost again.
we agree on that, but that's a less than 1 millionth of reality. So arguing that we can understand something basic like a question I like to ask people is if I took
Gravity's not basic, right? Gravity's sequelae of falling is basic, but we don't
Right.
even know what causes gravity.
right. So if I were to take this phone and whip it as hard as I could at that window, what would happen?
I don't know how thick your windows are, but it would at least smash your
I thought gravity was because of the spinning. No, apparently, maybe we don't know that anymore. I think maybe we just thought that. I don't know.
phone. It might smash your window.
That's a great answer because some people say the window would break. I say, actually, you don't know that. The assumption is the window would break because typically hard object thrown at window breaks window. However, it could be a bulletproof window. So while there are certain things that we can agree on, like if I drop object, it falls because gravity is a thing, most things we assume or believe, but we don't know.
So why did I arrive at the right answer when you might have expected me not to?
I didn't know. I didn't have an expectation of your right.
Sure,
or wrong
but
answer.
why did I arrive at the correct answer of essentially saying, I don't know how thick your window is, but your phone would probably break at least?
Higher IQ?
Probably not, right?
Yeah, pop punk or Tim said cult punk, which I kind of agree with. It makes sense.
I think
There's probably,
that
for
you're
example, Adam Conover is probably not stupid, but I think he says lots of stupid shit. But I
because he's trying to adhere to a liberal orthodoxy.
because I
A question
sure,
of ba-
yes,
a question,
actually
a question
yes, because partisanry defaults your brain to bad thinking strategies. And what I care about, all I care about in my platform is good think. And face validity is
Sure,
not
but-
a valid way to determine whether a construct is true or not, because it falls apart the moment you look at the complexities of the world.
Which is why I say when you go so hard on this passports out you, people don't buy it.
I don't care if I explain to them how blitzscaling works as like a venture capitalist system. You might be like, that shouldn't work. I don't really care. It's really complicated. It's infinitely
But
complicated.
you sound like Adam Conover is my point.
A what?
You sound like Adam Conover. you're-
No, because I don't deny.
That's pushing it. That's a little far. That was mean. That was too far. She doesn't sound like Adam Conover. He sounded like he sounded like someone who just woke up in a different state from the party they started drinking at the night before. That's what he sounded like.
IQ, and I don't deny science,
there's
right?
no.
I don't sound like Adam Conover in any way, other
You do.
than we might
let's-
align on like trans stuff.
No,
But the issue is like
let-
I'm not engaging in science denial.
Right, let's try this. The issue of being able to travel to a foreign country is predicated upon the acceptance of that foreign country letting you in. It's their sovereignty. So internally, there really isn't an issue pertaining to your passport saying MF or whatever. I mean, unless you're trying to get a ladies' night discount, which is unconstitutional anyway, and they get sued a million times over for it. There's very rare circumstances other than the emotions of the individual where it matters, except in a medical function,
Sure.
where a doctor needs to know what kind of medicine to prescribe you based on your biology.
And how do you know that somebody's female?
Are you saying in a medical context?
Female, with the way that you would define female.
I mean, we make assumptions on the surface for the most part, but I fully recognize for someone like Blair, I have no problem saying she and her because
Okay,
Blair
why?
because Blair gives me respect
Hey, yeah, you're a respectful person, and
and Blair returns the respect.
it would also be really fucking weird to say he, him, right?
No, not really. I mean, Blair has said that she is actually a he and a man, and I think Blair even called her boyfriend gay. And so I'm kind of like, I don't know, Blair's nice, respectful, entertains things logically, and asks me as a preferred pronoun. I say, okay. We had a drag queen on the show, said I use she. I said, okay, I don't care, whatever.
Sure.
People who are disrespectful, I'll call all sorts of weird names.
Sure, I'm not asking
I'll
about
insult
people
them.
who are like, yeah, I don't expect you to play the same social tit for tat.
But this is my point. Conservatives, like,
Actually, one question, sorry, if I can pause you. I don't know who Blair is, okay? I'm a random person plucked from the internet, from the world who's never seen the internet. Which pronouns would they guess Blair is?
she, her,
Why?
because Blair White looks female.
Right. And so that looks female piece is something that I think is worth applying a word to, which we call gender.
Trans.
Gender. Right? Because That's the word that you can pick a different word, I suppose, but gender
think you
is
should
what
use a
we're
different
talking
word.
about when we say that somebody performs in such a way, right? The reason that you know that I'm a woman is because I perform like a woman in every single way, even though it is possible, technically, that I'm a sneaky XY chromosome haver. So I even have a vagina, but I'm technically XY.
Well,
right?
there's androgen. I forgot what the actual thing is called. Androgen immunity. You're
Yeah,
familiar-
Deficiency or immunity. It's one of those. But yeah, you can have XY chromosomes and completely come out like basically female. It's very interesting stuff.
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Some people are born XY, but the testosterone never has no. They're immune to testosterone.
Yeah.
So they develop like females. I think the issue largely is just down to why does that matter if someone's ID says their biological sex on it?
Because say for somebody like
Feeling.
intersex. Well, intersex, how do you even
Well, intersex actually has has the capability to change.
what?
If you're birth like
Yeah, I think they have
Huh?
to pick whenever they're like younger or something like that.
They just
Oh, well,
pick
there you
it.
go.
They just pick a sex.
Yeah, like I think they have to. I think they have both, and the parents basically have to choose.
I'll tell you this. I
Wait, no, that's hermaphrodites, I thought. I think the other guy is confused.
will
I have to
grant
pick.
I will grant all luxuries afforded to anyone who is legitimately intersex. I have no issue with that. It's a minority of the population. I don't think we should legislate for the majority for a minority in that way. So by all means, let's say, sure, intersex makes up like 0.017% of the population, and let's try to accommodate them. It's unfortunate they ended up in that circumstance.
Sure. So, like for example, the Algerian boxer Amane, right? Everyone insisted that she was trans. Seems like there's no evidence that's come out. It seems likely that she might have some intersex stuff. Her testosterone.
XY, I think.
Yeah, like her,
Testing.
she might be androgen resistant or something like that. But in all ways, she's like, she's Algerian, right? They've thought she was a female from birth, and Algeria is not exactly gender open, right? When we looked at that situation, the right got really agitated because essentially gender was thrust in their face, and it's hard to solve, especially if
it's a
you
guy.
won't even. Well, they said it was a guy, but it isn't a guy, right? In any way, shape, or form. And in fact, insisting she with breasts is a guy.
She didn't have breasts. That was the issue.
I think that she has like some level. I think most XYs will have some level of mammary development because without testosterone, you often. This is why pedophiles who are on SSRIs often have mammary development. Mammary development is kind of default unless you have androgen to prevent it. I could be wrong, but
No,
that's my understanding.
I think you're right. That's why like dudes with steroids, when they stop producing testosterone after the fact, they end up growing
They'll get
boobs.
some boobies, right?
Yeah,
And so she did have breasts. They were probably small. I wouldn't be surprised because
Bitch hit Bob was his name.
sure, but like Asian women have small tits, and that doesn't mean that we're like that's a man now. It's a man. Otherwise, my argument that more tits equals more woman would be true.
The issue largely just stems to
And it's not true. More tits does not equal more woman. Knock that shit off, Erudite.
we don't legislate for the absolute minority, and an intersex person upon discovery, it's like, well, we can't. If you don't fit into the category we've provided for the overwhelming majority, then maybe a secondary category or something would make a lot of sense, because if someone was born without feet, they're not going to be runners. We don't say like we're going to give you robot legs so you can run. That was actually the Oscar Pistorius debate because he didn't have legs, and so they were letting him use these prosthetics that people argued gave an advantage. He argued didn't, and it was contentious. And then he killed his girlfriend, I think, and got arrested for it.
The fair play guy, right? The like big question of fair play. Yeah, I mean, like I think when it comes to trans
something I was
women
trying
in
to ask you
sports-
earlier was sort of that too. What he's kind of touching on is that, well, how can you say that like in this one, like right now you're saying we should basically legislate for the minority, but then earlier
We
you're
always
saying-
legislate
I
for
know,
the
but you're
minority, just
saying-
to be clear.
But you're saying
Always.
well, we shouldn't be
By
listening
and large,
to these.
that's what like most judicial criminality.
Yeah, but you're saying earlier, well, we shouldn't be listening to these crazy people that are like on the extreme left, and we should be ignoring them, and we should be like
Sure.
coming together.
Yeah, you should like for example.
We should.
I guess I
We should ignore them. They should ignore themselves, ideally.
would say, I'm sorry that the left got so crazy. Wasn't really my doing. I've only been in this industry for 3 years. I've always fought them. I don't like them. Why are you treating me like I'm them? I'm not a crazy leftist. I'm a reasonable liberal, and we are a growing group, a vastly growing group, because a lot of people are being like, yeah, progressives are kind of stupid. Like they're a little cringe. And I agree. I've been fighting them my entire life. The issue is that I refuse that the alternative has to go, well, if if it looks and feels that way, it is that way, except for when I don't want it to be that way. It's like that's not a
Yeah,
satisfying
but
answer. Face
what
validity
we're
can't be the way
talking
that we
about
think
though
either.
is the minority. Like there are not tons of Blair Whites and
Yeah, there's not a
what's
lot
the
of
other
trans
guy?
people.
I forget his name.
Fuck Angel.
The
Okay,
girl
Angel.
that looks like a guy. Yeah. That's why they're like a unique case. That's why everybody cites them is because they are the minority.
Well, they're less of a unique case than you would think. Because most of the time people are like, I can always tell. You can't always tell. The reason they're cited so much is because they are large internet personalities that everybody knows. Everyone knows who those two people are. That's why they're cited so much. And they're really good examples of trans people that pass immaculately. Like, you would never be able to guess if you had no idea and he didn't tell you that Buck Angel was born female. You would have no idea. He's more Jack than me. Like, he's very much passing as male. That's why they're used. They're used because they're really good examples and because they're very well-known internet personalities.
Here's another issue. Let's move on from this. The policies that you've espoused outside of like the transgender issue, many people on the right completely agree with.
I agree.
And so the issue then becomes reformer versus revolutionary, or are you lying? And so when you have, in 2020, I donated the max to Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang, and I wanted sane Democrats to kick out the lunatics. Instead, they all stood there and raised their hand about opening the border, decriminalizing crossings, giving health care to non-citizens. And I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
And then they basically booted Tulsi Gabbard, and she still endorsed Joe Biden. Andrew Yang ended up taking a job at CNN, and once again, just trying to pander to the left. And so I was like, wow, who am I going to vote for? Donald Trump then came out and said the DEI stuff needs to be removed from government. I said, hey, I'm for that. He said, no new wars. I said, I'm for that. He said, we're going to set a timeline for withdrawal from Afghanistan. I was like, wow, these are things that I, as a liberal-leaning person my whole life, have longed for. I think this is the best chance I have because Joe Biden is lying about Trump's statements. The media is lying about Trump's statements. They're falsely framing what's actually going on. And Joe Biden is the guy who sold contracts for got his brother contracts in Iraq. This is military-industrial complex times 10. I'll take Trump. Then you come to 2024, and Donald Trump says, we're going to bring in Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Elon Musk. We're going to bring in a coalition of liberals to help lead foreign policy and economic decisions. And no new wars, blah, blah, blah. We're going to set peace. And I'm like, well, this is the most functionally appropriate thing to select, which I will.
But then he lied, right? Like
About what?
Well, he's like, for example, the Gaza war rollout has exploded under him because essentially the War Council was having the brakes pumped on them super hard. I'm not sure how you feel about
What does that have to do with like
Trump is like Trump being anti-war. He is literally celebrating the idea of basically steamrolling Gaza and displacing all of the citizens with not even
the news?
Huh?
Have you been following the news on this one?
Yeah.
He recently came out and told Israel he was breaking from them. He doesn't want to be involved in their wars.
Do you remember why?
Iran.
What do you mean Iran?
To avoid a war.
To avoid a war with Iran, he said, we're going to stop supporting you because you're pushing too hard. Israel said they're going to engage in strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. And Tulsi Gabbard told Trump, don't do it. And Trump said, we won't. Tulsi Gabbard was excellent choice. Man, if we got Kamala Harris.
Not on subject, but what happened to the woman that worked with a Tim? Do you mean with Tim? Okay, I'm about to say some things that may have zero basis in factual reality, okay? This is just something I heard, okay? I heard, and we may be talking about two different women, but if it's who I'm thinking of, they were in a relationship with somebody who was not Tim, and they may have engaged. Oh, do you mean Lauren Shen? She's like basically banished from the internet because of the company that she was like kind of running was like paying Tim and a bunch of other Republican, or not Republican. Well, some of them were Republicans, some of them were conservative, some were libertarian, content creators with money that was like from Russia or something. Oh geez, what was it called? What was the name of the company? It was so basically some employees of RT, the Russian Times. What was the name? We're giving money to Lauren Shen's company. What was it? Tenant Media? That's what it was called. And it came out, and I think she might be like, I know there was legal action brought against her by the government, so she's probably embroiled in a bunch of legal stuff. I thought you were talking about the girl that used to like work for Tim, on the Timcast a lot. I want to say like Emma or Hannah or something. And that was like a whole weird infidelity thing, and she quit or got fired or something. I can't remember. But yeah, not too off topic.
Harris in there? Holy shit.
And another, I mean, this brings it
Pro-war
back to
liberals.
the topic. Why are men leaving? I mean, we don't want to be fighting the wars. I mean, I think we realize
yeah.
who's
Well,
going to be
yeah,
sent
I'll
overseas.
just kind of own. I'm not like
You know what I mean?
pro-war because I see war as like the most
Yeah, I'm not
tragic,
saying you
evil
are. I'm
thing.
just.
But I see war
But
as an absolute
Democrats are pro-war.
necessity.
I will say,
and more
yeah, I think
importantly,
Democrats are more pro-war
They are
than they
pro-war.
let on. They
I
like
agree.
to pretend. They
I
like to
agree.
do this thing with their where they're pretending that, oh, we're just, you know, we're just doing our.
Which other girl? Do you mean Mary? The ghost girl Mary? The pale girl? I was under the impression she still does her little thing on the side, the culture war crisis thing. Mary Morgan. Yeah, she's still. Yeah, Mary Morgan. She still does the pop culture crisis. So she still works for Tim. They don't do this together though. Her thing is like separate. It's just part of Timcast Media. So I'm pretty sure she still does that.
Our thing here,
sweet,
yeah,
and we
we're
just
nice
want
and
peace
sweet, and
and
then
love.
really we're
So-
fighting three
I'll,
problems.
I'll put it this
agree.
way: as a liberal,
striking kids. So.
as a liberal, I see Donald Trump publicly going moderate on the issue of abortion, and he got attacked for it.
He did.
I see him rejecting DEI, which is a violation of the Civil Rights Act and illegal. And I see him bringing on Tulsi Gabbard for national security, RFK Jr. for health, and I'm like, wow. This is the first time I've actually gotten like liberal administrative policy in the federal government, because Obama wasn't doing it. Obama was blowing up children overseas. So I have said numerous times, Obama should be criminally investigated, impeached, and charged for the killing of Abdurrahman al-Awlaki, and Donald Trump should be investigated for the killing of Abdurrahman al-Awlaki.
I mean, I don't watch Pop Culture Crisis, but it's still in her Instagram bio. I just checked, so I assume she still does it.
7-year-old sister. But Donald Trump, as an administration, is eclectic with much more liberal tendency than the Democrats offer. Again, the reason why I think young men are leaving is, for one, it's not just ideology. It's literally just conservatives had babies 18 years ago. So that's a big function of it. But what we did see is among the Gen Z that were 25 5 years ago and that are now, or I should say 24, and that are now entering their late 20s, We have seen an uptick in anti-LGBTQ, anti-gay marriage, pro-Jesus, so that shift has happened a little bit. And I think it's largely due to the fact that if you were looking at it objectively or pragmatically or rationally, you're saying a vote for Donald Trump and the Republicans earns me a 10-point net positive, and a vote for the Democrats is a 10-point net negative. Yeah, I don't like Republicans on this, and this. But they're offering me that, this, and otherwise, and the Democrats are doing nothing. So I'll take Republicans.
I'm not sitting here criticizing the voters. That's not what I have issue at.
No, I'm just saying that's why they're moving to the right.
Well, sure.
Also, I think
the issue is
Christianity offers
they're all
purpose.
lying, right? My problem is that they're doing this based on this idea of they're all lying. For example, military complex. Okay, Musk just got several multi-million-dollar military-industrial complex contracts, right? With SpaceX to develop a bunch of tanks, specifically.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and Tesla also got some armored vehicle contracts. I don't think that this is good, right? For you to be so anti-military and war, right? He's been unable to stop the Ukrainian war, which we knew. Under his first term, he was doing multiple strikes.
Are you sure about this?
The Musk stuff?
The tanks? You're referring to like...
I did hear that. I'm pretty sure that's true. And that is sketchy stuff. People working in the government doing cuts and stuff, even in the light capacity that he was, that's like a clear, or would like that to be a much clearer line between like the state and who they choose to contract out to. Like, that's a very muddy place to exist. I'm not a fan of that. But I'm not really a fan of any of the kind of money and politics intermingling garbage. So I don't know. A lot of the Trump Musk stuff, their sort of relationship and how it's evolved has been very suspicious to me.
Armored personnel.
Armored vehicles.
Armored vehicles?
Yeah. Tesla or SpaceX.
And maybe Tesla. Tesla tanks. I don't know. SpaceX doesn't come up. The SpaceX story that comes up is he got a contract for water tanks.
The golden
fuel tanks.
I think SpaceX as well, they're considering them for the golden, what's that new?
Bong and stuff. Good evening. Welcome to chat. Hope you enjoy your stay here.
New golden defense system.
The Golden Dome, yeah.
I don't.
Golden Dome.
You know, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm trying to find it.
Everyone be nice. Welcome Bong and stuff to chat. Okay?
Sure.
I'm not seeing anything. Let me try our good friend AI.
Well, even if we grant that, why is that necessarily wrong? I mean, I think
here's the issue.
I think there is something to
It's
like
not-
a peace through strength kind of deal. Like,
it's
I don't
not-
think it's a problem.
Plead the grift. So is the plan from Qatar. Yeah, that was sketchy too. I have not been a fan of a lot of them. The foreign policy from really either side lately. I definitely haven't been a fan of the MAGA foreign policy. He keeps changing lanes. And they kind of brought this up earlier. Tim kind of hand waved it, but Erudite did make a good point about how like Trump's stance on Israel keeps kind of changing depending on who else they're friends with or not. And it's not, in my opinion, good to have like a wishy-washy foreign policy, regardless of what that foreign policy ends up being. Bong and stuff, I bite. That's fine. We welcome everyone in this chat. All are welcome, even if you don't agree with me, even if you bite. Everything, it's all cool here.
Problem to continue building our military and our defenses.
Sure. Yeah. So I believe that America is the best global hegemon that we have ever had, and I want them to stay, and I think that they stay by military power. I think fundamentally we must invest in our military.
Right. So even if we grant that that's true what you said, why is it a problem necessarily?
It's a problem if Trump is saying he's anti-war, and then he's engaging in all sorts of war hawk behavior, just like everyone else.
Yeah, but is developing
like
the military war
just
hawk
like everyone,
behavior, though?
I'm gonna say this with a caveat. I have not been able to locate any source on SpaceX or Tesla getting access to tanks, and Google search pulled up nothing. I asked ChatGPT, and it says his DoD contracts specifically refer to satellite launches, Starlink, and Starshield, spy satellites, and rocket cargo, but no military armored vehicles or anything of that nature.
Okay. So they are getting military contracts, just not for tanks, but for armored vehicles and
Yeah,
like
but and again, I'm
I did read something about the tanks. One sec. Let's we're gonna do a quick check here. Because Tim might do some shenanigans with the Googling. Tanks contract. It may have just been armored vehicles that I saw. This might not be true. Thanks. It was, okay, so it was armored vehicles. Okay, it wasn't specifically tanks, but I digress. Either way.
space spy stuff.
I'm clarifying this because I went on Joe Rogan and I mentioned that more than half the country is a constitutional carry. He said he didn't believe it, and then Jamie pulled up a source which was wrong, and I said, I guess I was wrong about that. And then after I left, I Googled it. I was right. They just had a bad source.
Sure.
And
I could be wrong, but it sounds like he's getting potentially some military contracts with like at least cyber warfare.
Yeah, spy satellites.
Tesla, you said, is getting armored vehicles?
No, Tesla.
No, I got tank. The deal tanked. Tanks. There were talks, but I don't think he ended up getting the deal because of backlash.
There were early reports that they were working on an armored electrical vehicle contract that was never put in place.
Gotcha. Okay.
Elon Musk publicly denied there was ever any such deal.
Okay. That's not super meaningful.
I mean, I got to be honest. I would love it if the U.S. government was giving Elon Musk massive contracts for SpaceX.
Sure. And
yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Like, even if we grant it for the sake of the argument,
Sure.
why is it bad? I guess.
Yeah, you're asking.
I'm just curious.
So it's not bad. What I'm pointing to is this idea that everyone lies. So you
right,
guys
but
like,
no, but you said it was bad.
That's why I was. You gotta let me finish, right? So you guys said, well, the left is lying, and I'm like, yeah, probably did. Every time the leftists are like,
Erudite, in that guy's defense, he's barely spoken at all throughout this entire thing. So
we're anti-war. I'm like, no, you're not. You're all war hawks, and you have to be war hawks. The entire axis of resistance wants to kill everyone.
Okay,
like,
but
the reality is, we're all going to have to be war hawks to some extent.
So what I brought up before was the war hawk behavior, where we both agreed that it was actually, we're actually engaged in proxy wars, et cetera. Not that we still aren't, but we're trying to dial that back. But then you said that because they're giving the contracts, that's somehow not a piece.
I would say like his.
Now, this whole thing, this was a huge Overton window shift. When I was growing up, the conservatives were the war hawks. Liberals were staunchly against all that. And that has changed dramatically. Dramatically. I mean, we all know that. Yeah, I keep forgetting he's there too, because he's barely speaking at all. Which I'm fine with, because I mean, if you're not confident in the topic and you're not going to have anything meaningful to add, then, you should just kind of sit back and watch and learn, especially given the fact that this is one of, I think, the better conversations that we've watched so far. I really like Kyla. I don't hate Tim. A lot of people on the left hate Tim. I don't hate Tim. I don't agree with him on everything, but I think he's generally a pretty moderate person. And even if, he doesn't always come to the right conclusions, he tries to come to conclusions in a logical and reasonable way. And I appreciate that about him. And I think Kyla does the same thing even when she doesn't come to the right conclusions. But yeah, if he's just sitting in the back and he's not going to say anything meaningful, then that's fine by me.
Initial support of the Gaza rollout.
But yeah, like I was saying, the Warhawk, the Overton window on who is pro-war has shifted so dramatic. Nothing has shifted more dramatically, I think, in my lifetime, as far as the two parties go, than which party has been more pro-war or less war. The MIC has its preferred leadership, which has shifted after Bush to what remained of the institutional, happened to be Obama. Yeah, and I think during Obama is when that big Overton window shifted the most, because he was not anti-war, and he became the leader of a party that was previously anti-war. And so they kind of seem to have like amalgamated to that. And that's kind of where we are now, where conservatives are like that we should stay out of foreign conflict, we should stay out of war, we should blah, 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 blah. And liberals are on the opposite side now. I don't know if I would include progressives and leftists in that. I think it's mostly just standard liberals. But it's a very interesting shift. Probably one of the biggest Overton window shifts that I've seen in my lifetime.
Houthi attacks, the like increase.
No, but specifically giving contracts to SpaceX. I was just trying to figure out why that's
Why would you be
bad or why that's
It's
war
not
hawk.
bad.
If we're just building a military
If you're
defense.
anti-military industrial complex, you probably shouldn't be giving more contracts to more and new companies that were never military industrial
Well,
complex
Yeah, but
beforehand.
my point is that
companies-
I think the military complex, the military industrial complex, whenever we talk about that, we're usually talking about the involvement and constantly being in hot wars, not
And-
necessarily
and-
just building up defense.
And so that's why I like new
So
companies.
Cold wars and proxy wars are okay, but hot wars not good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's break that
I mean,
down.
proxy
So
war is
we're not
better than a
actually
hot
we're
war,
not
yeah.
actually anti-war. We're just anti like our soldiers going to war.
No. Hold on. There's going to be conflict and crisis in every capacity. If we don't get involved in certain areas of the world, then China does.
Yep.
And so what is our means of dealing with this? Proxy wars, not so much. Cold wars, I kind of get. The argument is we should be using soft power to prevent hard escalation.
I agree.
That's why I don't fault the United States and NATO for their involvement in Ukraine politics pre-war, and why I think Russia was wrong to invade.
Sure.
The U.S. was using soft power to combat Russian interests, and I think soft power can be aggravating, but it's the way we should handle things.
But also hard power, right? Like in the case of the Houthis, I think Trump had no other option but then to kind of like nuke them out of orbit. They were basically shutting down the entire canal, right?
To the left of you on that one, I guess.
Yeah, I'm decent. I'm for.
should have been doing
I'm sure. So that's fair. But this is the same thing that I would grant. Like I think Obama having multiple strikes on terroristic cells was okay. Like I don't think it's always okay. I'm sure you could point to me multiple drone shots, and I'm like, yeah, that was bad. Bush, not so good. But this idea that like we just
You're
allow.
pro-Trump.
I'm not pro-Trump.
You just said it was good that he bombed the Houthis.
I'm not. Well, here's the issue.
So you
Not being
support him?
deranged. No, not being deranged about Trump doesn't mean I'm not pro-Trump.
These are gotchas. I'm just screwing.
Yeah. It means I'm a good. What it actually means here is that I'm a good faith interlocutor. I can grant Trump his wins, right? I'm totally fine with that. I have no issues with Trump doing good policies.
You don't call rapists terrorists austere scholars?
Trump?
So when Trump killed the head of ISIS, Washington Post called him an austere.
Avoid the canal. I'm pretty sure it was like otherwise going to be extremely tricky to maneuver around that area. I'm not super I would have to look into that a lot more to come up with a better tactical arrangement for that. I have to assume that they looked into other stuff. But I'm not sure on that one. I'm not a military trade tactician. Yeah, we'll just go around Africa. I guess it's possible. Again, I'd have to look into this a lot more. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
Austere scholar, and he
What
was
does that
like
even mean?
he was like a guy who like kidnapped and raped women and had like women trapped in
Oh,
his
boy.
basement.
I just
Austere
I think it was
scholar.
an awesome thing that he like basically decimated ISIS. I have no problem with it. I think it was good that we got Saddam Hussein.
They changed it. Liberals. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, extremist leader of Islamic State, dies at 48.
Wait, that guy's 48. That's
Ain't
rough.
looking too good, right?
Yeah, that's a rough 48. Dang.
That's rough.
Let's pull up the
He's probably
original.
pretty
Looks rough for
stressed
48.
and been out in the sun a lot, so.
Here's the first one. Where is it? I love this website. Let me see if I can. Yeah, everybody remembers this. Here's the original article. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, austere religious scholar at helm of Islamic State, dies at 48.
Wow.
Austere religious scholar. That's crazy.
So I mean, we don't have a lot of time left, but I do want to get to one point.
Yeah, we should probably talk about men at some point too.
We did. But
Sort
I think we talked a lot about ideology, and we're forgetting that
Good place to pause real quick. I'm gonna hit the head and I'll be right back. Give me like 1 or 2 minutes. Alrighty. All right, we're getting into a new topic here, which is good. Back to the culture stuff.
liberals don't have kids.
Yes, true.
And so
True.
the reason why we're seeing a young Gen Z be shifting rightward is actually kind of simple. There's a lot less younger Gen Z than older Gen Z.
Yes.
And there's a lot less older liberals who had children 17, 18 years ago. That just means
Yeah, Wi-Fi. So I'm actually a 1800 sailor. Just, I know you didn't know that about me, but he looked like Rubeus Haggard from Harry Potter. Yeah, he did. He looked rough. That was rough. That guy looked 65 for sure.
it's not an issue of winning a culture war. A large component of this is quite literally Christians just had more kids, so that's reflected in the data 18 years later.
Maybe, but this is, I think, almost always been true historically that conservatives typically have more children than liberals. Like, I think this is true not just in the last 20 years. I think this is true.
Yeah, but it's become dramatically more true recently. The whole country is having way less children.
for like the last century. The issue is that before, the left was really effective at essentially their kids would go to college and their kids would become left, right? Which is why typically we see through all of generations except for Gen Z that millennials, for example, are much further left than their parents, right? And then as they age, they shift towards being more moderate.
Well, let's see. So far, the only data that comes up is from the 2000s onward. What about what about 1970s, right?
Sure.
Let's see what they say about 1970. It was becoming observable with the rise of second wave feminism and birth control.
That the conservatives were
Interesting.
having
More
more
kids.
children, more kids, but yet their children were still going liberal, right? So like the
Actually, no. Gen X is the generation that gave Trump his victory.
I was on CVN 68 Nimitz during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Hey, thank you for your service, Wi-Fi. Even if I don't really agree with every war we get involved with, I still appreciate, veterans and their capacity for what you give up for the good of the country. So thank you for that.
Yes.
millennials are their children, and those children are predominantly left.
1970
The
is.
children of those of like the people in 1970, right?
Oh, is that right? I see what you're saying.
So we've been like left for young people until recently. That's why this election is such big news.
Yeah, right. So I agree with you. In 1970, the Gen Xers who were born ended up leaning conservative in the 2024 election.
In the 2024, but they were leaning left all the way up until then. And
Right.
millennials, even when they were 20, were leaning left.
So that
It's only recent. So I don't know if it's I think it's not a bad theory. I just don't know if that's borne out with a like historical timeline.
so I agree.
I think it's ideology.
It is more likely ideology. I think for one thing, men have no purpose, and religion gives them one.
Yep, I would agree with that broadly. I don't know if I'd say like the right is doing the best at religion necessarily, because I think Trump is like fundamentally like very anti-religious,
Well,
but they
but
are
that's
more
not necessarily.
religious.
I think what he's saying, like as men are becoming more religious, they're going to fall into that camp. It's not maybe not necessarily be because I'm going to be religious because I want to vote for Trump.
Sure,
or
but
whatever.
lots of
it's like
conservatives
the
are
opposite.
atheists.
It's like
right?
because I'm more
tons
religious,
and
like
tons of conservatives are atheists.
There's
increasingly.
only one reason men are going to the left, and it's because they watch those Charlie Kirk videos where he owns the libs,
true.
and they were just like,
True. Probably not, but funny.
oh, and they don't know anything that's going on. They just like saying yo.
I think
I'm half kidding.
I think men are down. I think men are down bad, like hard. And I think and they have been fucked over by history. I would say like people cite like the 1970s. I don't know if you've ever seen the website like what the
I've said it before, I'll say it again, boys. Go outside and talk to women. I know it's hard. Just do it. I promise. Just do it. Okay? It's not always going to go well, but just do it. Just go outside, talk to a real woman, have woman friends, and it'll make you better at talking to women, and you don't have to be down bad all the time. Stop watching corn. Stop with the OF. Stop with the... You can play video games, just not all the time, not constantly. I play video games, but go outside, do fun activities, talk to women, make friends. I know it's hard these days, but you can do it. I promise. You can do it. Okay?
fuck happened in 1971.
And if you need any help, I'm here for you. All right? Just ask. I'm here for you.
But essentially there's a bunch of like crazy graphs that start exploding after 1971. But I think men have this history where they have an entire generation wiped out in World War II, and then all the dads that did come back had PTSD, and then the Vietnam War happened, and a whole bunch of more dads got wiped out. And so we have this history where we've basically stripped men of masculinity because they died. They died, had PTSD, and we had nothing else to offer them. And the only men that stayed back were the men that wouldn't go to war, which is not your prototypical man.
This is another reason why I think a lot of guys are moving away from the left. Liberals are the pro-war party, and maybe that's just in platitudes, but one example I love to give is when I actually was defending Hassan Piker, And I said, I agree. Like, I think we agree, both he and I, about the military-industrial complex getting too much money. We don't want to be involved in these wars, and that's why I think our involvement in Ukraine is wrong. He immediately made a reaction where he mocked me. He agreed with me on the military.
Yeah, well, Hassan is a worthless, grifting piece of garbage. So maybe we don't give him even the smallest little bit of any kind of credence or acknowledgement, because wow, he's absurd. I mean, the worst.
Industrial complex, and then said, "Yo, this guy wants to like just leave Ukraine." And what? This guy's pro-Ukraine war? How does that make sense?
Sovereignty.
Democrats are pro-war.
I think any sane politician fundamentally recognizes that America needs to remain as like the hegemonic superpower, and something like Ukraine is something that has to be responded to in some degree because of such a massive breach in sovereignty that like I think if there isn't a response there, then we are moving towards a global hot war.
I think you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, I think
I can't vote in America.
No, I think like women in the United States shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Like you want to tie the vote to the draft?
Yes, 100%.
But that's never been the case.
Right.
It's always been citizenship.
It's actually been more than that, right? Like
land.
Well, before it was land ownership
yeah.
and citizenship.
Oof. I don't agree with Tim there. I feel like we've gone over that with all the feminist debates we've been watching, the feminism debates. We've beaten the voting thing to death. I'm still not 100% sure who should vote, but attaching it to the draft, I don't agree with.
But now it's just citizenship.
So the issue I take with this is that I say women shouldn't be allowed to vote as a hyperbolic statement meant to cause shock so that people will go, oh. But what I'm actually saying is the idea that women in this country who largely vote Democrat have the right to vote to send me and my children and my friends to war to die for their psychotic worldview is unconstitutional and wrong and should not be permitted.
Well, and that's what I was going to say to touch on what you guys were talking about is that I think some of that even too is unintentional, that they're the more like pro-war party, that they're heading towards a hot war, because if you're continuing to, like you were saying, men are looking for a sort of empowerment and abandoning the kind of guilt that's being laid upon them. If we continue to feminize all of our males in society and make them sit down and shut up and behave, and you're sort of inviting in, because you tend to begin to look weaker and weaker on the stage, regardless of your technological prowess or whatever. You become kind of like a sitting duck or a target. So
yeah, I think.
Oh, look at these! Look at this.
So this is kind of interesting. I saw a YouTube video a little while back, and maybe I'll try to find it when we're done with this video. I don't have work tomorrow, so we can hang out later than normal. I'll try to find it after we're done with this. But basically, it was like a projection of what would happen if every single country on the planet went to war with the United States at once. Minus nuclear. Like, if none of us use nukes, how would that go? And the video made a very compelling argument that probably even without a major draft, maybe a small draft, we would still win. Like, no one would even touch American, like mainland American soil. We might lose Alaska and Hawaii, Dominican Republic, etc. But it was a very compelling video. I'm going to try to find it and have it queued up for when we're done here. But essentially, I don't think we'll ever be considered a soft target by anyone. I don't think that's true.
This weak society.
Tying the vote to the draft is like super unprecedented. I don't know almost any democracy that does that, in large part because it's like, okay, so what? Just like disabled men also can't vote?
You can serve in a bunch of ways. You don't go to war.
Oh, so just as long as women serve in any way at the war, then they can vote too.
Not about war, right? So I mean, like, we've had selective service and we haven't had a draft since the 70s, and it's largely considered ineffective. My proposal is that you have to sign up for selective service to receive your voter card.
Sure, I just like think that women, like just like disabled men can go to war, so can women. And I think if women want to vote, then and under that system,
So we
which
don't disagree.
I reject the draft idea tying it to voting
But
because I don't think it makes a good voter in any way.
You can clean up garbage at a park.
We could just have mandatory
Right?
service
What?
to the military. Also,
You can clean up garbage at a park.
What, the disabled soldier?
No, you, a woman.
Yeah.
I'm saying you don't have to go to war to provide service to your community.
Neither did as a disabled man.
Oh, okay. So he's expanding selective service to mean like any sort of service to. This is kind of one of the arguments Andrew Wilson was making when he was debating Naima. It's there are pros and cons to this argument. I went over them during that video, so I'm not gonna beat it to death again. But
Indeed, as long as you're doing something to assist your community. My issue right now in the extreme is that women are not drafted. Senate will not let them be drafted. Conservatives will not let them be drafted, but they can vote collectively to send men off to die. Yeah, young men are going to reject that outright and be like, all these millennial women, these cat ladies are voting for us to go to war in Ukraine that I'm going to have to fight. I'm 22 years old and I got to go die because these lunatics.
This is the tit for tat
going
of
right.
citizenship, is that everyone gets to vote on things that fundamentally apply exclusively to other groups, regardless
Not
of whether
true.
that. Yes, because men get to vote on abortion policies, which exclusively affects women.
No, it doesn't.
Ms. Be About, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but welcome to the chat. I'm gonna assume that your nice pink headphones is in good taste. They are Razer headphones, so they're pretty comfortable. They did kind of crack though after not that long of having them. So I don't know if I would actually recommend them to anybody. And like I only use them sitting at this computer, so I don't know, like I didn't drop them or anything. They just like slowly started to crack over time. They're still very comfortable though, and the sound quality is good enough. So yeah, thank you.
Who else carries babies?
The issue of abortion affects fathers, not the same way it affects women. But like
My microphone stand is also pink. Fun fact. And my mouse. Yeah, well, yeah, they're I guess they're kind of more salmon. They're kind of like a muted hot pink, I guess. I'm not sure exactly what color, but
see, this is another reason men are leaving.
Wait. War affects women then. If you're going to attach a degree of separation, war affects women because their
Agreed.
husbands and sons are going to war.
I don't disagree with that.
So then your argument has been nullified.
My argument is
actually, even my vape today is pink, but that's just because they only had 2 at the store that I stopped at today. You know. I go through a pair every year or so to that. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably keep wearing these for a while, but I don't know if I'll get the same pair again just because they cracked like really early and like the whole chunk came off here and they're cracking in the same spot on this side. You probably can't see it in my camera there, but there's like a little hairline fracture like right here too. So the other side's probably going to pop off too. They still function totally fine. It's just a little piece of the case. I actually still have it right over here. But color coordinated is good. Yeah. I like being a little color coordinated. Oh, you should have seen me at my sister's wedding. My shirt matched my purple tattoos here. I had a nice black vest on. I was looking good.
is that you can send me to die.
I also have a pair of heavies, but they started buzzing in one ear, so I think I'm gonna have to send them back in and get a new pair. But those have really good sound. I like those a lot. If I get those fixed, I'll probably start wearing those.
You can make a woman have to carry a baby.
And I think we can either make it so that men have no obligation to the woman, which they currently do regardless of what they choose.
I agree that should be changed.
Yet women don't have the same caveats when it comes to war.
I'm fine with changing that.
Agreed.
The issue
We
is
don't
that,
disagree.
well, hold on. The issue is that I don't think the draft should ever be tied to the vote. What does the draft have to do with
I'm not talking about
being
that.
a
I'm
good
talking about
citizen?
service guaranteeing citizenship.
Okay. So what does service include? Just like serving your community?
So Tim's not saying something that's completely unheard of. There are many countries where you're required to do military service as part of your citizenship. Israel is one of those countries. I believe, I don't know if it's just tied to gun ownership. I think it's Sweden. I might be wrong. Well, so Tim's actually not only talking about military service. I don't know why he keeps bringing up the draft, because then he keeps falling back to any type of community type service, like service to the country. So like this would include like firefighters, EMTs. He even said cleaning up the park. So in Tim's little caveat right now, it would actually be pretty easy to get your right to vote, I guess. But he's kind of moving the goalposts around, so I'm not actually sure where he stands on this.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, I guess.
I mean, there's the Army Engineer Corps. You can be in the military and not go.
I mean, you
to
could
war.
repair refrigerators in Omaha in the Army in the Vietnam era.
Sure, I'm fine with that. I would just basically be like, yeah, the
Coast
fact that women
Guard.
aren't like fully barred from that is just like positive sexism that's remaining. We should probably get rid of that.
But conservatives are the ones who actually oppose it. They don't want women in combat.
Of course, because conservatives are probably the most staunchly positive sexist and negative sexist, right?
So my point, going back to what you were saying about voting on things that affect other people, is the Constitution and the Civil Rights Act are supposed to be the remedies for that. That if you are discriminated against in this capacity, we can sue and
Wow,
actually
man.
stop these laws from happening. So
It's
interestingly,
women. Okay.
we got rid of segregation. You can marry whoever you want.
I probably just said it wrong.
But when it comes to selective service, only men. It's clearly unconstitutional. And every time it's challenged, it's actually Democrats who challenge it. And largely the female Democrats, it's conservatives who say, no, women should not be drafted.
Sure.
And yeah, I don't think women should be in combat roles. Maybe I will caveat that with, I mean, ground infantry, special forces, Navy SEALs. There's certain combat affiliated roles women can absolutely do.
Artillery, they can do artillery.
Or like logistics, combat, like providing intelligence.
Or piloting drones. I mean, that's just like playing flight simulator at a computer, essentially. That's tons of women could do that. People who have no athletic ability whatsoever can pilot drones.
Basically pressing the buttons to launch the missiles. There's combat
As
roles.
long as they meet the minimum threshold for that job physically,
Agreed.
they can do it.
So there's no reason they should be exempt from selective service. It's just about
Sure.
where a person. So like in this regard, going back to the disabled guy, a disabled 18-year-old man still has to sign up for selective service. And like it depends on the disability.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just here for you on this. Like going to Israel and like watching the fact that like you've got both men and women in the military, they have to go, and they've got this entire civilization, like citizenry, that has a knowledge of guns, that has a knowledge of violence, and understands like how to respond to like high risk situations. I just think it's a good thing, and not that I'm saying that we should have a mandatory draft.
That's right. She thinks Israel's a good thing.
As a country,
I'm kidding.
I mean, sure, like 75%. Yeah, I'm not super happy with what they're doing right now.
I was just screwing around because I know that one gets everybody super heated.
Yes, it does. It does. But
I don't like
It do be
the
like
circumstance
that.
pertaining to Israel, their war, and all that stuff. I don't like mandatory service and the way they do it.
Sure.
I do think this country would benefit from. We've bounced around a few ideas of like to graduate high school, you have to do like a month of basic training or something. Where I grew up, you have to do 20 hours of community service to graduate, because the idea was you have to provide a communal service, and then everyone bitched about it and it became nothing. I'm saying like, nah, basic training. And I think it's fun. I think for a month you go to a summer camp basically and you crawl through the mud and you climb stuff and you do push-ups.
yeah, that would solve our birthright issue.
How so? What do you mean?
If you do basic training that's co-ed, everyone's going to fuck like crazy. Of course, this is obviously true.
We want them.
Okay, but sending everyone to co-ed universities hasn't fixed the birth rate either, so that's kind of a non sequitur.
The
get
military,
married.
they let women do whatever they want. The basic training for women is nonsensical.
Well, I would obviously oppose that, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty pragmatic.
Well, the issue is like in the U.S. military, because like this is the thing about we tried having this blank slate government of civil rights, and then people are like, yeah, everybody's actually different, and creating these universal policies didn't actually work. Like Men and women are different. That's the easy thing. The race thing doesn't really make sense. Racial discrimination makes literally no sense because a black guy from Somalia is going to be 5'5", and a black guy from Haiti is going to be 6'3". You can't just be like black people because that doesn't mean anything. But men and women largely does mean something. So what ends up happening is the military says women get potty breaks because they have to have them for hygiene reasons. If women cry, best not deal with it. We'll get sued. Send them home. Men, shut up and do push-ups. So like clearly something doesn't make sense in any of this stuff.
Right. Well,
I mean,
I'm pretty sure they're even exempt from the draft at this point. I'm exempt from the draft at this point. I'm 33. Tim's 39, so he's exempt from the draft. Am I 33 or 34? I can't remember. Tim's exempt from the draft. That other dude is definitely older than both of us. He's exempt from the draft. Yeah, it's, I don't know. They do that. Andrew is the worst about that. Andrew Wilson. The Erudite calls it stolen valor, and I kind of tend to agree with her. The obsession about like the draft among people who will never be drafted is a bit absurd.
There's
what are your
probably-
position on conscription? I mean, I guess both of you. I mean, I think it would probably
I'm pro-conscription.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I think at least a year or so. I mean,
No,
right out
well,
of high school, you
no,
go
I
do
disagree.
something.
I don't agree with that.
like mandated, like the government's forcing you into it, like Israel.
I
does.
think, yeah.
I think that in the time of invasion of the homeland, conscription is a good thing.
Yeah, I think Israel should do it.
Otherwise,
I think
no.
America should.
The United States should conscript any and all able-bodied individuals for any and all jobs they need in the event that the United States.
Bong and stuff. Do I ever debate? So I've done a lot of like behind the scenes debating. So like Discord, Reddit, not on camera stuff. So not even with like my real name. This YouTube channel and my presence here on YouTube is only about 2 or 3 weeks old at this point. I am however willing and would be happy to engage in debates, and I very much plan to. We've actually had Jim Bob in chat and commenting on some of my videos, so that could be something that happens in the future. I've had one of the moderators for the Modern Debate Discord in chat also. So we're probably going to reach out to her, get some stuff set up there. I plan on in the next couple of weeks reaching out to Raging Tomato and Wick TV and seeing if I can start getting involved in some stuff over there too. I think debating will kind of be the catalyst that really blows up the channel. I'm really happy with how it's been going so far. We're not even 3 weeks in, and we've got 77 subscribers. I've got videos with a few thousand views. Channel name is cool. Yeah, thank you. I like it because I would like to, my purpose here, I think, is to attempt to repair some of these gaping wounds that we have in our kind of cultural and social divides. I'd like to do that. I really want to talk to PF Jung also, our enlightened centrist friend. I haven't reached out to him yet. Yeah, I want to cross-pollinate my channel because obviously right now, the only thing bringing people here is the YouTube algorithm. I'm sure you all found me because I just randomly appeared on your page one day. I think it's like 95% of my views have come from just the YouTube homepage suggestions. But once I start engaging in debates with other people, then their communities will see me. The debate platform communities will see me too. And that'll start to bolster things quite a bit. As far as the name goes, it's kind of like a two-pronged thing. Like I was saying, I want to kind of be considered like the repairman of kind of what's going on right now. But also, I am a repairman. Um, I'm an HVAC installer and service technician. That's what I do during the day. Not every day. Um, Character name Doobie. Oh, okay. I think I know who that is. Oh, and I forgot. Yeah, Prime Case too. He does more of those like large panel debates, which those seem a little chaotic, but I'm still, I'm not gonna say no to anything like that. But yes, it is very meta. It is very meta. I even got a hat that says the repairman on it. But yeah, that's why I chose the name, for those multiple reasons. I think I thought it was fitting also. It just kind of worked out. Um, and yeah, that's super awesome, man. Man or woman, I'm not sure. Um, YouTube, the last week or two especially, has really been like pushing for me more than I think it does with like an average channel. Like usually you have to have like to blow up like this, you either have to be doing like super prepared specific content, or you have to have like one of Asmongold's redditors stumble upon you and suggest you in his Discord or Reddit or whatever. Um like there was a video, I actually covered it and I didn't realize until after, but this video was all over my homepage for like weeks. It was this random girl with like no subscribers last week, and now she has like tens of thousands. Um, it was like a woman in video games video. It was a good video. Um, but her channel blew up overnight because Asmongold saw it. And that's probably not how we're gonna get there. I think we're gonna get there through engaging in debates with other creators. So it's not gonna be like this week, but in the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna start reaching out to Wick TV, Prime K's, Sarah, Modern Day Debate, and see what kind of stuff I can get involved in. Um, it's gonna be tricky because I feel like with a lot of them, they really want someone who's like staunchly on one side, staunchly on the other side, and I am not that guy. Um, Kid, not kin. Oh, I'm gonna write that down. I also heard there's this guy, I've seen a couple of his review videos, apparently like Cool TV or something. Someone was telling me he wants to get into debating soon, so I could reach out to him and we could kind of do a little thing. Um, Kid, not kin. I'm gonna write that down in my. I have my iPad here, and I always have my notes section up. So whenever someone suggests something, I will write it down and try to get to it in a later stream. Actually, there is one other. We'll get to that later. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna definitely be getting into debating soon. Um, it's gonna be tricky because I on social issues I'm all over the place. Um, I definitely don't fit into a normal all-inclusive category, and on like economic and like foreign policy stuff, I'm very I'm actually very in line with Erudite a lot of the time. So like Erudite, Krasenstein twins, I'm just like a bit center left on that stuff. So it's going to be tricky finding prompts that I can get really on one side of, but hopefully we can kind of change the narrative a little bit. Which is why I want to talk to PF Jung first. Uh, One of the other centrists. Yeah, I completely agree, and that's what I'm gonna try to bring to it. I don't really consider myself libertarian anymore. I've held on to some libertarian spirit in my ideology, but you could probably qualify me as a centrist. I'm a little bit center left, but anyone that's left would probably call me right. So it's going to be interesting because the debate world has really been recently dominated by like the far end, like Andrew Wilson versus Marxist communist, and those are the opposite ends of the spectrum, you know. And breaking in through that is going to be tricky, but I think we can do it. So I'm excited. Things have been going well so far. Super cool that you found me on the homepage. I've been getting a lot of people like that. We've gotten like almost 10 subscribers just today, which is awesome. We're up to 78 right now. I started today, I think last night I was at 68. So, and I didn't even stream last night. I meant to do a short stream, but I was working in Nahant, Massachusetts, and it was like a 12-hour workday. So by the time I got home, I was like passing out and falling asleep. There was no way I could have stayed up on stream for that long. But yeah, everything's going good, and we're definitely going to get into some debates soon.
Is invaded.
Yes, I agree.
But I just feel like it would help pull some of this culture a little bit together as well too. Like and people who having to go and
Oh, the
serve
left would
and
cease to
go into the
exist.
military. That's what I mean.
I don't think the left
I
would
think
cease
a
to
lot of
exist.
that
It would be
idea. I
like
think a
me.
lot of that fantasy like
Maybe not.
ideology
No, it wouldn't.
utopia.
I think the far left would be a lot smaller if we did the oh, I've heard of Lactoid. Yeah. I am very familiar with Pisco for sure. Definitely know him. I don't think the left would cease to exist. I think that the center left would grow a lot stronger if what they're talking about happened. If we did a sort of like a required military stint, at least a training as part of citizenship. I do think he has a point there. I don't think the left would cease to exist. I think the far left would shrink dramatically, though. And I'm all for the far left shrinking dramatically. The Marxists, the communists, I am not on board with that team at all.
Left would be me. Like this idea that like the left is just weak and soy and all this sort of stuff. It's like it depends on what you mean. If you mean left as far as principles, there are
Exactly.
lots of us that are left that are principled, that are not cowardly, that understand that violence sometimes has to happen and it's a tragedy when it does, and we are pragmatic in our solutions to making a better world. This left does exist. It has been stomped on over and over again from both sides, by the way. The worst part about my position is that all of you are nasty to me. I get doxxed and swatted from all of you guys. And so there's
No, I don't think Tim doxes and swats you. But yeah, the far left and the far right do not like people like me and Erudite and the Krasnessines and anyone who considers themselves like a regular liberal.
this issue where
No.
it's like if you want a good left, which in a two-party system, you want a good left, just like we want a good right, then what you need to do is engage and treat
I also agree with that. I miss the sort of old-timey conservatives. Because that's what I grew up with. It was a better balance back then.
treat the good left as though that they are doing that.
The
And
disaffected liberals aren't doxing you and attacking you.
the leftists are, yes.
The
Yeah,
disaffected liberals
leftists.
are not.
Yeah.
No, the far
I don't think there's any way I could define the center. Because I don't really consider myself a centrist. If I had to put like, I would say I'm a moderate liberal. That's kind of where I would put myself. Definitely not far left. I do have some more conservative social views. I have some views that are kind of all over the place. But we'll see. We'll see. We're going to start reaching out soon. And I want my first debate to be something that I'm like really strong on. So we're going to be looking for like the right prompt to start things off. And then we're going to get to do some boring streams where you guys watch me do debate prep. You ready for that? That'll be fun. Yeah, the categorizing stuff, that's what I want to do away with. Like, I want us all to have logical, thought out opinions, even if they don't all land in the same place. But like, when you get so ideologically polarized, it's like you're not even talking to a person anymore. It's just so far. Like, you'll have people that just ignore certain things because they don't fit with the ideology, even if the logic is just totally on point, you know?
Right is.
Yeah. Well, we don't like them either.
Yeah, salmon is an unfair categorization. These are color fluid headphones, okay?
Sure. The issue is that the issue that I'm saying is in this conversation, I've had to spend 80% of the conversation pointing at leftists and being like, yeah, I think that is crazy and not good, but that doesn't mean that I'm not left.
Because those are the people that are the general.
Then work with me to help
Audience,
make a
I
better
guess.
world. And
Well,
stop
I mean, that's
insisting-
part of, but that's part of
and
this is
drop the
calling
things
is
that don't
calling it
matter.
out.
If trans stuff is less than 1%, just let us have some trans stuff. Just let us. Let us
What
have
does that mean?
like
You
let
want
us
to
have
cut kids' balls
passports.
off?
No, passports. Passports and allowing them to transition if their insurance wants to cover it.
Well, I'm not
This is
playing.
like Democrats with gun laws. I'm like, come on, guys,
No,
just
it's
like
not.
work reasonably with Republicans.
It's
And they're
not
like,
reasonable to
but
put fake.
guns are scary. And it's like, yeah, I get it.
It's-
Trans
it's-
people are really, 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 really scary.
No, that's
Let's be a little bit more reasonable.
bullshit, and you know it's bullshit. Come on. You claim you're reasonable. You said people are scared of trans people. No,
I'm of course being hyperbolic. And
yeah, we're not going to change government documents because some people's fifis are hurt. Sorry.
that's not at all what I'm talking about, right?
There's
What I-
literally no functional reason to have the wrong sex on your ID.
there's no functional reason necessarily to have sex on the passport. You could easily just have gender. You could easily do that.
There is a functional reason, actually.
As long
To
as you're strict.
identify you.
No, yeah, sure. Just have criteria for gender. If you want to identify as a woman, you have to have a whole number of things that include with you, and your sex has to be on some other form of ID.
There is.
Like, there's no argument for the passport. You can have other IDs that force sex. Like, you can just do this. I'm not opposed to having sex identification.
There is limited reason at all for listing biological sex on identification. However, there is reason to do it when it makes sense, and there is none to change it. That is, medical purposes make sense, and in issues of where the law pertains make sense.
And how is the passport relevant to medical issues?
If you are a man, you have different organs than if you are a woman.
How does a passport have
It's
to
an
do?
ID.
Most people are just carrying around their passport. Well,
Yes.
Isn't it mostly driver's
When
ID
you're
that people
traveling.
No,
Yeah.
actually, a lot of people carry passports instead of IDs.
in America?
Yes, they do. And
Interesting. So nobody has their government ID or driver's license?
I would say a good portion of the people who work here don't have IDs; they have passports.
Okay, my driver's license
A
from
good portion,
Alberta-
3 or 4 maybe.
My driver's license from Alberta has basically all of my medical declarations. In Canada, we put all of our medical declarations on our driver's license because that's the thing people actually care about. Because the passport, if you lose it, is a nightmare of a situation. So if I lose my driver's ID, it's not
Can
a
I
big
put
deal.
the wrong age on my ID?
No, but you can. There's
cares?
absolutely space on the ID in Canada for gender and sex.
No, but here's a
So
question.
you
How-
identify both.
Do you know how old I am?
I would guess in like your
We know because we looked it up earlier. He's 39.
mid 30s to 40s.
How old do you think I am? 40s. Oh my God.
Mid 30s to 40s.
Like, give me a number.
36.
Ooh, I'm 39.
Okay.
Do I look 36?
Ha! Bingo.
Who knows?
That was the guess you made because you.
Yeah, you perform older. You've got a lot of accrued wealth. So I'm assuming you're not in your 20s, and you have like some
I put that
markers
on
of
my ID?
wrinkles. You can put your age on your
Can I put 36 instead of 39?
no
Why not?
for date of birth typically.
Yeah, but what if like
So, like,
some
birth
countries
certificate
have
verification.
laws about certain people of certain ages aren't allowed to do certain things.
Yeah.
And what if I want to go to those
That's why date of
countries?
birth verification is super important. Like you can't lie about your date of birth
Why not?
for date of birth verification.
But what does that functionally do?
I'm not asking people to lie about their sex. I'm asking passports to not have sex on it. I'm saying it should probably have gender so that
Why is-
trans
why
women
is
aren't
my age on
outed
it?
when they go
Why
international.
does it matter if age is on it?
Your date of birth.
But what does that matter?
It's tied to your sin.
To your sin?
Oh, sorry, you guys have SSN. Yeah, sin.
Oh.
Sin in Canada is the SSN.
I was like, what?
I thought she was talking about. I thought that too. Okay.
It applies to when you carry the cross you have on your back.
What's the functional difference between age?
She just She just referenced one of Jordan Peterson's wacky remarks from that Jubilee thing he just did. If any of you haven't checked out that video, I reviewed it. It was fascinating.
Age and sex.
Typically your performance, like people don't tie nearly as much to age post 18, whereas people tie a lot socially and script wise to your gender.
Well, what if you're 40 but you feel 25? Like Brian Johnson.
I think,
you pass for
say
it.
for example,
And he got surgeries and stuff to be younger, and medically they found his heart is in his 30s.
Yeah.
Should he be allowed to put that on his ID?
No, because I think
What? Why not?
I'll tell you what, if there's a whole bunch of Brian Johnsons that emerge and we identify that there seems to be a collective sequelae of behavior patterns that keep occurring all the time, that the DSM
So they're having a second part to a conversation that they had earlier. I'm not sure if you were here yet, but they were specifically talking about, so I guess she has a friend who's a trans woman who is a war correspondence journalist. So she goes to other countries that have different views about gender and all that than we kind of do here. So on your passport, until Trump just reversed it, you used to be able to put the opposite sex if you were a trans, even though technically you're not the opposite sex, you're the opposite gender. And now her friend can't go to those other countries because in those other countries, if you show up and it says M on your passport, but you present entirely as female or as a woman, they don't let her in the country now because her passport doesn't match her presentation. So Kyle is making the argument that if we're acknowledging gender as separate from sex, if gender is a performance that we kind of acknowledge, like if we're going to acknowledge Blair White, for example, as a woman, then on your passport, as far as another country is concerned, where it's not a medical thing, it's not really relevant to, like, your biological sex isn't super relevant to anything going on in that other country, that our passports should just have our gender. Tim is making the argument that other nations we shouldn't be letting people trick other nations into accepting our understanding of that. And if they care about the biological part, then they should just be allowed to do that. I tend to agree with Tim on this one because we're talking about foreign nations, and playing shenanigans with foreign nations is just generally not the best idea. Blair White is not completely transitioned at all. She is absolutely not. She has not had the downstairs surgery.
recognizes as occurring all the time, because I'm pro criteria for trans and for gender.
This does exist. It's called a midlife crisis.
Sure, but it's not something that
It's
can
true
get
though.
treated.
40.
So,
Yes,
for
it
example, if we showed that this group was suiciding at an astronomical rate, higher than schizophrenia, by the way, and it shows that if you put 25 on their ID, it.
Well, there was a legal process. Trump just reversed it. So now you can't put the opposite sex, which, so like, it makes sense. If sex is the thing that's on the identification form, then it should be sex. So this is all kind of like a brand new thing, so I haven't really looked into it too much yet, but
might reduce their suicidality by 70%. I might even be open to that argument. I just think it doesn't exist. So we don't have to have it.
Every day on Fox and Friends, and it's probably just targeting me because I'm 39, it's the most annoying commercial ever. I hate this product. I hate these people. It's the guy who goes, most men over 40 look in the mirror and see this. And it shows like a guy with like liver spots. And it's like, and then he's
That's silly. Yeah, it'll probably get reversed again after midterms, depending on if conservatives keep the House or not. It depends on so many different things. But Erudite's upset because her friend can't do her job anymore, which is a bummer. I understand why, she's taking the position she is. I don't know how logical it is yet. I need back when they started talking about this, which was like an hour or two ago, I did say I need to look into this more and create my own specific opinion about it.
he says it again. Most men over 40 look in the mirror and see this. And it shows a guy with like his teeth falling out or something. I'm exaggerating. And then he's like, buy this special cream that tightens your skin to make you young. And I can't stand it. I'm like, dude, just be old. My beard's turning white. And people like, when I first started getting white in my beard, I kept getting comments where they're like, Tim, you got something on your face. Because they didn't realize it was just like 3 white hairs. They thought it was a piece of fuzz. And I did not do anything about it.
Yeah, that's not so erudite. Kyla Turner, if you know her by that name also.
So the fact is, there are a lot of men who are going through an identity crisis where they're buying just for men. They're doing ridiculous things like putting particle cream on their face or wearing beanies to cover up their male pattern baldness, things like that, because they're having an identity crisis, and they should be allowed to change their passports to say they're young.
Nope. What I said is that they shouldn't be allowed to change their date of birth because their date of birth is tied to their SSN, and that's
So
fundamental.
is your gender.
Your sex is.
Your sex, sorry, you're correct, right. So
Right.
we shouldn't be allowed to change your sex because it's tied to your SSN.
Of course not. I've never said that.
So on your passport, it should say your biological sex.
I said you should probably do gender. If there's good reason that trans people are worried about that, yeah, you should be able to have a.
So then you're not. So then the issue is not that Trump said keep your passports correct. Just Trump should be adding gender. So it should say sex M.
Trump wouldn't do it.
Gender W.
The Democrats should have never tried to force the way through by using sex in the first place. They should have always been sticking to gender, and they should have been consistent about that. Rather
So
than
you
lying about
agree that
science.
Trump was right to keep it aligned with your SSN?
I disagree with his change now because it was only petty and jabby, like changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf
Sure,
of America.
but functionally
it
it's
was
the
just petty
right-
shit.
Right. So he's a petty asshole, but functionally it's the right thing to be doing.
No, I think if he wanted to do the functional thing, he would probably abolish sex from there and change it to gender,
But I'm saying you were saying
or
that
remove sex and gender altogether. 'cause
biological
I don't know if it's
sex-
that important.
your
for
biological sex,
passport.
your biological sex and date of birth should be what they are because it aligns with your SSN, and functionally that's the right thing to do.
Correct. Yes.
Right. So your real
For
issue is that
identification. So your,
Trump is
your
being
sex should never be changed legally in any way, shape, or form. I'm opposed to that. Right? Which is why I opposed the idea of having passports doing sex changes for trans people. I always think
I don't usually watch Timcast. I'm just watching because Notsoerudite's on today.
that the conversation should have been functionally either, I don't know enough about all of the details of passports, but can gender just be removed? Because I don't know if it's
I would normally just catch like a few clips from different episodes.
actually important for passports. You've got passport number, date of birth, location. There's so much identifying information that is sex actually.
But what if there's
revealed.
like a big fat woman with like stubble? You kind of can't tell if she's a man or a woman, but
Doesn't matter. She knows the
does-
name, the date of birth, and she
But
matches.
she does identify as a woman, and she is a female, and then she goes and someone calls her sir, and then she's like, I am a woman.
What about that?
Should she?
I don't-
Her
I wouldn't-
ID should say woman.
Is that what
But-
you think I'm arguing?
So her gender.
Engage with
my-
me or
yeah,
engage
her-
not with me.
Her gender is coded male, but she doesn't identify that way, and she doesn't want the passport to say
She's
it.
got like polycystic ovarian
No, she's
syndrome.
a fat woman with stubble or something.
Women don't grow stubble typically, right? Like,
They do, yeah, sometimes.
well, no, they have polycystic, right?
They do
No,
sometimes.
sometimes
Not always.
there's
Sometimes they just give up. They just
She is Canadian, but she's lived here for several years. And she doesn't vote here. But just being from Canada doesn't mean you can't have an opinion on social cultural issues.
they
Do
just
you guys
let
know
it
what
grow.
polycystic ovarian syndrome is?
Yes, PCOS.
PCOS, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So typically when women are
there
growing beards, they have that.
I'm not saying she has a beard. I'm saying some women they'll get older and they'll get stubble.
Okay, they're just like growing extra facial hair.
This happens. Okay,
What do you
let's just stop.
Hold on.
Are there
what do
some
you
women?
think I'm advocating for? Rather than creating these
You
straw man
said-
funny versions
I'm not-
of what I'm saying,
I'm saying you said in the passport should be gender coded, right?
gender or maybe gender removed. I'm
What
open
if
to
a
a lot
woman-
of options, to be clear.
What if a woman is very masculine and manly and appears like a guy?
Sure,
but
maybe that's a good argument for why we should abolish gender or sex from passports and have it exclusively on driver's license
Yeah,
and
but it's
only
still
the
an
sex on driver's
identifying,
license.
like paperwork. And if you don't have your license on you, you get in a car accident or something, all you have on you is your passport. It should have your sex. So
Yeah.
emergency services can help you.
I'm
We've got to perform an emergency hysterectomy on this man.
So I've already said I'm open to a lot of strategies on the passport. This idea that it has to be my idea isn't what I'm advocating
Who carries their passport around with them everywhere? When what?
for. I'm saying caring about trans people being able to safely travel internationally actually does matter, and we should be able to have a pragmatic conversation about ways to solve this rather than turning it. I'm sorry, if we don't solve for like the vulnerable
don't think
populations.
most people going
gotta
to
let me
work
finish
really
talking.
care
You
about
gotta let me
this,
finish talking.
to be
If you
honest.
say that you care about vulnerable populations, then the reality is that these are the niche things that you have to make policy on, and you have to be pragmatic about it. And I think the left wasn't pragmatic about it, which is bad. But the right is also not being pragmatic. You're being angry.
Well, actually,
That's not a good solution.
I don't even think it's angry. I think it's
understand-
indifferent.
I understand your worldview. Like, you think we should intervene in Ukraine?
How is that related? That's crazy. That's the first ad we've seen in 2 hours and 10 minutes. That's wild.
Soldiers on the ground?
No. Just in some capacity.
Like support Ukraine.
We should be involved in some way.
Yeah, sure. Like sending them missiles and stuff.
Right. And so when you're talking about the trans issue with being able to travel to other countries, there's a kind of like, American exceptionalist view that you have.
I believe the government should protect its citizens and do its best to find pragmatic solutions to protect those citizens in all sorts of ways.
Right. And so my view is other countries have supreme sovereignty over their borders and land in determining what they allow or don't allow.
I understand your argument.
Right. And so that's why I don't think we should be in Ukraine. And the point I'm making is you think there should be some degree of involvement in Ukraine because of the issue of sovereignty. And your view is we in the West have the authority, nay, the liberty.
Wait, I don't think you know what my Ukrainian position is based on what you said.
You said we should be involved in some capacity to support the Ukrainians.
Yeah, so when I say sovereignty, what do you think I mean by that?
Ukraine sovereignty.
To?
Their land.
Where's their land? And who?
Ukraine.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Gotcha. Okay.
U.S. involvement in that country is a form of American exceptionalism.
How?
The U.S. having the right to intervene in a foreign war 8,000 miles away? Why did the U.S. have the right to go into Ukraine? Say we're across an ocean on the other side of the planet.
Didn't you just say that you were pro?
We do that everywhere all the time. I'm confused. Tim, I'm confused. What are you trying to say?
Oh, Cold War?
Soft power.
Soft power is this.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
If you don't deal with the sovereignty, forces are on the ground.
If you don't deal with the Russian sovereignty breach in Ukraine, you are moving towards hot war between high powers. That is
it already
reality.
is hot war.
What?
U.S. special forces are on the ground.
Yeah.
U.S. special forces are in Ukraine right now.
Are they frontline?
Yes. And they're providing intelligence and military assets. And it was the U.S. that sank the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet of Russia. We are not talking about, what's her face, Victoria Nuland, aiding through USAID protest groups in Ukraine to be pro-EU. Soft power I'm okay with. We do that to avoid hot kinetic war. When Russia invaded, that's a point where we're like, they've gone to a hot conflict and we do not escalate beyond where we are. Instead, U.S. sent in special forces. U.S. sent in...
When did we send them? I'm not super familiar with this.
Probably 2022. Intercept reported it.
Okay.
U.S. special forces. The game that the West is playing is the American troops that are on the ground, volunteers. The special forces just providing intel.
Phone? Do you mind? Because I know you keep saying that like people often say that they don't understand, and I know that I don't know this, so I don't want to put the burden on you to always search these things.
Oh man, 2022, is that when they reported it? Let's see here. One former special, I think it was Delta Force. Was it Delta? I could be wrong.
And you said frontline, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So now let's clarify. They are not pulling the trigger, and that's the point I was making. The game that they're playing is the U.S. individuals that are trained by the military and former military that are shooting at Russians are volunteers. And the special forces that work for the United States that are there are providing intelligence. But if a U.S. Special Forces looks at a Ukrainian guy and says, if you press that button, it'll launch a U.S. rocket and blow up a Russian vessel, you cannot claim that Russia is doing it, the U.S. is not doing it. This is hot war.
Sure. The issue is that like now we're having like these loophole issues of Americans who believe in the Ukrainian war, want to support it, and are militarily trained. I looked it up, right? It's important to know that individual American volunteers have joined Ukrainian forces independently. For instance, U.S. and Iraq war veterans. John A. Peebley was killed in Ukraine while serving the Ukrainian. These individuals act on their own accord and are not sent by official U.S. military deployment. The U.S. has not sent troops to Ukraine to engage in combat whatsoever, and there are no current plans to do so, right? And so it's like, I understand that you're saying Americans are going there, and they're volunteers, and it's like, probably to some extent they are, and to some extent they probably have some level of blessing, but also Americans have the liberty to do that, right? Americans can choose to do that. Just like Israel Americans, a lot of them went to Israel on October 7th to join up on the IDF.
There you go, 2023. It was reported earlier in several months prior by The Intercept that Western Special Forces were on the ground directing the combat operations for Ukraine. And what they've done is there's U.S. personnel actively pulling the trigger and shooting, but they're former military. Not under the command of, so here's the game. I love this. U.S. Special Forces and U.S. intelligence direct the Ukrainians who direct their volunteers who are American. This is a hot conflict. It's a hot war. The U.S. is involved, and we've got U.S. military in Poland training people for this conflict.
If this is a hot conflict, then like most of our like proxy wars were hot conflicts directly between Russia and U.S. And it's just not, right? I understand that you're looking at this and being like,
hold on.
This is a loophole, which I might even grant.
Vietnam was a proxy war with the communists, but we were actively fighting the Viet Cong. The U.S. was in Vietnam aiding what's the name of the?
When I'm saying proxy wars, I think most people, I'm at least referencing Middle East, right? That's typically the areas that we mean when we say Cold War proxy wars.
The reason why this is not a proxy war is that U.S. individuals under the guidance of Ukraine, under the guidance of U.S. Special Forces and U.S. Intel, are shooting at Russians directly. We're not at a proxy with Russia. We have U.S. citizens shooting Russians. In the former proxy wars of the Cold War, like in North Korea and in Vietnam, U.S. troops were aiding the forces there to fight the other forces there. That's a proxy war.
U.S. troops not allowed to volunteer?
They're not U.S. troops. They're former veterans and contractors who volunteer.
Yeah, sure. Are U.S. citizens not allowed to volunteer with foreign militaries?
They're allowed to volunteer wherever they want.
Okay. Are they being funded directly by the American military? Like, is the American military paying these people to go?
You want to play? We can play a game of semantics.
It's not a game of semantics at a legal level, right?
We can play a game of semantics and say they are not directly funded by the American. This is what you're going to get from like the defense secretary. He's going to say no U.S. dollars are being spent to send these people to Ukraine. They are there of their own volition. And then what the truth is, but we do give the money to Ukraine and tell them to pay these guys.
So the volunteers who join the Ukraine foreign like army or whatever, like
they call the volunteer coalition, but the private military contractors get paid.
Sure, they go there and they probably get some money from the Ukrainian government for what they're doing,
which is American money funneled through the Ukrainian government.
Not just American money though, right? It's the Ukrainian money, American money, and probably EU money and British money.
Mostly U.S. money.
Yeah, probably NATO money. I think would be the like most comfortable way to say it.
Which is the U.S.
The issue is that are you saying that basically the U.S. should ban those American citizens from going?
No.
Then what are you saying, Tim? He's being really wishy-washy right now.
I'm saying U.S. should not have special forces on the ground like the BBC reported in 2023.
So they should ban them from going.
U.S. Special Forces were ordered to go.
If you're an ex-Marine.
No. U.S. Special Forces are
Holy crap, Tim. Are you talking about the citizens or are you talking about the special forces? You gotta pick a lane.
Active duty personnel ordered to go to Ukraine. That should not have happened. If you're a former military and you want to go to Uzbekistan, I don't care. If you want to go fight,
they were fighting front line.
You on the ground. Call it what you want.
Well, what does that mean?
It means they're in control of the operations that are happening, and they're giving direction to the Ukrainians.
First of all, okay, you need to have evidence to support all these claims.
Is the BBC okay? The BBC
Western Special Forces on the ground. They're on the ground. They're controlling the Ukrainian military operations.
Yep.
I know they're doing a lot of training, like But we do this all the time. We send people to train foreign militaries all the time.
That's a pretty big leap.
That's what's happening.
You need evidence for that. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
To be fair, like I said, in the philosophy of truth, we largely believe these things based on the reports that we get from the corporate press, who lie quite a bit.
Yeah, but even the thing that he's citing doesn't say that they're in control of anything. It just says that they're training them, which we do all the time.
So this is your evidence that not only they're on the ground,
this is just
but
one
they're
article.
Oh no, you're good, bro. You can be sarcastic. Everyone is welcome in my chat, whether we agree, disagree. If you like what I'm watching, if you don't like what I'm watching, if you hate watching me, if you love me, you know, that's acceptable. Anyone's welcome in my chat. Anyone's welcome on my channel. That's how we're running the show here.
Trolling the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian military. Sorry.
You know the challenge is, to be honest.
I'm just saying.
And you guys are more than welcome to have sidebar conversations in chat while I'm engrossed in something, for sure. Because I'm not super up to every little detail of the wars. So a lot of this is a little bit new to me. I wish they would get back to the actual topic, but
You need extraordinary evidence for that claim. You could be right.
I can sit here.
You could be right. You have to find not just one or two articles saying somebody hearsay said this. You need to find dollars moved. You need to show that the U.S. is actively supporting this, even if it's under tongue in cheek, right? You need to show evidence that Ukrainian soldiers are being controlled by these individuals and that they're high up in the Ukrainian military, government. If they're in charge of a platoon, that's not really what we're talking about here, right? We're stretching the definitions of these things at this point.
My point is that U.S. Special Forces...
A grackle. Is this like one of those new Generation Alpha words? I don't know. Grackle. Or did you misspell something? A grackle. A bird. And then I get a bird and start questioning myself. I'm not sure I understand that. So now I am questioning myself, okay? Because I don't know what you're saying. I mean, if someone is being over the top, constantly just like ridiculous, and we get to the size where I have like moderators and stuff, then if someone's just like constantly trolling, then, you know, we might do some moderation there. But for the most part, as long as everyone's being generally civil, I'm good with it, you know. I am gonna look up this famous chatter, though.
They are doing what's called operational coordination.
I'm gonna put it on my list.
Here's the simple and way of describing it. The U.S. says, here's where their ships are, and here's some missiles. If you press that button, it'll blow it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's U.S. involvement in a war with Russia.
Okay.
Like it's
so then
again,
why hasn't Russia claimed that they violated?
Russia has been claiming since the beginning of the war they're at war with the U.S. and NATO, and not Ukraine.
So why aren't they striking U.S. or NATO?
Because that would expand the war beyond the borders of Ukraine, and Russia's not prepared to do that.
Right.
So, and because Russia won.
Won which?
Russia has largely won the war as of right now. And I largely just think, like, you know, Trump's getting really pissed because Putin isn't willing to stop.
They had, the U.S. had approximately 14 Special Forces personnel in Ukraine stationed at the U.S. Embassy. Their roles included providing security for VIPs and assisting with oversight of U.S. equipment and supplies being sent to Ukraine. That's your evidence that they're controlling the Ukrainian.
No, that's one. You're gonna have to find more evidence than that. That's one article you pulled up, and not just hearsay.
Hold on. I'm agnostic. You have to find the evidence.
Yeah.
I'm asking you for it. I don't have to find it. The only evidence I has weakens a lot of what you're saying because they're at the embassy, which they're allowed to be at, and they're providing security for VIPs.
That's one article. That's your own logic being used right back at you. You understand that, right?
No, I'm agnostic to this. You
told
have the
me-
affirmative claim. You must prove.
Indeed. And then you found one article that you thought asserted a truth and used that to make your point.
No, I
Which
said,
my
okay.
argument is the same argument you made. If you're going to make a claim that special forces are
crazy.
only at the embassy,
Okay.
you need more proof than just that
Tim,
article.
if I'm going to be good faith to just ask your questions and read out what I find, that doesn't mean that you can go, see, that proves that they were controlling the Ukraine military. No, it doesn't. All it proves is that they were security for VIPs and helping facilitate the arms into Ukraine. That doesn't
This is
show
why men are
anything that
leaving
you're
the
claiming.
left. Because you said...
If you can engage in like good things. So one of like the most
so let me make my
things-
point. I'll make my point. I've been covering the Ukraine war since it started. I can tell you about. I was physically in Ukraine when the conflict started. I was there twice, and I got to witness the collapse of the statue. I got to go to the Statue of Lenin after it was toppled, and people were stealing things from it. And in covering this, I have tracked numerous stories from the beginning of the Euromaidan protest movement, to which I was physically present, to the Burisma scandal, to physically being present in Kiev during the separatist conflicts in 2017. And in all of this research, we have found there are U.S. volunteers, which is it's called a volunteer coalition. These are paid private military contractors, former U.S. military personnel, and there is operational coordination from U.S. Special Forces on the ground in various capacities. In saying all of that, you asked me for proof. To be fair, what I was going to say is it's very difficult in the span of 20 minutes to pull up 10 years of research. But if I were to start digging through those articles, which I would be happy to do, we're already 20 minutes past time, and it's going to be very difficult. You then said you can't pull up one article.
That's not what I said.
You said you're going to need extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Correct.
And if you're going to pull up...
So Tim is extremely like ideologically driven on the Russia-Ukraine thing. Extremely, like, you can tell because like the tone of his voice has changed. He's getting a little like, he's getting a bit worked up, a little emotionally dysregulated, not majorly or anything, just a little bit. And yeah, it's a very strange. I don't know why he feels so tied up in this. He just like really doesn't like Ukraine. And like, this is like the boring part of the conversation. I really wish they would go back to the actual topic, which is why are men leaving the left, which has nothing to do with the Ukraine. It doesn't. And society's attack on masculinity. That's in the title too. We barely talked about that at all. But this is just like, he's so wrapped up in this topic right now, he can't help but get into it on like everything. But
this article, that's a he said, she said, it's not enough.
Well, we got like 30 minutes left. Hopefully they switch topics back and hopefully we get back into the meat of the discussion.
And then you literally pulled up an article of a he said, she said, to make a counterclaim. This is the sophistry of which I'm referring.
Hold on. Sorry.
Also here, Russia won. Here's the proof.
Okay, so
it's Ukraine battle map. Russia owns the Donbass.
So let's just like break down. I don't love meta-litigating the conversation, right? But what I said, so a really common thinking.
Oh God, meta conversation about the conversation is the worst thing ever. So boring. But Tim's kind of pushed it to this point.
A way to think, a way to purify and ensure that you're not thinking poorly about things is called extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
We're familiar.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that article you cited, I found exactly what they were talking about. The special forces that were on the ground. And I showed you this is what they were doing. They were at the embassy, right? Securing VIPs, giving them security,
indeed,
and helping facilitate missiles.
To which your previous point was a single article is not enough to prove or disprove anything.
Correct. So
citing the single article does not prove or disprove anything.
Right.
She's not trying to prove or disprove anything though. Tim is so I don't think he's intentionally being bad faith right now. I don't. I think this is just something that's like really just constantly on his brain right now. Um, but
The issue
hopefully they
that you
can get
have
off of
is you're in
this.
the affirmative position. I'm agnostic. You just have to have a burden of evidence to convince me that this is the case. And
Indeed, which is not going to happen in half an hour with 10 years
well,
of research.
I would argue that if you have 10 years of research, you could probably succinctly like list out a fair bit of really strong evidence of at least dollars moving, and that front line, these
dollar-
embassy workers, for
Okay,
ever
we
being
can.
front line, killing Russian soldiers, anything
You want
like
me
that.
you want me to do a 40-minute treatise on the history of the Ukraine conflict? Because I'll do it. I love this subject. What's the Turkey pipeline? My favorite launching point.
I don't know.
So in 2012, The Guardian
Oh
reported
boy,
that
this
the
is gonna
U.S.
get.
had been working on a project to build a natural gas pipeline from Qatar through Syria, Turkey, into Europe to offset the Russian Gazprom gas monopoly. Russia controls about a quarter of natural gas into Europe through Ukraine, which leads to high gas prices in Europe. They've tried offsetting this in numerous ways, but Russia basically controls it. So the U.S. went to Syria, the Assad regime, and said, we're going to build this pipeline. It's going to provide Europe with cheaper energy, and it's going to lower the cost across the board. Syria then conferred with Russia, their ally, who has a military base in Tartus, and Syria came back to the U.S. and said, we're not going to let you do it because it would be damaging to the economics of Russia.
Sure.
So the U.S. Was upset, obviously, but it got really bad when Russia, Syria, and Iran plotted to then build a rival pipeline from the exact same oil field through Iraq into Syria, Turkey, into Europe to strengthen their monopoly on energy. The U.S. got pissed. It's around this time that they said the Bashar al-Assad regime needs to go in their terrorists, and that's when we got Operation Timber. What was that one? Let me pull this one up. See, it's like, Timber Sycamore. Operation Timber Sycamore is when the U.S. started providing weapons and CIA training to various revolutionary, let me just pull it up, factions in Syria, ultimately, which ended up joining al-Nusra and ISIS. And that's how we ended up seeing U.S. weapons and training in the hands of ISIS expanding in the region, because the U.S. wanted to topple the Assad regime so we can build a pipeline. So where are we today? Well, the U.S. has other means of trying to get the prices down and control natural gas in Ukraine. That is through Burisma, an energy company in Ukraine for which the founder was a man named Mykola Zlochevsky. The U.S. had a former CIA director of terrorism on the board, as well as the son of the sitting vice president, Hunter Biden, which seemed to make no sense, except when you realize it was a U.S.-aligned foreign influence operation to control the government of Ukraine, to put pressure on the land leases for which they could cause problems for Gazprom, which is Russia's ability to supply energy to Europe. So then we get the Burisma scandal. Viktor Shokin, the prosecutor in Ukraine, was currently investigating Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, for corruption. Joe Biden got an email. He got contacted by Devon Archer and Hunter Biden over their involvement in Burisma and the fact they're being investigated by a state prosecutor. Viktor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit that the only reason he was terminated was because Biden personally flew in and threatened to illegally withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless he was fired, and it had to do with Hunter Biden being on the board, who was getting $83,000 a month, potentially more. He was then fired from his position. Now, the fascinating...
Bro, what? I'll take $83,000 a month. Damn. That's like top 1% on OnlyFans. Jesus.
thing is, Mykola Zlochevsky, while he was under investigation for corruption, fled Ukraine. I believe he went to Monaco. At this time is around when Devon Archer, Hunter Biden are making contact with the State Department saying, we need help on this. Within a few days, Joe Biden flies out completely illegally, tells the president of Ukraine, fire your state prosecutor or you're not getting the money. To which this person replied, I believe it was Poroshenko, you don't have the authority to do that. You can't do that. And he says, call the president, see what he says. Son of a bitch. He got fired. And they put in someone good, is the quote that Joe Biden said. However, this guy they put in drops the investigation into Zlochevsky, whose funds were frozen by London under corruption investigations, who then immediately returned to Ukraine. So this whole period, they're saying none of it's happening. It's never happening. And in fact, once the investigations were dropped because of Joe Biden's involvement, the guy who was accused of corruption returned back to his operations in this country. Where we currently are is following the failures of Western soft power to secure this in this energy conflict, of which there's a bit more. Russia wanted to build a trade federation, and they had a free trade agreement with Ukraine. Ukraine was also being offered up Schengen zone access and EU access if they chose to go with NATO in the West instead. A large portion of Ukraine split largely on the east to west, the Donbass, largely leaning towards Russia, wanted to join the EU because it would give access to Ukrainian citizens to Europe. And what did we see with Poland? When they entered the Schengen zone, Polish people immediately started moving to the UK and to other countries where they can get higher standards of living. Same thing happened with Greece, which caused economic instability. So the West told Ukraine, we're not going to let you into the EU unless you reach a certain standard. So you end up getting Victoria Nuland. She flies down. She's heavily engaged in the politics of Ukraine, trying to convince people to be in Ukraine to support Western expansion and not the Russian Trade Federation. Vladimir Putin said at the time to Ukraine, if you open up a trade agreement with Europe and a free trade agreement with us, it's going to mean cheap European products are going to flood into Russia and damage our economy. We can't allow that. What ends up happening? The Euromaidan movement ousts Viktor Yanukovych, stripping all Russian interests, Russian-aligned interests from the country, and puts in power an administration that was more pro-West. And Vladimir Putin says, I'm not going to lose this soft power battle, even if I have to invade. The first thing they did was dispatch their troops from Sevastopol to claim Crimea got a referendum. And they had their referendum, which I think is largely fake bullshit. They just walked outside and said, hey, look, everybody's Russian now. Crimea, however, had in the past voted for independence and were blocked illegally, I would argue, by the Ukrainian government in the 90s. This ends up with a separatist movement emerging in the East. Outrage, the president, who was duly elected, was removed in what people who are pro-Russia would call a coup. But at the time, they were saying an illicit removal of the president of Ukraine. Russia began supplying weapons and training to the Eastern separatist movements, which largely did not expand in any meaningful way. However, after Donald Trump lost in 2020 and Joe Biden came in, Western interests were reignited in Ukraine, and this pause was largely due to the fact that Donald Trump was uninterested in this direct involvement in Ukraine, much the way the Democratic administrations had been under Obama and with Hillary Clinton at the State Department.
When I repost this video as like a regular YouTube video, like not in a live stream, I'm cutting all of this freaking monologue out. This is not the topic of today at all. Oh God, this is such a long conversation about Russia, Ukraine.
Once Joe Biden got in and started to re-up U.S. interests in the region, largely over getting cheap energy into Europe, Russia then decided to do a hard invasion. I think they were wrong to do it. I think they had lost the soft power battle. I think soft power is an appropriate means of force in winning conflict. But I admit that soft power can often lead to hard conflict, but I'm not so stupid and naive to think that wars don't happen. Russia crossed the line militaristically. However, the U.S. then immediately intervened and started supplying, I should say,
Yeah, it's making me yawn.
NATO in the West started supplying Ukraine with weapons, which kind of shocked the Russians, who thought they were going to win this relatively quickly, though they never said 3 days. That was actually, I think, someone on the BBC who said that. Russia has been now flooding the zone, and they've seized the entirety of the eastern region, for which their principal purpose in starting this war is not about seizing Ukraine. It is about controlling Sevastopol, where they have a $300 million or multi-billion-dollar military naval infrastructure, the home of the Black Sea Fleet, which is their access to the Mediterranean through the Bosphorus, and then ultimately into the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden and the Arabian Sea, where what the United States derisively calls Russia a cold gas station. Russia needs access to the Black Sea to be able to sell oil and natural gas and other resources along the Mediterranean. And if they get cut off from the Black Sea, it's going to be massively damaging to their economy. That's why they seized Crimea. Now, the important thing to understand is they didn't invade Crimea. They were already there in Sevastopol, where they have a naval base. They simply released the troops from this area to have a referendum. But the invasion of the eastern regions, which is Donetsk, Luhansk, Mariupol, Zaporizhia, etc., this is about securing a land bridge access to Crimea so they don't get cut off from their naval base. Now, some people have argued, yeah, but they could build a naval base anywhere else they have access in, what do they have?
I was literally just thinking that. I was like, there's so many other places along the Black Sea. Like, there's so many other places they could build a port. Like, tons. So, like, He's about to give some explanation as to why they can't do that, but it's like literally right there. It's on the map. Oh, I'm not, you can't see where I'm pointing. I'm pointing here. Over here.
Hold on. Sochi, I think, is the name of the city. They have access to, Sochi. They could build a base there. Russia's not going to give up a military base to the West, to the EU. That's not going to happen. So they're going to do what they have to do to secure this region of the country. Now, we can look at a few other instances where I would argue that our involvement in Ukraine has been bad for us. That was Germany accused a Ukrainian national of bombing Nord Stream 2, and Ukraine is accused of engaging in actions like this to create public support for U.S. and Western involvement in this country. So, all in all, the U.S. should not be meddling in the foreign affairs of the Middle East and Eastern European nations for the purpose of securing cheaper gas and energy for NATO. The tangential reason, what they argue on the surface, is that there is a concern among the Western economic bloc that China is expanding too rapidly, and that in order to make sure that NATO can grow commensurately with China so they don't become the dominant unipolar force, Europe is going to need access to cheaper energy and a larger labor force, which is why they've had the mass immigration movement, largely from sub-Saharan Africa, and it's why they want to get cheaper energy into Ukraine. If the argument is, as people have made, the U.S. should be involved in Ukraine because Russia is a nation who's violating the sovereignty of countries. That's fake, and that only works on people who've not done any research on the region or the conflict. And my final thought on this is what I know about this is massively limited compared to actual people doing intelligence and working in the region. But it is over the span of 15 years of actually actively being involved to a certain degree journalistically, as I have friends who've personally gone to Syria over the civil war, tracking this and many other stories related to the Qatar-Turkey pipeline, and have personally been to Ukraine at the start of the conflict, watching it happen and interviewing people in Ukraine on the ground and even going to pro-Yanukovych rallies to learn what they were talking about. This does not mean in any way that what I'm saying is absolute truth. I don't know, but I certainly have more experience in the matter than most people who are pushing bullshit platitudes about the sovereignty of Ukraine.
Sure. Okay. So I want to make sure I summarize you so that you tell me that I've heard you correctly. And obviously it won't be as long. So just tell me if my summary is reasonable and good faith. Basically, there was a major soft power struggle that started happening over natural gas energy, right? And Ukraine is a important nexus for this struggle. And essentially NATO wants to support Ukraine in keeping it NATO. And they want to make sure that they get pipelines through that area that goes to EU so that they have energy access. And
pipelines are there. They want governmental authority to control the prices that Russia is setting when they transport this energy.
Yeah, they want to compete with the Russian monopoly.
This is not competition.
Well, wouldn't Ukraine and Syria be owning it versus...
Then wait, what is it then?
The Qatar-Turkey pipeline is defunct. It's not going to happen.
Okay.
So the alternate method that the West has is, if we can't offset the monopoly, we can control their access. That means we're going to militaristically, or I should say through subterfuge and soft power, restrict their ability to have access to this market.
Gotcha. Okay, so they are restricting the Russian monopoly on energy.
Attempting to.
Okay, through soft power.
Right, and then you also, and through kinetic force. Ukraine was accused by Germany, a Ukrainian national, at the behest of the government, of bombing the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to shut down Russia's delivering of natural gas into Europe.
Right, okay. So
that is the Ukrainians using a military force against NATO.
Right, so if that's true, allegedly, yeah, so if that's true, then the Ukraine is also potentially using kinetic force to try to interfere
against NATO
on the power situation. So essentially you've got two big powers fighting over energy, which Russia has the monopoly on, and America is doing everything it can to weaken it and to reduce the control that Russia has over that power system. Is that correct? Does that feel like an accurate summation?
I would say Russia is seeking to maintain its ability to trade in energy, as it is largely an energy exporter that's maintaining its economy. Mm-hmm. The U.S. is trying to control the prices they sell to Europe. Ukraine, in an effort to protect its sovereignty in the matter, has engaged in hostilities against NATO.
Gotcha. And so the Nord Stream is
according to CBS News.
Yeah, Ukrainian, but is it like
right.
a military?
Allegedly.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's not. No.
So we don't know for sure.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm not gonna ding you super hard over that. So if I'm understanding,
it could be untrue. But
there's a soft power fight that happens, and basically Russia loses, right? They get stripped, and Russia goes, "Fuck that shit," and then they turn into a hard hard power fight, right? They don't just roll in, but they have lots of people in Crimea. They release the soldiers, they release the hounds, and they make a really big push for Kiev. Probably because if you control the capital, you control the country, you can have bigger say on what's going on. I'm assuming. I don't know what your reasoning is for Kiev, but essentially,
No, I don't think they.
why'd they push for Kiev?
This is to be completely honest, like conflict opinion. I don't think they pushed for Kiev. I think that we saw the invasion from Belarus to the north as a pincer attack, so they could split the military forces of the Western powers and then seize the Donbass. Because the military force they applied to the eastern land bridge into Crimea was substantially greater than they applied through Belarus in the north.
Sure. Okay. So essentially, soft power fight goes on. Russia loses, turns into a hard power fight, which you say Russia's wrong for doing that hard power piece. Okay. So
they crossed the line into the, I don't think criminal is the right word because we're dealing with international conflict and crisis, but they aggressed.
Right. So I would fully grant that U.S. has used lots of soft power in Ukraine based on what you're saying. Like, I'm not opposing that. What I was asking for is evidence that right now there is U.S. sanctioned soldiers that are operating frontline, fighting, killing Russian soldiers, and controlling the Ukrainian military system to fight Russia directly. That we're in basically like a pseudo hard war.
Right. What I offered up was a treatise on the history of the Ukraine conflict. I didn't say I could have spent the last 20 minutes Google searching articles.
Sure. It's just that's
but
what I
that's
asked
what
evidence for.
she
So, like,
asked
I'm
you
granting
for.
all of this history. The issue is that that doesn't necessarily prove the extraordinary claim, which is that U.S. is controlling the military of Ukraine and telling it what to do and has all this stuff. I'm sure that it's important for training. I'm sure that it's important for facilitating in ammunitions. And I'm sure that it is motivated to have Ukraine not lose to Russian control. But that isn't the same thing as what you're claiming.
Was this the guy who was Well, we did go over, and we do have to wrap soon, but let me see if this is the guy. Joseph Kofer Black, was that his name? When this
That guy was not happy on that day that they took his photograph. That is interesting. What's a critise? A critise? What's a critique? A critise? Not sure. Did they say that? Did I miss that? A critise? Not sure. Welcome to the chat, Adam.
The CIA installs when CIA directors are installed as executive board members of foreign energy companies, we tend to ask ourselves, what is the CIA doing in Ukraine? And when you have the son of the vice president on the board alongside a CIA director, and going back to the history of this and U.S. involvement.
Oh yeah, he probably meant critique. I'm gonna find
fighting
that
over
actually.
energy, which Russia has the monopoly on, and America is doing everything it can to weaken it, like an accurate
energy, as it is large. Ukraine.
So the military not gonna like ding you super hard over that. So if they get stripped and Russia goes, but they have lots of people in Crimea. They release the country.
No, I don't think they conflict opinion as a pincer attack. Because Belarus
turns into
conflict and crisis, but they aggressed.
Right, using that. What I was soldiers that are operating frontline.
Okay, we're almost at the part
Russian soldiers
where he said it.
And control directly. That we're in basically like a pseudo hard war.
Right. What I offered up was a treatise on the history of the Ukraine conflict. I didn't.
Oh, okay. A treatise. I'm not gonna spell this right. Okay, so it's a treatise. I'm gonna type it into chat. Or actually, no, I'll just bring it up on screen. This is the word he was saying. A written work dealing formally and systemically with a subject. So basically an essay. a wordy essay, an overview, an opinion piece. Yeah. An opinion piece that should theoretically be comprehensive and based on some sort of research, etc. But yeah, he said a treatise.
Say I could have spent the last
But that's
20
what
minutes.
because geography matters in war.
Wow, look at this. In the wake of the Hunter Biden email controversy, the Wall Street Journal reported blacks role at the firm, Burisma, with a group of well-connected operatives in Washington
Wow, look at this. Now he's like jumping all over
help persuade
the
Ukrainian
all over the
prosecutors to
place.
drop criminal cases against it. My point is, there is this game they're playing where Ukrainians and their international volunteer coalition, they call it, are the ones engaged in the hostilities. These are not active duty U.S. personnel. Special forces are providing what's called operational coordination for the actions they take. The U.S. is providing the weapons. The intelligence and the weapons that were used to sink the flagship of Russia's Black Sea Fleet was the United States.
Yeah, we're sharing intelligence with them. I'm
But
sure
having a U.S.
I'm gonna like loosely even give him like, yeah, we're involved. Sure, we're involved. I feel like if we were like, if Russia really felt like we were actively like engaging in this sort of hard conflict, that there would be a lot more going on between us like that. The whole point of this was so pointless given the context of the conversation they're supposed to be having, though.
military personnel look to a Ukrainian and say, if you press that button, my missile will be fired that will blow up a Russian vessel. It's silly to argue that's the Ukrainians who did it.
The issue is that if all of the Ukrainians are rallying behind it, they support the war, they don't want to like lose the certain lands like the Donbass and Crimea, and they're like have large tremendous support for what's going on. I'm sure that
I think one of the
largest
mass migrations in human history is the Ukrainian exodus.
I'm sure people are fleeing the war, but that doesn't mean that Ukrainians aren't also supporting the war, right? Like lots of times civilians flee war torn. Like lots of Afghanis left as well. That doesn't.
They're not having elections either. The president.
They're in aren't they in martial law right now? You don't typically do elections during
Lincoln did.
How would half the people aren't even there? How would they even do a vote right now? I mean, it's a bummer they had to postpone an election. It's not ideal, but how would they even have one right now? I mean, I guess barely anyone votes in our elections, so as long as they get somebody with a ballot out to somebody, you know?
Sure, but like did Churchill even do that?
I don't know if I don't know about
I think
the
elections
parliamentary
ceased
system.
during World War II for most of the democracies involved, right? It's like super standard that democracies stop doing elections because if you're all of your
wow.
Well, hold on, let me like finish this argument, right? If all of your money and your energy is invested towards fighting off what you view as an invading enemy,
Yeah, it expired. So when they do have an election, it won't be him anymore. But how would they have one right now? Like, how would people, like, didn't a lot of the country isn't even living there right now? I don't know. I mean, maybe there's ways they could do it, but it would be tough. That is also true. And I hear a lot like Russia never forgave Ukraine for not booting out certain Nazis at some point, and they're not friends. They're not friends.
you don't have time to coordinate very expensive elections to go to the polls. This is why martial law got instated after Lincoln, because
Lincoln instated martial law, suspended habeas corpus, arrested politicians, and still had an election.
So do you think that like Winston Churchill was stupid for not having an election?
Is it true that he didn't have an election?
I'm not sure, but if he didn't, would that be stupid?
It could go either way depending on the circumstances. I don't know. You're talking about hypotheticals you don't even know the facts around.
Sure. The hypothetical is that most democracies, when they have martial law, don't have elections, which I believe is true.
Except us.
Huh?
Except us.
One time that Lincoln did, Come on, Tim.
You guys have also suspended elections during war.
Which ones?
I'm not sure. My understanding is that you guys have. You can look it up.
Maybe.
I'm gonna look it up.
We have gone way over, so we do got to go. But I don't know if we have. Abraham Lincoln famously held an election despite arresting a bunch of state legislators in Maryland, threatening to arrest the U.S. has never suspended or canceled an election due to war, even during Civil War, World War I, and World War II.
Is that because they ended before the next election?
No, Lincoln had an election in the Civil War. They just excluded the rebelling states.
Sure.
No,
So
they
the
have
argument
not.
from the Ukrainians is we can't hold elections in the occupied region, so we can't have an election. It's like, what? The U.S. did. They're not like us, I guess. Whatever. I'm just saying. Let's just say this. Let's just say the U.S. has no boots on the ground at all, for the purpose of argument. The U.S. should not be involved in Ukraine in this conflict.
I just disagree with that.
So, to what degree do you think the U.S. should be involved?
I think that it should be sending support, arms, helping the Ukrainians fight off the invasion.
And my final thought is, once again, why young men don't want to be on the left or associated with Democrats.
I don't think that has literally nothing to do with why men are leaving the left. There's so many much more compelling reasons. That is definitely not it.
Is not because of the Ukrainian war.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
it's not.
a component is largely 70, like I mentioned, 70% of millennial women voting in favor of war policies, advocating for escalating a conflict to which could result in World War III, to which Russia recently threatened to Donald Trump after Trump called Putin crazy. And you got a bunch of young guys who are in Gen Z who are first in line to be sent.
I got to tell you,
Ukraine.
there's not a single exit poll where young men.
Yeah, literally nobody voted over this issue. None of Gen Z kids are thinking about, like, we need to be Republican because we might get drafted. That is it's all culture stuff. It's nothing to do with this.
Cite the draft anywhere near the top of the reasons why they switched.
No, I'm just saying it's a grain of sand making a heap.
The issue is that I'm really interested in the heap, which is what we came to talk about, right?
Right, and there's a few grains that are related to the fact that young men have to fight.
Yeah, it's like the tiniest grain in the heap, though. They spent way too much time talking about this. If this was about Russia, Ukraine, if that was what the conversation was supposed to be about, then sure, go off. But that is not what this was supposed to be about. If it even is a grain, it's the tiniest grain. It's not. Yeah, it's culture stuff. It's all culture stuff. It's the left acting like lunatics about culture stuff. That's why. Everyone knows this. They were talking about that before, but then they've spent like an hour out of this 3 hours talking about Russia, Ukraine,
Fight and die in wars.
and the draft, which 95% of people never think about the draft because it just doesn't even happen. They did do a good 45 on the transgender stuff. That was more relevant, though. That's one of the more compelling reasons.
And don't want to be involved in it, and they're being told they should by women who don't.
It's not even by women in this case. Like
No, I'm saying you specifically.
War of Ukraine. Well, first of all, I'm for women being drafted. So I'm a woman saying
my point is
equal. And second of all, I'm also saying
Z,
this isn't women. In the case of war hawking, it's men and women. It's governments, right?
Except the issue right now is that millennial women are 2-1 Democrat, and Gen Z women are like 3-2.
Why?
And none of them are doing that because of Ukraine, Russia. None of them are voting that way because I don't know who he's talking to, except for like Andrew Wilson probably planted this seed in his head. But there's no exit polling that indicates in any way that they care about this particular topic. Like, this is not why men are leaving the left.
Why? Is it the draft?
I think social order. Like, why are women pro-war Ukraine? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Most women probably don't have too many thoughts about Ukraine.
But you get all the Democrats in Congress waving Ukraine flags and inviting their president to our country and offering him money, and then you go to like we're in a rather mixed area, but if you go to like the Gap, it's the city they call the Gap. There's like Trump signs and then Ukraine flags. And I'm like, what the fuck are these people flying Ukraine flags for? Who are these people?
Probably
And
a lot of them are Ukrainians.
and Democrats are skewing female in the younger generations.
Sure, but it's
They're
again,
not Ukrainians, man.
it's not about the draft though. This idea that like the
No,
left,
it's about
the
support for
left is
war.
like deranged and
No one is voting on this issue. Nobody. What is he talking about? Yeah, people fly the flags of people are flying Palestinian flags. People are like this is just not a voting issue.
obsessed with Ukraine is just like super not true at all. In fact, the Ukrainian war stopped being interesting to most average left people, like probably 4 weeks, maybe
The
5 weeks
Democrats are
after the-
pro-Ukraine.
Yeah,
And-
but
and my
so are
point-
I think Republicans are too.
Half.
Yeah.
There's that horseshoe theory which shows the maps of
Right,
like
like
Israel
Trump is
and
being
Ukraine.
like, no, like Putin's doing a lot of bad stuff. He needs to stop doing what
his
he's
ego.
doing.
Okay, we do got to wrap
You
it
don't
up.
think that Trump would be opposed to Russia having like a
Yes,
monopoly on
please wrap
energy?
it up.
Energy is the greatest bottleneck of all GDP and all growth in all countries in
I
the
think-
entire world.
I
It's the
think Trump
most
is
important
mad.
thing.
because he wanted to go in there and say, Putin, knock it off. And Putin told him to fuck off. And he was like, what? So I don't think Trump cares about Ukraine. I think he's personally slighted. But
Yeah, but Trump makes most of the decisions based on yeah, everyone stopped caring about Ukraine when the day after October 7th, 2 years ago. Like no one is voting because of the draft that we don't even institute. Like this is it's wild that he thinks that.
we've gone way
This is
over.
an unfalsifiable worldview now.
That Trump is egotistical.
No, that essentially it's like, well, Republicans are anti-war except for when they're upset, and then when they're upset, it's justified, and then Trump is
Come on, that's
justifiably. It's just like it's all.
See, that's the sophistry I've been talking about.
Sorry, you're the one like engaging.
Wi-Fi, that is totally off topic, but it's actually much more interesting. Is there a specific reason? There must be a reason. Gray whales. Dying sand. Okay, we got a whole bunch of articles about this. How have I never seen this? No causes have been confirmed. Well, apparently there's more of them in the area than usual also. Here. You guys can be privy to this. Why the whales died was not clear. So there's way more whales than usual, and more of them are dying. Do we know how old they were? So far, 14 this year. Still being investigated by researchers. But they should be leaving in the next week or two. However many are still alive. Gray whales are known to be curious about boats, which means they're often seen on whale trips. Yeah, true. Okay, so we don't know yet. We'll have to check back in on this once they I mean, are they're going to do like autopsies and stuff? That would be interesting. That is very sad though. I concur.
In this circle, right?
You made a point about Trump and Russia, and I said Trump's got an ego, and now he's pissed off at Russia. What does that have to do with like the
Republicans
factions of
supporting
the right?
Ukrainians?
Yeah, they half maybe.
Okay, yeah, so Republicans, at least half of them support Ukraine.
The principal MAGA coalition.
All I'm saying here
Huh?
is that people don't care that much about Ukraine on either side of the
No, it's
party.
war in
Young
general.
men are not voting right because of Ukraine. or the draft.
Yeah, they're
just
definitely
not.
not.
Okay,
It's
once
housing,
again,
economy, and probably ideology.
indeed, which is why I said it's a grain of sand in the heap.
A tiny grain of sand that you spend an hour
I
and a
can
half
say
talking
literally
about.
the only reason anybody wants to go to the right is because they're angry about U.S. involvement in Ukraine.
Well,
Never said it.
sure, but then you also like flatten things to like, see, this is the reason why men are leaving the left, because of the draft. And it's like,
No,
this
I didn't
isn't
say the
it.
draft. You
It's
did.
women wanting to send men
You
to
said
war.
that.
No, you said that, Tim. I'm going to edit that part into the video right here, even though it literally just happened like less than 5 minutes ago.
But when I say this, I'm
No,
referring...
no, you were referring to me.
Yes, the sophistry.
No, you were saying that I believe that men should go to war. I'm a woman who votes left, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that I'm the reason that men are going to the right. And I'm saying,
let's just try this.
This is not it.
Philosophically, the point I'm making is there's a dude sitting back watching this right now who doesn't know much about Ukraine at all nor cares. And he's like, why is this lady so hell-bent on like us being involved in this war?
That isn't what anyone's thinking. I really, guys, if that's what you're thinking, stop it.
That's my point.
Because sovereignty matters. It's important that Russia doesn't push borders, which it has always done. You can talk to Belarus and
Why is it
Poland
important?
because Russia.
He's usually, well, I'm not going to say he's usually anything. In this conversation, he was much more like conversational until we got to this part. Like on the big grains of sand, there was a lot more like back and forth, talking, normal stuff. Anything to do with Ukraine and Russia, Tim goes into this frenzy. It's very strange.
Russia has a.
I mean, he's clearly heavily invested in this for some reason. I think it probably has something to do with the tenant media thing and him being accused of taking Russian money. But I don't know why he would double down on like the Russia side of it. I don't know. It's very, his whole opinion on this is very strange.
This historical history of being highly tyrannical.
What about China?
And consumptive. China is like that, but not really.
What do you mean? They've been sinking ships in the South China Sea. They've been killing Vietnamese fishermen.
Yeah, China is expansionary, but they're expansionary around the 9 dotted line, which is very different than Russia's expansionary.
They're flying sorties over Taiwan.
I just don't know why you were comparing these two countries. China does lots of bad stuff too. I'm not really pro-China. Yes, we live in a society.
Should we send military aid?
We do.
To like India and Pakistan, depending on which one we want. I think we're going to side with India, probably.
I think we have better trade relations with India, so we'd probably side with India.
Should we right now of the Kashmir conflict?
I think
China's got involvement in that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, and when you look into the history of it, it is.
Yeah, the recent thing with that just got kicked off like a week ago or two maybe. So we're gonna have to wait and see on what the hell's going on with India and Pakistan these days. But they've been at odds forever.
What about the Uyghur Muslims?
Well, hold on. It's a classic Sykes-Picot like fuckery. So I don't know, like when you want to go like, well, where should we be sided with another Sykes-Picot Middle Eastern boundary issue? It's like I'm not really sure because every single boundary line that was drawn was complicated.
Why Russia then?
Why should we oppose Russia?
Why is Russia more important than literally any other border conflict in the world?
Because they're the greatest superpower opposing America.
Russia is.
Yes.
Not China.
China's probably competing now because Russia's like blown a lot of its money on the war.
How many people live in Russia?
I don't know. More live in China. The problem is that they're not educated, right? I think
how much money is spent to influence?
Wait, what's the literacy rate between Chinese and Russians? I'm going to guess Russians are more literate than Chinese, so their workforce.
I don't think so, actually.
Really?
I don't know, but I'd argue that a communist system is going to have higher rates, either lying about it or forcing it. You know what I mean?
Very, very unlikely.
Literacy rate,
if they
China.
Keep excluding like ethnic minorities and things like that, then they're going to have a high literacy rate, though.
Yeah, like China is like a new threat.
China's adult literacy rate is exceptionally high, reaching 99.83% in 2021. All right, let's check Russia. $99.7. Okay, so basically everyone in Russia and China can read.
Threat to the global order for sure, and I think it would be better if we
now
try
we know
to
that.
have peace with them. Absolutely, I'm for peace by and large. What I really want in the world is that we have trade negotiations and relationships with everyone so that there's economic benefit for everyone to work together. I think we should use the systems of capitalism that is good at turning human greed and power consumption to good ends, which is things like having trade negotiations with countries that we have tensions with. This is the Israel model for making peace with like Bahrain and the UAE. And I think it's a good model. It's what America did to have peace with the
What do you think about
multiple other
Burma?
countries. I don't know anything
Why
about
not?
Burma. Why don't I know anything about
Yeah.
Burma? Because I can't know all infinite things.
So I'll
True.
frame it this way then. There seems
But
to
you
be
should know about
a
Burma.
social
I don't know
order
about Burma,
to the interest
but
in
she
Russia that
should
doesn't exist
because
for other
Tim said
nations.
so.
Probably, yeah.
And so when it comes down to, once again, a guy sitting back drinking a Coke or something or a Spindrift and watching a
Liquid
show like
Death
this or
sitting
Liquid
right
Death, he's like, I don't know why I should care about Russia over literally any other conflict in the world.
You shouldn't.
And-
You should care about housing, economics, and the fact that like you feel that you have no purpose. And
Yeah, we
probably-
do, but then I also have children. You know what I mean? I'm the guy, you know, and I also have children, and I don't feel like raising my son to potentially be drafted for some hot war
I mean,
because we're
nobody,
getting more and more
nobody
involved in
does.
this.
Nobody wants to go. The
Yeah, but you
real-
can say it's easy to say that without skin in the game.
Well, no,
Like, it's
No, because if I have sons, I also don't want them to go to war, and I have a husband, and I also don't want him to go to war.
but here,
Well-
but you'll sit and vehemently advocate for this stuff.
Well,
She's not vehemently advocating for anything. This is oh my god. The two of them are off the rails right now.
Well, hold on. I've advocated for peace and economic trades, and I think war is always a tragic
let me
situation.
ask
I would
you-
agree
let me
with
ask
you
you,
that
what-
when the soft war was won in Ukraine, Russia shouldn't have invaded.
we
That
agree
was
on
bad.
But what do you think would happen if the U.S. had zero involvement in any capacity, or NATO, in Ukraine?
Ukraine would have been consumed by Russia.
And what does that look like afterwards?
For Ukrainians,
Yes.
probably not very good.
Why?
Because the entire history of Russia consuming, particularly Ukraine, who seem very, very rebellious and resistant to being consumed, is fractious, Holodomor, not good. Lots of really awful things happen every time Russia has control of Ukraine. Holodomor is just the first one. The Red Scare, right? The Bolsheviks hated Ukrainians, and then the Leninites hated Ukrainians, and then the Stalinites hated Ukrainians, and then we had like 4 years with Gorbachev that was like kind of based because he was like, let's just work with
You
all of
think-
the global powers, and then he fell, and
Do
now
you
we're
think more or less people would be dead?
in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Probably less people.
So more Ukrainians would be alive.
There's things that you value more than your life.
Should the U.S. be involved in someone else's ideological battle is the question, I suppose.
We involve ourselves in other people's ideological battles all the time.
Literally constantly, all the time, everywhere, all the time.
And that's another grain of sand in the heap of why young men are moving to the right.
I don't know how. I guess
Like,
I would
this
tell
is-
young men. I would tell young men. I'm sorry. You need to look at foreign systems and how they work. If you don't want America involved in like other countries, then isolationist policy.
Yeah, we're not
North
talking
Korea's
about
not doing great.
See, that's sophistry right there.
It's
This is the
not
point. It
sophistry.
is.
It's not sophistry.
isolation.
It's literally not. You're just unhinged right now, Tim.
What's the alternative?
Saying we don't want U.S. military involvement in a foreign country's war is not isolationism.
What's
and
the
this is the
alternative?
Bush era issue that I think pushes a lot of disaffected liberals to the right.
This is not just Bush era.
In the Bush
We
era,
started with Reagan.
when we said things like, why are we at war with Iraq and Afghanistan? The answer from the neocons was isolationism doesn't work. And when I was talking to Sebastian Gorka recently, he said something similar to that. But he did concede, we don't want regime change intervention in the Trump administration. Agreed. But he said the Houthis, we can't just remove ourselves completely. So we're going to do surgical
Why
strikes.
not?
In this view,
In Yemen, why can't we remove ourselves entirely from being violent to the
the
Houthis?
U.S. view is that the Houthis are obstructing a major trade route with the Sinai Peninsula and the Gulf, the Arab, the Red Sea and the Gulf of, not Oman, is it? Aden. And so with the Houthis striking trade vessels, the Trump administration's view on this is we have to stop them from shutting down global trade. The problem for us in America is, why should I care? Our trade doesn't go through there. Why are we the world police? And there's a lot of people who've been asking this question for 20 years, and we've been repeatedly gotten responses from warmongers of both parties. We have to do it because no one else can. There's never been
And American bonds, right? Like, we're not gold backed, we're basically fiat backed.
indeed.
Right.
The argument is
Seriously,
forcing the petrodollar.
US bonds. What would happen
controlling.
to U.S. bonds if we just pulled out, had no
I don't know
global
about
policing?
directly U.S. bonds, but the petrodollar is probably a better way to describe this.
U.S. bonds is probably more important for understanding the global reaction to how people view a country as stable or not, right? US
Indeed,
bonds
but
are
the petrodollar matters more because we don't produce things. The United States is largely a service economy because what we produce is global policing, and
When
we
you say
force
matters more, what do you mean by that? Sorry. Not
So-
to interrupt. I just want to make sure I understand what you mean.
the petrodollar. You're familiar with the system of the petrodollar.
Yeah.
We don't export anything. Like we do, but like
Well,
functionally we don't.
we export finalized products, so we need gas to move the products back and forth.
The U.S. is not an exporting nation. We do export things like movies we make money off of, but the main reason the U.S. has wealth is not because we are a net exporter, which you typically need to be increasing the wealth of a nation. We are a petrodollar nation that points cannons and artillery at countries who defy the petrodollar. So if you say, I want to trade oil on something else, we say, that's great, we'll kill you. And then what happens? The U.S. launches no-fly zones, blows up world leaders, kidnaps and kills them, or stages coups and things like this. So it's like typically what the CIA does with USAID and things like that. So the purpose for U.S. involvement with, say, the Houthis or Ukraine is largely about maintaining a global, what we refer to as the liberal economic system, of
So
maintaining
close.
control of the international
It's
monetary
almost
system
done.
through the IMF, through the World Bank, through the SWIFT payment systems, functionally advancements on the petrodollar. Now, I think that's all stupid bullshit from a bygone era that has failed us and is currently on the verge of collapse. The U.S. should be focusing its resources on securing its border, fixing its roads, getting kids in school, increasing literacy, maybe working on better means of energy generation, and restoring manufacturing to the United States. When you then look at Ukraine and you're wondering why we're exerting so much of our influence and resources over that country, once again, it's because Russia is trying to secure access to its energy. They want to start trading with China and the Saudis outside of the U.S. The U.S. just lost their 50-year contract with the Saudis, who are now going to start trading oil outside of the petrodollar, and we're at risk of World War III because of this. However, we're an hour over. I do have to go. Sorry. Thank you for coming.
No, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you for
this
having
was
me.
fun. And Nacho, it was great having you as well.
Sorry for
I
not
You barely said anything, Nacho.
talking
prepare
about
for- I
men
didn't
and talking about
prepare for
Ukraine
Ukraine,
for
okay?
2
Talked about
hours. I came prepped about men and should have prepped for Ukraine apparently. Although
Well,
I'm not
it
the
happened.
expert on Ukraine. You can
Hey,
have
we
other
got a
people.
nice lecture though. That
I don't even consider myself to be an expert, but I certainly think that I know more having just experienced a bit of it. But I'll leave it at that. My friends, this was fun. And thank you for going extra.
Fun is a word. Fun is definitely a word. It probably applies to earlier parts of the conversation, but not really this. Jesus, it took us 5 hours and 20 minutes to watch this 3-hour video. All right, everyone, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll get this chopped up and posted in a more palatable form sometime tomorrow. And his shirt, I'll give him that. He well, it's going to take me a minute to actually find him in the video because he's only in it for like 2 seconds at a time. Okay, he definitely made an appearance, like right. Let's go back to the beginning. There we go. I like the shirt too. I like the shirt. It's a killer mustache. Little lazy on the haircut, but I'm lazy with my haircuts too. So, neither here nor there. But all right. That's going to do it for tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. We literally got 12 more subscribers while we were all hanging out tonight. It's just super cool. This stream has more individual views than any of my previous streams so far. We had more chatters, more everything. So we'll definitely be getting into debates soon. And yeah, I hope you guys all have a good weekend. I am going to be helping my dad with some stuff tomorrow. So if I do get home at a reasonable time, I'll do a stream tomorrow. I will definitely be doing a stream on Sunday though, and then we should be doing pretty much every night next week. I have regular work, but I should be out around 5, so probably starting about 7 every night. Hopefully I can get back here tomorrow, but maybe not. But yeah, slowly but surely. And again, thank you. Big shout outs to Godspeed, Wi-Fi, Wicked. You guys have been hanging out for like a week or two now. Super cool seeing you guys here all the time. And huge thank you to my new viewers. And yeah, that's gonna do it. You guys all have a great night and a great weekend. And I'll see you